There seems to be no end to the drama when it comes to the life of Britney Spears. Lou Taylor is the business manager for Britney Spears' father, mother, and younger sister, Jamie Lynn.
You know, and this is a family where you've got Jamie and Lynn constantly rallying together as a family, that they are well aware of the situation with their daughter, and they love her more than anything.
Play with me.
How much is Britney Spears worth?
It's time to play. Come play my way.
Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created and might never do again. So Britney Spears' net worth is finally hitting the mainstream news. Right on time. A good 3 years after I tried to start screaming it to the rooftop.
A lot of people are trapped at #TriStar and have to wait.
But recently, Britney's lawyer, Matt Rosengart, alleged in court that more than $1 billion might have been stolen from Britney's estate. But you might be wondering, why does everyone keep bringing up this $600 million figure? And why do we keep seeing it pop up over and over and over again? Turns out I might have had a little something to do with that. So let's get into the full backstory. So let's get in the time machine and travel back in time almost exactly 3 years ago. At that point, that surprise witness didn't even have a YouTube channel. And this channel, BJ Investigates, wasn't even a twinkle in our eyes. I saw some conspiracy TikToks that made me aware of #Free Britney and the #Free Britney movement. And that led me to making some discoveries that would change not only my life, but possibly the course of human history forever. Today, I want to revisit some of those findings and theories that I speculated back in the day, back at the time, and examine whether they stood the test of time. That's right. We're talking about Stonebridge Investment Council. So I became aware of the Free Britney movement in July 2020 and immediately began investigating the people and the parties involved in the conservatorship. I started looking into info that I knew about, including property records, court filings, and other filings with regulatory authorities, including FINRA and the Securities and Exchange Commission. It took me almost no time at all to come across a woman named Louise Mary Taylor, or Lou M. Taylor. She had her name all over Britney's business filings. She also happened to be one of Hollywood's most prolific and notorious business managers. Oh, Boom Flash Prince Estate article. So I ended up uncovering massive conflicts of interest having to do with Lou Taylor in relation to Britney Spears' conservatorship and her business dealings. I want to list a few of those just for your information and just for context. So for example, I found out that Lou Taylor was registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission as a registered investment advisor for a company called Stonebridge Wealth Management for nearly a decade. And that was from March 2004 through May 2013. So almost 10 years. With 9 years, she was an investment advisor for this company called Stonebridge. Upon further investigation, I discovered that Stonebridge is an investment advising firm based in Nashville, but it was originally founded in Brentwood, Tennessee. Brentwood is very interesting because that's also the headquarters of American Addiction Centers, which is the place where Amanda Rabb died. No connection other than that, but like, what is Brentwood, Tennessee? I don't know. All roads lead to Brentwood. Basically, Stonebridge advises clients on how to invest their money, and they also seem to possibly take custody of people's money to basically invest it themselves on behalf of clients. So your typical investment advisor firm functions, which again, Ivan Yevremovich has one of these firms, Illumine Investments, but today's video is really not about them. Anyway, as you can see from this now missing from the internet filing, Lou wasn't only a registered representative for Stonebridge, but she was also listed as the executive vice president and director for Stonebridge Investment Council, Inc., which I found out is the same company by a different name. So you have Stonebridge Wealth Management and Stonebridge Investment Council. sharing ID numbers or whatever with the SEC. So it's the same company that just has two different names. Now, here is another website that shows Lou Taylor being executive vice president and director and 50 to 75% owner of Stonebridge Investment Counsel beginning all the way back in August 2002. So she was an employee, an officer, and a director of Stonebridge for almost 10 years. And during 5 of those years, so from 2008 to 2013, Britney Spears was imprisoned in a court-imposed conservatorship. So just keep that in mind. Also, take note that Lou listed herself as the president of TriStar Sports and Entertainment beginning in 1990. Just remember that for later. In and of itself, who cares? But wait, there's more. Lou also played a huge part in Britney's business dealings. She was Britney's business manager through that company, TriStar, for one. As far as the financial operations of Britney, Lou Taylor appears to have really been the final word for a very long time. Like I said earlier, she also had her name all over Britney's business filings as the agent for service of process. She was also Britney's accountant, responsible for having Britney's tax documents prepared each year. She participated in coordinating many of Britney's tours, her merch production and sales, and coordinated various licensing deals and business contracts for Britney, the brand. Lou would of course be paid fees and or percentages for all of these various jobs from Britney's pocket and Britney's hard work. Lou Taylor also played a significant role in court for Britney's conservatorship. Specifically, she was responsible for making annual reports for the conservatorship judge to approve. So this is a legal requirement that is meant to stop corruption and bad actors from taking advantage of conservatees. You'll see why that didn't work very soon. So Lou was supposed to prepare these annual accounting reports of every penny that was spent from Britney's money. Then she was supposed to show those receipts to the judge. And for 8 or 9 years of the conservatorship, Lou did file accounting reports and she did show them to the court each year. Well, when I started looking into those filings, that's when things started to get a little weird. So Britney's conservatorship started February 2008. And by 2010, there was evidence that at least some of Britney's money was being funneled into, you guessed it, Stonebridge. Also, Lou buried it down in the fine print that she didn't bother even trying to report to the court any of Britney's intellectual property income, meaning all of the money that Britney made from trademarks, copyrights, her name, her likeness was never reported to the court. Like, I'm no accounting expert, but I feel like it had to have been where Britney the brand derived the majority of her assets and income based on intellectual property. I just have to assume that the majority of Britney's money was coming from the name and likeness and intellectual property, but I really don't know. And that's one of the big things they're fighting about in court right now between Britney's lawyers and Jamie's lawyers. And Lou just wasn't bothering to report any of those earnings to the court. How did she get away with that for a decade? And it wasn't just that year that the accounting showed Britney's money in Stonebridge. Here's a receipt from 2013 showing that over $800 in payments had been made to Stonebridge. I wanted to show y'all this 2013 evidence because look at what Britney's lawyer filed that exact same year on Britney's behalf. It's called a waiver of notice. Basically, it's Britney's court-imposed lawyer, who was complicit in this scheme the entire time, Sam Ingham, took it upon himself to waive Britney's right, her legal right, to even be so much as notified that any accounting reports had been filed. So I assumed the obvious. Britney had no way to see that Lou's investment company, Stonebridge, was receiving some of Britney's hard-earned money because it was actively being hidden from her. Now remember, I was making all these discoveries before #FreeBritney really reached its height. This was at least a year before Matt Rosengart would eventually come onto the scene that I started making these discoveries about the conflicts and stuff like that. People were calling us everything but a child of God. They were calling us conspiracy theorists, desperate fans, fake lawyers, basically everything. But I didn't care because I knew this was a huge deal and also knew it had the potential to make the biggest difference in Britney's case and ultimately her freedom. Lou Taylor was wearing too many hats and it created monumentally perverse incentives for Lou to put her own interests, whether they be financial or career or otherwise, before Britney, the conservatee's true best interests. Like, really think about it. Lou Taylor is Brittany's business manager, responsible for effectuating business transactions. She's Brittany's accountant, responsible for accounting for the business transactions that she orchestrated and participated in. Seemingly also Brittany's wealth planner, in charge of at least some of her investments through Stonebridge, where she did work for like 5 years during Brittany's conservatorship while she was Brittany's manager. And she was directing at least some of Brittany's money to be put into her investment company while she was an owner, an officer, an employee, and a director. She was the accounting reporter for the conservatorship court, responsible for reporting to the court on what fees she was getting paid, accountings that she had prepared. In my opinion, nobody stood more to gain from Britney Spears' conservatorship than Lou Taylor. And nobody had as ample of an opportunity to do it. So of course, I start looking more into the actual company, Stonebridge Investment Counsel. And just to let you know, a lot of this information has been completely wiped from the internet, but I'll show you all the receipts that I have and I was able to salvage. About a month into my original investigation, I'm searching for Stonebridge's business filings on FINRA's website called Broker Check. I wasn't particularly familiar with these legally required annual ADV filings, but I started to look at their most recent filing at that time to see what I could try to piece together. I took note that Stonebridge reported having only 3 employees at that time, and only 2 of those 3 had advisory functions within the company. I also knew that one of those 3 employees was the company's owner at the time, Mitchell Stanley Martin. He was the CEO, and he was apparently the only one that owns Stonebridge now or something. I really don't know. But I knew he was one of the employees. Also, I knew that his son, Tyler Owen Martin, was another of the firm's employees. But that 3rd employee, I didn't know for sure who it was. And still to this day, I still don't know who it was. Again, this is back when I first started the investigation. In that 2020 ADV filing, Stonebridge reported that it had over $722 million in assets under their management. That means that they managed over $700 million of other people's money, essentially. I dug a little deeper and found that over $600 million, right around $601 million, was actually being held in someone else's custody. It wasn't even actually under Stonebridge's custody. It looked very strange to me, but here, I'll put the picture up. And this $601 million was in the custody of the company called NFS, which is short for National Financial Services. So Stonebridge also reported in this June 2020 filing that 87% of those hundreds of millions of dollars under their management was in cash. It was in a category called cash and cash equivalents. Now, I do want to note that Lou herself was not listed in this 2020 filing. According to her, she was no longer affiliated with Stonebridge in 2020, but I don't really believe her. So you can take her word for it. You can make up your own mind. It's really up to you. So naturally, I wondered how much, if any, of that $722 million was Britney Spears' money, and whether Lou was still involved with Stonebridge somehow. Unfortunately, the SEC website only provides a company's most recent ADV filing at any given point, so I needed to look for more information elsewhere. I just started poking around the internet for stuff that wasn't in that 2020 ADV filing, and if you followed me for a while, you're probably very familiar with this chart. I originally found it on a website called AUM.com that tracks investment fund information throughout the years. And in particular, the quote, assets under management is what AUM.com is focused on. It's the name of their website, AUM, assetsundermanagement.com. That's another way to put how much money do you manage for other people. And in particular, AUM.com keeps track of a firm's assets under management, or the monetary value of the assets under a firm's management. So like I said, this graph showed up on the page for Stonebridge Investment Counsel back in 2020, and I have a screen recording I will insert that is actually from 2020 in the time that this graph was up there on the website. I mean, I've been looking at graphs my whole life, and I never saw one that looked quite like this. It was just odd. It looks very weird to me. Let's break it down why it looks like this. As you can see, from the time that Stonebridge was founded in 2002 through 2007, the assets under management were relatively, compared to what they manage today, low. But over overall, this AUM number did slightly rise over the first 5 years of the company. Then, right around 2008, the total assets under Stonebridge management took a little dive, and we see a little downturn in the graph. Around 2010 to 2012, we see a noticeable increase in the assets under Stonebridge's management, and it's clearly more of an influx, not a steady increase. It's a little boop, you see what I mean? Then you can see around 2013, the assets under Stonebridge management start to steadily increase, like exactly in a straight line up the graph. You see what I mean? And it's like a perfectly straight, almost too perfect incline to 2020. But then the most unusual thing about this graph is that the 2019-2020 line shoots straight up, vertically, inflating the total assets under Stonebridge's management by like literally 5 times. The company had been around for almost 20 years at that point, and it never managed more than $150 million at a time in its whole history. And in 1 year, it went from managing like $140-something million to over $700 million. Then I couldn't help but remember that Stonebridge reported to the SEC that a whopping 87% of the assets they manage is cash. 87% of $722 million is $628 million in cash. Who has that much cash or cash equivalents? Not a lot of people. It's a very small percentage of people who has that much money in cash. I would venture to wager that Elon Musk doesn't have that much money in cash. He had to sell stock in Tesla to buy Twitter. That's because he didn't have cash. Y'all see what I'm saying? So it's like July 2020, and I'm just finding all this stuff out. I just found this chart for the first time, and I looked down at the years to try and see exactly when that $600 million increase had hit. But look, it's very hard to tell when it was. So it's inconclusive whether Stonebridge started managing these hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in 2019 or 2020, but I think it's safe to say it was definitely one of those years. You be the judge. Comment below if it's not 2019 or 2020. It definitely ain't 2021 because I saw this in 2020. So when I made this discovery, I immediately start making videos about it on TikTok, basically trying just to make people aware. Actually, I think my very first YouTube video ever on That Surprise Witness was a compilation of those very same TikToks talking about Lou Taylor and Stonebridge and her connection with Stonebridge. And now remember, all of this is building up to the height of the Free Britney movement, but it was going on for at least a year before I ever even found out about the Free Britney movement. I did not start the Free Britney movement. I joined it. And I remember going on an Instagram live early on with Kevin Wu, one of the undisputed leaders of the Free Britney movement, and the episode he was working on that day was called Follow the Money, about Britney Spears. I don't remember exactly, but he told me something about how that's what the Free Britney movement could really use help with or something like that. I did assume that at least some of Britney's money was being paid into Stonebridge somehow, because as we talked about, Lou Taylor did file those annual accountings with the conservatorship court that did show at least some of Britney's money did go into Stonebridge. I also suspected the $600 million cash influx into Stonebridge could have been Britney Spears' money. Could have been. Not that it definitely was, but that it could have been. Because I'm trying to figure out who the $600 million is for. It looked like it was just from one person. But I couldn't be certain it was Britney's money for many reasons, including I didn't have any solid proof. Everything was a bit circumstantial, so I didn't feel comfortable making the assertion that it was Britney's. So I decided to look for some proof. Well, a huge break in the case would happen almost immediately. The next month, August 2020, Jamie Lynn Spears, which is Britney's sister, filed a court document mentioning Stonebridge Wealth Management by name in the court filing a month after I joined the Free Britney movement and start looking into Stonebridge. Now is probably also a good time to mention that Lou Taylor is also friends with Jamie Lynn Spears and is her business manager and has been her business manager for almost 20 years at this point. So they have their own close relationship. And Jamie Lynn went so far as to call this woman Mama Lou in her own memoir. So again, it's like August 2020. I just learned about the conservatorship in Free Britney like last month, and I started reading court filings to people on Instagram live. And that's when Jamie Lynn Spears files this 70-page court document. The document is called Petition for Order Instructing Trustee to Deposit Trust Assets into Blocked Accounts, and it was filed in the matter of SJB Revocable Trust. This thing was a bombshell. I honestly think it might have inspired my entire start on YouTube. Basically, the purpose of this document was to ask the court for an order to relocate a substantial amount of assets that belong to Britney's trust trust into some different accounts. The big revelation here was that the person asking permission was the trustee of the trust, and that Jamie Lynn Spears, Britney's sister, was the trustee. This was not previously known information. The reason this was news, the last time that anyone spoke on the matter had heard, Jamie Lynn Spears was not the trustee of this trust. It was a man named Ivan Tabak. He was the trustee of the trust, and apparently he had actually helped set it up with Britney way back in 2004. Before that, he was co-trustee with Britney's brother, but eventually Britney's brother dropped off. We're gonna do a whole video about this trust, so if you don't understand what's going on with the trust and stuff like that, don't worry. We have a whole entire video coming on it, but just know that nobody knew Jamie Lynn Spears was the trustee. And in August 2020, she filed papers in court as the trustee, and basically everyone found out she was the trustee now.
The latest on Britney Spears, the singer's younger sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, has been made trustee of Britney's finances.
Come to find out, she had actually been the trustee for like 2 years. Since 2018, she started being the trustee. Now, this was 2020, so it was under the radar for like 2 years that Jamie Lynn Spears was the trustee for Britney's trust. Again, if you don't know what that means, that's fine. We're gonna do a whole video on it. I only wanna bring the trust up in this video to show y'all how I got to the next step of the Stonebridge Investment Council story. So here we are, August 2020, Jamie Lynn Spears, trustee of Britney's trust, is asking the court to move Britney's trust assets. But where? I bet you can guess. But let's take a look at the evidence. Here in the court filing, Jamie Lynn, in her capacity as trustee, has to select a certain institution to basically hold the trust assets. Again, I'm going to get into all this, not in today's video though. For now, just know Jamie Lynn chooses this institution called Fidelity Brokerage Services as the depository for the trust assets for Britney. And then Jamie Lynn attaches some stuff from those Fidelity people to the back of her court filing. Now, these exhibits I think are like Exhibit C and D. Exhibit C is some kind of application that they had to fill out in order to get these papers done to present them to the court. And it says Stonebridge SJB separately managed trust account. And it refers the reader to the next page. When you turn to the next page, you see a copy of the application. And look, just clear as day, all caps, Stonebridge Wealth Management. Then trustee Jamie Lynn Spears attaches this client agreement between Fidelity and Stonebridge. Again, why is this weird? Well, first of all, it's weird. Nobody knew Jamie Lynn was a trustee. Second of all, Stonebridge was affiliated with Lou Taylor. It was started by Lou Taylor. Lou Taylor had all these conflicts of interest. Lou Taylor was Britney's business manager, Jamie Lynn's business manager, Jamie Spears, the dad's business manager. She had her hand everywhere. And this Stonebridge Investment Council, Stonebridge Wealth Management, is where now Jamie Lynn just so happens to be trying to put Britney's money. And then later on, you would hear Matt Rosengart call Lou Taylor the mastermind behind this conservatorship and stuff like that. But this is all what I'm finding at the time. The header of this document, as you can see, is Fidelity. And on the top left, you can see Fidelity referring to itself, quote, collectively with another company called National Financial Services. Well, that brought me right back around to Stonebridge's ADV form, the first thing we looked at in today's video with the $600 million on it. Guess where $601 million of that Stonebridge cash is being separately held? NFS, National Financial Services. So here we are, August 2020, Jamie Lynn Spears, trustee of Britney's trust, asked the court for an order to move Britney's trust assets. Jamie Lynn selects Fidelity Brokerage Services to deal with assets and attaches some paperwork to the back of the petition. In those exhibits, the paperwork shows Fidelity referring to itself collectively with National Financial Services as one side of the contract and Stonebridge as the other. Stonebridge reported to the SEC that same year, just a couple months before, that $601 million, mostly in cash, of the assets they manage are being held in custodial accounts at National Financial Services already. The very next exhibit, Exhibit D, is called FIWS Stonebridge Relationship Pricing, a presentation from Fidelity presented to Stonebridge in relation to the management of Britney Spears' SJB Trust assets. So, because of all those connections, I had a strong hunch that it was possible that maybe Jamie Lynn Spears had already moved Britney's SJB $600 million or something, whatever came from SJB, into Stonebridge's care. But there just still was not enough proof to show that that is what happened. And I did not want to make that kind of accusation without stronger proof. So I looked for more. If it wasn't Britney Spears' money, then who did the $600 million belong to? I had a hunch it was all from one client because it's just such a disproportionately large influx in just 1 year. But that too is just an assumption that I could not know for sure. What I knew for sure was this. Stonebridge is a small company. it only listed 3 employees at the time. I knew that $600 million belonged to one or more Americans because Stonebridge told the SEC 0% of their clients were non-US persons. Now, American could mean a person or a business or an entity or something like that, but they reported 0% non-US clients or non-US persons as clients. I knew that the $600 million likely belonged to a quote high net worth individual or more than one high net worth individual. Stonebridge reported fewer than 100 total clients at the time, 44 of them being quote high net worth individuals. So if it was the case that the $600 million belonged to one person, it would certainly be a high net worth individual, and that narrows it down to one of 44 clients of Lou Taylor's former firm. Now, when you actually dig deeper, all 44 of those could be businesses just owned by one client, strictly speaking. Again, I don't know even still to this day who those 44 clients are for sure. I also know for sure $683 million of the assets under Stonebridge's management did belong to high net worth individuals. Now, there's a whole side plot going on where I was studying for and passing the bar exam at this time, and I started working as a lawyer at my first ever lawyer job. And within like 2 or 3 months, this lady, Lou Taylor, just so happens to hire my law firm that I'm working at and starts having like very serious talks with the very highest level people at the firm that most of the time a first year associate would never even speak to. What these conversations were about was Lou Taylor wanted me to stop making videos mentioning her, and she wanted me to delete all the videos that I had made mentioning her in the past, which was like thousands of hours worth of work at that point. Guess which subject that Lou was particularly concerned with me covering on my videos? Her involvement with Stonebridge Investment Counsel. She spent who God knows how long on the phone with my bosses, trying to tell them that she had no affiliation with Stonebridge. And I was fresh out of law school. I mean, I just took the bar exam. I know exactly what a conflict of interest is at that point, and I know exactly what an affiliation means. If you founded a company, worked for the company, benefited from the company, owned the company, and were the director of a company, and now that company is managing your clients' funds, you're affiliated, baby. Yes, you are. On top of the fact that Mitchell Stanley Martin, the current owner of Stonebridge at the time, had been listed as an owner of the other company, TriStar Sports and Entertainment, as well as the president of that company. So all their little business dealings have seemed to have been all intermingled. But that's a video for another day. Lou Taylor came to my law firm that I was working at, my first lawyer job ever, wanted me to stop talking about her affiliation with Stonebridge, arguing people down that she's not affiliated with Stonebridge no more. It was very weird. It was very, very weird, and remains one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me in my life. So me and Jake have known throughout the entirety of the Free Britney movement that the most important aspect that was going to make the biggest impact definitely going to be focusing on these financial conflicts of interest. We took every opportunity that we could to shout it from the rooftops, not only that Lou Taylor was the mastermind of this whole hybrid business model conservatorship, but also that she had the most to gain from it. Mainstream media decided to either completely bury the stories or to downplay them as if we were all crazed fans and not legitimately concerned activists with education in the areas we were talking about, Chloe Malos. That would all change when Britney's new lawyer, Matt Rosengart, came on the scene. By 2022, Matt Rosengart was raising exactly the same issues that I had raised back in 2020, naming the exact entities that I had named and calling out the exact same people in the exact same way, in this time in a court. Here's an excerpt from a 2022 filing by Matt. Matt confirms what I had been saying in a court filing. Stonebridge did manage some of Britney's money. Lou Taylor did own 50% of Stonebridge while it managed Britney's money. And the same exact year that Lou apparently sold her Stonebridge shares, Britney's money left custody of Stonebridge. Now, there's one whole other thing going on at this time where Stonebridge was changing the name of its business, and Britney would embark on a tremendously lucrative worldwide tour, despite apparently being too incompetent to so much as even enter a contract or see her kids. But I really can't get into everything in this video because there's just too many moving parts. So we had proof that some of Britney's money was in Stonebridge, but also we had proof through court filings that maybe Lou did take all of Britney's money from Stonebridge with her when she took her shares. So I still hadn't solved the mystery of exactly what that $600 million influx into Stonebridge was all about back in 2019-2020. And I still hadn't solved the mystery of who it belonged to. Anyway, the more I looked for proof that the $600 million was Britney's money, the more I came to believe an alternative theory that maybe the $600 million really wasn't Britney's money at all. It seems a lot more likely to me now that $600 million belongs to Kylie Jenner.
Okay, so I can already tell that it has a really glossy texture, which I really like. I mean, she has had more financial success in terms of business than all of her sisters.
Hi guys, it's Kylie.
Kylie Jenner lip kit. And she was so smart to create this line of makeup. Oh my gosh, it smells so good.
You guys know I'm all about fragrance, and whoa, wait a minute. There's literally like no fragrance.
I'm like getting goosebumps right now. I'm so excited. Like, you can be like the Kardashians and for just maybe $29 buy one of these lip kits, and that's why they're selling like hotcakes. They get sold out in minutes.
I have been waiting for these because every time I go online, they're totally sold out. Like, I don't know how anybody gets a lip kit, but finally I have not one, but two.
And it's incredible, the branding power and obviously the investment power, the vehicle that CoverGirl will have here, or Cody, in investing these billions.
Look at the detail on the box. There's like dripping lip gloss.
I have my beloved mother here.
Wow. She is such a media mogul, and she's so
This is the mother,
smart when
of
it
course,
comes
their mother.
to business and has helped broker these
Yeah.
deals. I just love it. This is so Kylie, and it's from Kylie Cosmetics. Ooh, so fancy. She has her own office at the Kylie Cosmetics like plant that they have in Los Angeles.
And the moral of this story, always listen to mom, right?
I think that's what it is.
Chloe's
Yeah.
in with me on that.
But for years, she has lied and exaggerated just how successful she really is.
Natural, quote unquote.
Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created. It might never do again. In the last couple episodes, we talked about Britney Spears' fortune and looked into some court documents that showed us exactly where at least some of Britney's money is being managed and invested to this very day. In one of those videos, I told y'all about the folklore surrounding that $600 million and why many people came to associate that number with Britney Spears' elusive and mysterious fortune. We talked about how Britney Spears' longtime business manager, Lou Taylor, had all these conflicts of interest with Britney's business and conservatorship dealings, and how some of Britney's money was held by an investment firm that Lou Taylor actually founded and owned, called Stonebridge. We also talked about a monumental increase in the assets under Stonebridge's management that happened around 2019 or 2020 while Britney was still in a conservatorship, and how that increase was right around $600 million, mostly in cash. In another video, I explained that right around that exact same time, Britney's conservatorship team was making all kinds of changes in court to how her trust was supposed to be administered. Make sure to check those out if you missed them. If you did see it, you also saw that my personal working theory/opinion, and I reserve the right to change my mind, is that while it is theoretically possible for that $600 million to have been Britney's, and to be clear, I still hold room for the possibility that it could be Britney's, but that my current working theory is that it's much more likely, in my opinion, that the $600 million was Kylie Jenner's. In today's video, we're going to go over some of the publicly available evidence that, when considered together, gives rise to my hunch that the $600 million transferred into Stonebridge's management in 2019 or 2020 belongs to none other than Kylie Kristen Jenner. Kylie Kristen Jenner is a household name at this point. At first, she was known as the youngest child in the Kardashian Jenner clan, but as the years went on, Kylie would become a marketing powerhouse in her own right. Kylie began to build her own personal brand over a decade ago on social media sites like Twitter and Instagram, and she would eventually become the first woman ever to reach 300 million Instagram subscribers. As a teenager, Kylie showed a profound interest in two things: cosmetics and social media. The story goes that when Kylie was still a teenager, she approached her mother and manager, Kris Jenner, with a business idea that would be to combine these two passions, and that Kris turned around and helped Kylie to launch a brand that would ultimately turn Kylie into the youngest, quote, self-made billionaire of all time. But that's not really the full story, and it's certainly not the end of the story. Today, we will discuss the rise, sale, and fall of Kylie Cosmetics and examine how its monumental cash sale might have been an Achilles heel for Lou Taylor and her investment firm, Stonebridge. So you might have seen articles like this one, or this one, that connect Lou Taylor to the Kardashians' business enterprises. If you've been around this channel for a while, you'll remember the series we made about Kanye West and how Kris and Kim allegedly tried to, quote, lock him up with doctors straight out of the Lou Taylor conservatorship hell playbook. You might also know that I was one of the very first people to make that connection between Lou Taylor and the Kardashians all the way back in 2020. One of those businesses was called Abracadabra Holdings, and when I looked into that business in the Open Corporates website, I saw that it was described as an asset management company. As expected, I also saw Lou Taylor was listed as the agent for service of process, as she usually was at the time for Britney's business filings. But what I saw next came as a complete surprise. Right there, plain as day, I saw the manager member box filled with none other than Kris Jenner? At the time, back in 2020, this information was pretty groundbreaking. I kept searching and kept finding more and more connections between Lou Taylor and the Kardashian Jenners. And come to find out, Lou wasn't only on businesses with Kris Jenner. No. She was associated with businesses for Kim and Kylie also. And this would become very important later on in my investigation. So like I said earlier, when Kylie was still a teenager, she approached her mother and manager, Kris Jenner, with a business idea. Kylie wanted to leverage her social media talent and audience to sell products that she was passionate about. Kylie has been open about her insecurities relating to her small lips.
I had an insecurity with my lips when I was younger.
And at the time that she created her notorious lip kits, Kylie was really relying on the overlining method to make the thin lips look fuller. Now, there was also a whole bunch of drama going on at the same time where Kylie was basically just denying that she had lip fillers, and it was very obvious that she either had a surgical procedure to put a new lip in her face, or she was definitely using lip fillers. Like, no shame, just don't deny it, you know what I mean?
Everyone thinks I keep making my lips bigger, but
how does she get these beautiful lips?
pull the color. Everyone thinks I use like one certain color. So this is them normally.
You know what's weird? I've been into small lips lately. I want them to look small, you know?
Yeah. So, for one reason or another, she wanted to cash in on this phenomenon, and she wanted to sell these lip kits that included one lipstick and one lip liner and the exact same color, so her loyal fans and followers could have the same look that Kylie had. Now again, I mean, the girl was definitely surgically or cosmetically altering her actual lips and not just using lipstick, but I guess there was at least some certain amount of the population that still did believe that somehow these lipsticks were somehow giving Kylie this giant upper lip that she had never had before. But anyway, Kylie started out on the lip kit brand with just a few shades and had only 5,000 of each shade produced. I think it was 3, so it was like 15,000 lip kits, 5,000 of each color, and those kits sold out instantly. I think it was less than a minute they were sold out. The Kylie lip kits were a bona fide success. Before long, Kylie and Kris expanded the lip kit launch into a full-scale cosmetics brand and named it Kylie Cosmetics. In the first year of Kylie Cosmetics, Kylie and Kris would release several additional lip kit shades and would expand the brand from just lip kits to include eyeshadow palettes and various makeup tools and accessories. Kylie and Kris would release a holiday collection the same year of the launch, and the collection brought in $19 million in the first 24 hours alone. Kylie would continue to add products to the brand over the next few years, expanding from lip kits and brushes to a full-scale makeup line. By August 2018, Kylie was featured on the front cover of Forbes magazine alongside the caption, quote, "At 21, she's set to be the youngest ever self-made billionaire." At that time, Kylie was the youngest person to ever make the Forbes World's Richest list. So from all appearances, Kylie had established and built a brand as a teenager that was competing with some of the beauty industry's heaviest hitters. Kylie Cosmetics was projected to be worth $1 billion by the year 2022. For comparison, it took L'Oreal like 80 years to be worth $1 billion. So the fact that Kylie's little Instagram lip kit brand could be worth as much in just 8 years on a single product line got major attention in the industry. Everybody wanted a piece of Kylie Cosmetics' success. In 2019, just 5 years after the inception of the brand, 51% ownership in Kylie Cosmetics was sold to a major French cosmetics conglomerate called Coty. But as many makeup reviewers and regular consumers would come to find out, there wasn't much that was particularly groundbreaking about Kylie Cosmetics products.
Like, I'm having to apply a little bit more.
I just found like 2 bristles on my face. Oh, there's another one. So this brush shedding.
It's just kind of a pass. I don't really...
As you see, this is not blending, so.
I personally hate these brushes and think there's literally no point to them. They do absolutely nothing.
Also, bazillion similar brushes on the market.
There's a lot of product in the brush now left over.
It does feel very cheap.
I don't know, it's just so small. It doesn't look like it's 20 colors.
It's leaving streaks on my face.
This brush bag is rough.
This feels like it's from the Dollar Tree.
I don't even know what this is.
It's the cheapest brush bag I've...
I don't really like it, and I didn't like this one either.
Like, honestly, I wouldn't want this.
Like tin foil, it looks like the shit they did in Signs when they were like,
ooh. It's not like Kylie was inventing a brand new lipstick formula or a reverse aging miracle. The secret to the brand's success was right there in its name. Kylie. Traditional industry leaders like L'Oreal and Estee Lauder have no problems making high-quality products or getting a space on the shelves. The issue they have is one of branding. A lot of the traditional makeup brands are solid and reliable, but they're not really hip or trendy. These major brands have to compete for customers' limited and finite cash, and that is the value of Kylie Cosmetics. So for Coty to purchase any percentage of Kylie Cosmetics, the business would have to be officially valued, or valuated, as some might say. And this valuation process is the part of the story where things are about to really pick up. And it's where I started suspecting that Lou Taylor was probably involved. Let's get into it. So through a confusing and convoluted process, it was determined by the powers that be that Kylie Cosmetics was worth $1.2 billion. Now, if you're keeping track of the timeline, Kylie Cosmetics wasn't supposed to reach the billion-dollar valuation till 2022. So if it was worth $1 billion in 2019, it had happened 3 full years earlier than previously predicted. And it would have done so in 75 fewer years than L'Oreal. In any event, Kylie Cosmetics was valued at $1.2 billion for the purposes of the sale to Coty. And remember, Coty wanted to buy 51% of the company. So that means Coty would need to pay Kylie and Kris exactly $600 million. Now, the thing about Coty is that it's a publicly traded company, which means that Coty has had to meet certain regulatory requirements when it came to this type of sale. Now, we're not going to get into all their requirements, but suffice it to say that one of the requirements is Coty has to make a lot of the info about the sale available to the public by filing that info with the Securities and Exchange Commission, also known as the SEC. So in a public filing from the time of the sale, November 2019, Coty laid out the terms of the purchase, which confirms that they did pay Kylie $600 million and that $600 million was all in cash. And in this public filing, we get a lot of valuable information. Most of it we don't really have time to even really get into today, but one of the first things that you learn when you read the document are the actual businesses and parties involved in the transaction. The purchase agreement was between Coty Inc., a Delaware corporation, and King Kylie LLC, a Delaware limited liability company. Now, I want to note that there is mention of, quote, other parties listed as signatories at the top of this filing, and we can get into that eventually, but for the purposes of right now, just remember Coty and King Kylie LLC are the ones entering into this $600 million cash agreement. The asset to be purchased was 51% of the equity interests in King Kylie. And just for your information and for example, for context or whatever, Kylie Skin is a wholly owned subsidiary of King Kylie. So I can imagine that there are other brands, maybe Kylie Baby, that are all wholly owned by this King Kylie LLC. And so effectively what Coty was getting was a 51% ownership, not only in Kylie Cosmetics, but seemingly in all of the beauty related branding that Kylie would be doing in the future. So I looked into the public records for King Kylie LLC, and lo and behold, right there, black and white public record, is Lou Taylor's name and information, again, as the agent for service of process. So it's worth noting that Kylie Cosmetics' Coty sale would have been negotiated and effectuated in 2019. And the earliest time I caught Lou Taylor on the public King Kylie filings was December 2020. So I can't be 100% sure that Lou M. Taylor was involved in the Coty transaction, but I strongly suspect that she was. Let me give you a little more context into what was happening all at the time. So the Kylie Cosmetics transaction made major headlines across the world. Everybody was reporting on this sale, from tabloids to gossip columns and legal journals to Financial Times. Now, the purchase agreement was dated November 18th, 2019. And on November 19th, the ink from the purchase agreement hadn't even dried before the CEO of Jenner Communications herself was on a full-force media PR campaign, bragging about how excited and proud she was of the sale.
Truly a moment for our family to be proud at. It's kind of a crystallization of all of our work.
Want to know who moved even faster than Kris Jenner to get on the PR push to praise and celebrate this monumental cash deal? Our favorite bought and paid for TV actor playing a journalist, Chloe Mayloss.
Hey guys, it's Chloe, and this is not your normal Holly Buzz. This is actually my last day. I know, very sad. I've been here for almost 7 years, and I have done so many amazing videos. I promised I wasn't gonna cry. I love each and every one of you so much.
Literally, the exact same day that the Kylie and Cody purchase agreement was signed, like where they formally officially signed their agreement, that exact same day, November 18th, 2019, CNN shill of the decade, Chloe Mayloss, was defending the valuation on CNN. Now, why on earth were they asking Chloe Mayloss about the valuation of Kylie Cosmetics? That's a very interesting thing to ask Chloe Mayloss. Anyway,
I want to ask you about the valuation, right? The sticker price. Is it worth it? What has she built here?
100% it's worth it. I mean, first of all, like you said, she is the youngest self-made billionaire. Forbes named her this just this past year. I mean, I think that we've seen just this astronomical rocket ship that she has been tied to with her success. She's going to stay on in the company with a creative role, and that social role is so important that you mentioned. She has 150 million followers.
150
on
million.
Instagram, okay?
Now you might wonder, why on earth a semi-autonomous gossip columnist will be defending the valuation of Kylie Cosmetics on the exact same day the company sold 51% of itself to Cody for $600 million? And the first part of getting into that, we got to address the Forbes drama.
Maybe we could just switch out the cover.
There was trouble on the horizon, and at least somebody seems to have expected it, and then they attempted to get out in front of it through the court of public opinion. See, Kylie and Kris didn't just make off into the sunset with that $600 million in cash. Many people expressed criticism and confusion about Kylie Cosmetics' valuation, including industry experts like analysts, auditors, and Forbes magazine. Eventually, Cody's own shareholders would even sue Cody over this exact valuation. Just a few months after the purchase agreement was signed between Kylie and Cody, and just 2 years after Forbes announced Kylie as, quote, set to be the world's youngest self-made billionaire, Forbes would revoke that title in nothing short of a debilitating all-out hit piece on Kylie and her business practices. The June 2020 article is entitled Inside Kylie Jenner's Web of Lies and Why She's No Longer a Billionaire. In this scathing expose, Forbes lays out all the hoops that Kris and the Kylie Jenner team tried to jump through in order to finagle Kylie onto the Forbes list. According to Forbes, Kylie's team included an unnamed CPA and/or accountant. The report accuses the Kar-Jenners of spending years, quote, fighting Forbes for higher spots on their annual wealth and celebrity earnings lists. The way the article puts it, the Kardashian-Jenners were obsessed with their net worth and obsessed with getting on the Forbes wealth lists. Apparently, Kim had been featured in the magazine a few months prior, and the entire Kar-Jenner clan made it their mission to get Kylie her own spot next. Now, the first part of this article goes into how Forbes apparently always had their suspicions on whether Kylie was actually a billionaire. Put another way, they were suspicious and curious how the Kylie Cosmetics empire could possibly even be worth over $1 billion, all the way back in 2019. But later on in the article, Forbes does go on to admit that the Cody deal itself did convince them that the business must be worth at least $1 billion. Because after all, Cody did pay $600 million in cash for 51% of the company. So if someone's willing to pay that for it, it must mean that it is worth $1 billion. And so Forbes in this article admits, yeah, okay, fine. We were suspicious whether she was worth $1 billion, but I guess she is because technically and legally speaking, the company was valued at that for the purposes of a major acquisition, so they kind of let it go. But that was not the final word. The article goes on to discuss all the documents and filings that had been made publicly available in the months that had passed since Cody acquired 51% of Kylie Cosmetics. According to Forbes, there were no lengths to which the Kar-Jenners refused to go in order to make themselves appear richer than they are. Forbes accuses the Kar-Jenners of white lies, omissions, and outright fabrications in their desperate attempts to claw their way up the Hollywood rich people lists. And again, y'all, this is Forbes magazine saying this. I'm just telling you what they said. It's not me, don't shoot the messenger, okay? The Kar-Jenners had apparently also invited Forbes into their mansions and their CPA's offices, and even went so far as to present Forbes with allegedly forged tax documents. The long and short of the Forbes expose was this. The Kar-Jenners and their accounting people were so obsessed with clout and pretending to be richer than they were that they lied about how much the cosmetics brand was worth. And that wasn't the only allegation of the sort that they would face. Just 3 months after Forbes' expose, in September 2020, not even a full year after Kylie and Cody entered into the purchase agreement for Kylie Cosmetics, Cody's shareholders sued Cody for the exact same activities that Forbes was accusing Kylie of, inflating the value of the company.
The valuation, right? The sticker price. Is it worth it? What has she built here?
100% it's worth it. I mean,
according to the lawsuit, after Forbes published their article, Cody's stock price fell more than 13%. The shareholders claim that Cody should have done a more thorough job of investigating the valuation of the company before giving Kylie $600 million of their hard-earned money. Now, there's a whole side story going on at this very same time we don't really have time to get into today, but has to do with exactly the same type of allegations, the exact same parties, and the exact same time frame, just with a different Kar-Jenner sister. In case you didn't know, Kylie is not the only Kar-Jenner sister with a massively successful beauty brand. Her big sister Kim basically wrote the book on it. Back in 2020, Kim also sold a portion of her beauty brand, KKW Beauty, and she also sold that portion to Cody Cosmetics. And it just so happens that KKW Beauty was also valued at around $1 billion. The main difference between these sales that I can tell is that instead of acquiring a 51% share of Kim's company like they did with Kylie's company, Cody only purchased a 20% share of KKW Beauty, which led Cody to pay Kim $200 million for a 20% stake in her business. And there's all kind of lawsuits with this deal too, including one from Seed Beauty, alleging that Kylie and Kim both stole their trade secrets. But we really don't have time to talk about all these extra lawsuits in this video. But just to bring this whole thing full circle here. So we initially started on this journey 3 whole videos ago, 2, 3, asking one question. How much is Britney Spears worth? Which you really can't answer without first or in some part answering the question, where is Britney's money? Can't count something if you don't know where it is, you know what I mean? I guess you could, but you know what I mean. And in the search for Britney's money, I found her business manager and a parent investment advisor, an accountant by the name of Lou Taylor. Now, Lou founded an investment firm called Stonebridge, and during Britney's conservatorship, she put some of Britney's money or directed it to be put into Stonebridge, and we have records showing that. I also found that in 2019 or 2020, Lou's firm Stonebridge received an absolute windfall. Overnight, seemingly, $600 million in cash appeared in Stonebridge's coffers. And by 2021, it was gone. And the same year that it was gone, Lou Taylor hired my law firm that I was working at and began to apply a lot of pressure on me to stop reporting on her, and in particular, to stop reporting on Stonebridge. And I just kept asking myself, why? Out of all of the stuff, everything that I'm reporting on, I was reporting on all kinds of anything I could find. Of everything I'm reporting on, why is this Stonebridge and $600 million issue the hill that Lou Taylor seemed to be metaphorically willing to die on? So to kind of sum this part of the case up, very, very few people on planet Earth, relatively speaking, ever have $600 million in cash at one point in time. And even fewer people would have had it exactly in the 2019-2020 timeframe. Here are some things I know for sure. 1. Stonebridge had $600 million come and go in that time frame. 2. Kylie and Kris Jenner closed a $600 million cash deal during the same time frame. 3. Lou Taylor had her very own name on both Kylie and Kris Jenner's businesses during that time frame, including the business that was actually transacted on, King Kylie LLC. And in this case, just like with Britney's, I cannot possibly know with 100% certainty that the $600 million is money from the Kylie Cosmetics sale. But given the circumstantial evidence in the public record, I'm more inclined to believe that it is. And in case you were wondering, I'm not going to stop looking into this case, and there's a lot of information that I just didn't have time to cover here. For what it's worth, pun intended, I did see an article literally just today, so I haven't had time to really fully investigate it or anything like that, but I did see an article today, and there have been some recent reportings that Kylie Jenner is actually interested in buying back that 51% that Cody originally bought all the way back in 2019 or whatever. So I don't know if the $600 million is proceeds from the Kylie Cosmetics sale. I really don't know, no way to know. But some of the reasons that are being cited for Kylie wanting to buy it back or being interested in buying back that 51% have to do with creative control, and even there was some mention about valuation. And so I did want to just pull this like one random article. It could be any article, you know, they all say similar things. Some are a little faker than the others or whatever, but I wanted to just read some of the allegations because this is like hot off the press. I mean, this is like, actually not really, this is about a week old, this article, but hot off the press for my mind. The title is Kylie Jenner doesn't like how Kylie Cosmetics has been managed and wants to buy back control of the brand she sold for $600 million. So I'm definitely not reading this whole thing. It would defeat the purpose of this, but Kylie's explored taking back ownership. Okay, so first of all, the source is people familiar with the matter, but nobody says who the people are. So who knows? I mean, I could have called up Fortune magazine and said, I'm familiar, which I guess in some ways I am. Oop, doop, just kidding. That was a joke. Because I don't know if it's her money for sure. Okay, so then they go on in the article to say, in recent months, Jenner had informal discussions about trying to buy back the 51% stake that she sold for $600 million in 2020. People said asking not to be identified because the matter is private. No, it's a public company, girl. It's not private matter no more. People got to get it through their heads. When you make something a public record, it's not private. That's literally the opposite of what it is. But all right, anyway. This person wants to be private. That's fine, fair. There have been disagreements over the price. Okay. There have been, look at this passive voice. There have been disagreements over price and valuation, according to the people. I guess that's the sources. Listen to this next part. Jenner's half-sister, Kim Kardashian, is also in talks to buy back the 20% stake in her skincare line, Skin by Kim, that Cody agreed to buy for $200 million the same year. Now, I don't know if Fortune magazine just has it wrong or if this is a part I hadn't seen before, but it's my understanding that Kim sold 20% of KKW Beauty. So did she also sell 20% of Skin by Kim, or did they change the name? I really don't know. I just wanted to point that out. Both women, so Kim and Kylie, have expressed frustration with how Cody has managed their brands. Two people familiar with their thinking said, put up a picture of Kris and Lou. That's the two people, in my opinion. That's just my speculations, conspiracy theory. Okay, so according to random person A and B, Tweedledee and Tweedledum we'll call them, Kim and Kylie have expressed frustration with how Cody has managed their brands, though it's not clear exactly which aspects of the company's oversight they oppose. And then I did find a Yahoo News or Yahoo News segment. I'll just put it in here. We'll just put a couple relevant clips because I'm trying to make my videos not so long. So stay tuned for more info and more findings. But in my research into Lou Taylor's connection to the Kardashians, I made another troubling finding. Not only is Lou Taylor the business manager for Travis Scott, Kylie's ex and the father of her two children, but she was his manager during the whole Astroworld fiasco. And Lou herself is a named defendant in a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit arising out of that tragedy. Naturally, that led me into looking into it. I do also want to include very quickly, Travis Scott is a Lou Taylor client, and so is Kylie Jenner. So I do wonder how much involvement Lou Taylor had in the organization and the orchestration of this event. Did she have anything to say about the security? Did she have reason to know that this could happen? Did she fail to warn people? I'm not sure, but I'm going to be looking into it. This is a very tragic incident. It is especially tragic considering people were there to seemingly let loose, have a little bit of fun for the first time in a long time with a big group of people, and unfortunately, tragedy has broken out. Now, before we go into mass hysteria, let's follow the investigation. Let's stay on top of those investigators and make sure that they're actually doing a good job, and I'm going to definitely plan on doing that. And yeah, let's keep up with this story as it develops. Let me know if you have any information, if you know anything about it that I missed or that you think would be really important. But I do encourage you all to go out there and read news from a variety of different sources, read international stories, read publications of all over so that you can decide what it really is you think actually happened, because that's the point of the news in the first place. It's for you to take these different perspectives and put together what you think probably happened, because none of us were actually there. Unless you were, in which case I want to hear from you. So I will talk to y'all later. It's a really, really disturbing and upsetting incident, and I hope that the investigation goes better than the planning for this event. In the meantime, y'all just stay curious. Facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
Of course, if I say Britney Spears, I mean,
Britney Spears means a lot.
Ka-ching,
of course
right?
it is.
She was a pop princess worth around $125 million.
I love you, Britney.
I feel sorry for you.
Keep moving!
No, move! Out of the way! You're out of the way! In my ear. Will you shut the up?
Thank you, Britney!
I hired 20 guys that followed Britney Spears every single day.
Move!
I said to my business partners, we have to be in the business of Britney Spears.
It's the business of show business. When people pay $1 million for a shot of Britney's kid or J-Lo's first baby shot, that's $1 million that a paparazzi can make in one day.
She's the only celebrity with her own dedicated paparazzi pack.
And it really is a Britney economy here in LA.
Oh, big time. Pretty much all the paparazzi you can see, live their whole, their wages, feeding their family, feeding their kids. It's all off Britney Spears. Yes, there are other stars, but pretty much Britney Spears is the money shot.
If you want to work Britney Spears, then you need to have some ball.
Are you okay? Get off the property. Let's leave it. Let's leave it. Why not in breathe out?
Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created, might never do again. Last week we talked about P. Diddy. You didn't watch it, go watch it. Thank you very much. In today's episode, So today, everyone pretty much agrees that Britney Spears' conservatorship was abusive, unnecessary, and for lack of a better word, toxic. And especially since her book came out, everyone's been kind of asking, what on earth kind of people would do this to their own family, much less, even like another human being or whatever, but to their own family. And what type of motivators could lead a person, for example, a person's father, to sell their kid out in such a way? And that's basically the topic of today's video. Short answer, the Britney economy. Now, in the past on this channel, we have talked about the gaggle of managers and handlers and family members and grifters and hangers-on that surrounded Britney Spears in various times in her life and career. We've also talked about how Britney, back in 2004, she did try to protect her own personal assets by putting all of them into a trust. There's a video on that. There's actually a playlist on that called Follow the Money, 600 million or something like that. I'm done, bro. Mayday, mayday. We talked about other stuff too, like where Britney's money is being held, how much she might actually still be worth, what her net worth is, is it cash, is it out, who has it, all that. We've also discussed the timeline and specifically how Lou M. Taylor /
Stonebridge Wealth Management
was trying to get their talents into Britney's trust all the way as early as 2005, which is only a year after the trust was created. We've talked about how that plan was finally successful when they did implement it in 2008. By they, I mean Jamie, Lou, and a gaggle of whoever other else was helping them, Geraldine and Gerald and all of them. But there is one aspect of this story, as far as the financials of it all, that we really have not covered. Yes, of course, Britney Spears herself had a massive fortune to fight over. I think she was making at the time maybe like $9 million a year. But there was an entire booming economy that was set up on the back of none other than Britney Spears. I'm not talking about one industry either. It was like 3 entire industries supporting this whole economy of interworking networks of entities and other things that were basically raking in who even knows how many millions and millions of dollars. So today I do want to get a little bit into that Britney industrial complex. So in 2008, January 1st, first day of the year, New Year's Day, An article would be published by Portfolio that was republished by Entrepreneur. And in this article, they outlined this Britney industrial complex. The title of the article was The Britney Economy. And this article goes into a lot of detail. We're not going to get into every detail today. We just can't possibly. But when this article was published, it made waves. I mean, people were sharing it all across the fan sites. They were talking about it. It was compelling, let's say, to a lot of people. Well, that was, like I said, January 2008. By the end of that very month, the same month, Britney would be hauled off involuntarily to the UCLA Resnick Psychiatric Institution against her will involuntarily. This would happen very publicly. The news stations were flying helicopters over the top of the whole ordeal. It was hysteria, and it happened the same month that this article came out telling everybody about all of the financial stakes that all of these different players and industries have in Britney Spears, the person and the brand. So in this video, I do want to get into a few different articles and a little bit of the reporting that was going on around that time. Also want to talk about that article in particular and read a few excerpts. But before we really get into that, I just want to remind everyone, or tell you maybe for the first time if you weren't there, what the whole context of the situation was by going into the history books and looking at what was going on in 2008. So in case you didn't remember, we had a huge stock market crash back in 2008, and that led to a financial crisis, or maybe the other way around. But it didn't all just like boom into existence in September 2008. The signs of that crash were looming for a really long time and definitely had been in the experts' mind since at least October 2007. And some people really lost everything in that 2008 financial crisis. Like, they lost their homes, they lost their jobs, they lost their properties, some of them lost their minds. I mean, sincerely, some people never recovered from that financial crisis. It was a big deal, and it affected mostly everybody in the United States. That being said, the Britney business continued to boom. Like I said earlier, at the time, Britney herself was raking in about $9 million a year, like $700-something thousand a month. Plus, you had all these other industries operating basically off the back of Britney Spears only. The interesting thing that this article does point out is that Britney Spears, even though she was making all these millions, was not in any way making the most money off of Britney Spears. It was these other industries. And I hadn't really thought about it this way before I read it in the article, but the article does state that Britney Spears alone was kind of propping up the struggling, at-risk United States economy. Like $100 million or $120 million a year, US dollars, was being generated off of Britney Spears, the brand. And that included, like I said, those three categories, but we're talking tours, we're talking the backup dancers, we're talking the people who are selling the merch, and all of the different industries and players that had their tentacles in any way benefiting financially from Britney. There's whole industries that were being propped up to the tune of over $100 million a year back in 2007. The article then breaks down the appropriately coined Britney Industrial Complex into three different spokes. The first is the Packers. Her recording company, touring, merchandise, Pepsi contract, etc. Those accounted for about $30 to $40 million. The second spoke, the paparazzi. In late 2007, the global celebrity news market was a $500 billion industry. This industry was largely propped up by trash tabloid publications like PerezHilton.com and TMZ. Both of these tabloids began around 2004, 2005.
Perez Hilton, Defamer, and Gawker. They are the star blog sites that have turned entertainment gossip into an extreme sport where the stakes are high and the rules are hard to define.
Just shows you that people have an insatiable almost appetite for celebrity news.
They both made a lot of their revenues from Britney, and they both went out of their way to be particularly abusive to her out of all the people they were reporting on. The article states that Britney garners anywhere from $250,000 to $100,000 or more for a paparazzi photo, and that she accounts for 30% of X17's revenue. If you don't know who X17 is, it's that paparazzi team that was trailing Britney 24/7.
She's the only celebrity with her own dedicated paparazzi pack.
If you want to work Britney Spears, then you need to have some balls.
This is Dano. He is one of the paparazzi who follows Britney and records her every move for the tabloids.
Oh, I see her now. I see her. We have visual. I can ID that's Britney Spears now. It's money now. It's time to make some money. The game's on.
Let me know if she goes right or left on
Sunset or if she continues down Beverly.
She gets followed every day. 30 people following her. We got about maybe a dozen right now. But this dozen's gonna grow now because the word gets out. We single out, boom, she's out. Everyone starts jumping in.
It was like a wolf pack. It escalated to a point where the paparazzi started using helicopters.
I mean, if Britney's going crazy that we're following her so much, then why isn't the other celebrities going crazy as well? You know, why is it just one particular one? You know, Cameron Diaz gets followed, you know, Julia Roberts gets followed. They don't all shave their head, you know, and go crazy.
They sold $2.5 million of Britney photos in 2007 alone, and their exclusive pictures of Britney's shaved head raked in $500,000.
So basically we were closed. Somebody was knocking on the door. I answered the door and in came Britney and she sat at this chair. I had no idea that she wanted her hair cut. Only time she got a little bit emotional was when she said my mom's gonna be really upset that I'm doing this. But she continued buzzing up her hair. I don't even know how she buzzed the whole thing off, but she did. So here we had bald Britney sitting in this chair.
Which is, again, we love bald.
Britney had transformed herself from a blonde sex bot into a skinhead, a celebrity freak. But far from hiding from the media, she was inviting them to watch.
It was a little bit odd that the bodyguard kept opening up the blinds, and I kept saying to him, why are you looking out there? There's nobody over there. You know, stop opening the blinds. It never dawned on me that there was a photographer there who got perfectly clear pictures of her.
At this point, she was accounting for roughly 20% of the entire paparazzi industry.
Britney pictures accounted for 20% of paparazzi coverage worldwide.
When I found out how much money I could make, it was amazing. So I just said, you know what, I'm going to stick with this. I mean, you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars, or you can just make $5,000, or you can make $500.
Lastly, the article lists the third and final spoke of the Britney industrial complex, the media. From 2006 to 2007, Britney was a cover subject of People, US Weekly, In Touch, Life and Style, OK, or Star Magazine a total of 175 times. So in a year and a half, she was on the cover of some tabloid 175 times. A celebrity tabloid with Britney Spears on the cover would sell about 1.28 million copies. That's 33% more than average, according to this article. And in the 7-year time span between 2000 and 2007, Britney Spears was the #1 search on Yahoo for 6 of them.
For 6 of the past 7 years, she has been the #1 search term on Yahoo, falling into second place only once in 2004 when Paris Hilton briefly took the crown. But if you look at that, that's 7 years. That's an economic cycle. So the Britney economy may be impervious to the overall economy.
And Yahoo was like the landing page for a lot of our computers at the time. It was like as big as Google. It was basically Google. It was like the thing that you would use to search at that time. I mean, Google did exist at that time, but Yahoo was the default browser on most of our computers. So now we know that entire industries relied on Britney Spears, and people's entire lives and livelihoods and their abilities to support their families and stuff like that depended on Britney. So when Britney started to try and exercise her own voice and give her own opinions and exercise her own autonomy, you can imagine how the masterminds of this whole scheme started to freak out a little bit, especially in 2004 whenever Britney put all of her assets into a trust to protect all of her money from these people. See, they were used to dealing with Britney Spears, the little girl. And I'm talking Larry Rudolph, James Parnell Spears, and anyone else who's been around the whole entire time. Now, we do have a whole video coming out at some point eventually, probably soon, on these early years of Britney's career. We traced it back down to who those first managers were.
At the tender age of 5, Britney was already being groomed by her mother, Lynn.
We cross-referenced all the books. We'll get into all of that. But the point is, when Britney started acting like a grown-up, I don't think the masterminds appreciated it very much. It seems like they had no idea how to deal with Britney the adult instead of Britney the little girl. So they stole her rights to even enter into contracts. The exact same year Britney was put into the conservatorship, that team had her recording the Circus album. And the next year when the conservatorship was made permanent, she was on a tour. I think it might have been a worldwide tour. The first year the conservatorship was permanent, the year after they put it into place. She had recorded a whole album and was doing a tour. By 2013, her first Las Vegas residency was underway.
The one and only Britney Spears drops out of the sky
Ladies and gentlemen in the helicopter enjoying us this morning. Brittany, thank you so much. I saw you in the helicopter, see the folks out here. What was going through your mind?
It's craziness. It's so chaotic. Actually, I got sick in the helicopter.
By 2018, she had just completed a second one, and they had her lined up to do a third residency before she finally said, I just can't. I need a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, Britney Spears!
And this was all happening in some of her managers' friends' hotel, bringing hundreds of millions of dollars into the Vegas economy as well over the course of 8 or 9 years or whatever it was.
Behind all the bling bling, Joe, Gavin, and George, along with the rest of their family, have worked very hard to build their empire. George runs the Palms, a 440-room hotel and casino they own off of the famous Vegas Strip.
We wanted to create the ultimate party place. It was our intention to go after celebrities and athletes.
But there's one celebrity in particular that George has reportedly pursued more than others.
Your chef was Britney's father, right?
Yeah, Jimmy.
So you know Britney.
I know the whole family. She
Okay.
came for Christmas a few times and stuff.
Britney Spears did.
But I'll leave Larry's friends for another day. And just to remind y'all, this whole entire time of this conservatorship, Britney was literally trafficked, abused, treated as a slave. She was treated as if she were not even a human being. Some of the paperwork, never mind, let me not even get into that today. That's a video for another day too. We got so many. And that's one of the reasons it's hard to tell this story, because it just has so many tentacles. But this article gets kind of into why. There's so many tentacles, there's so many connections, because there was so much money to make. It was something like the world has never seen. This is like nobody, I don't think in history, has been able to get views like this. So the article says a number of things I found very interesting and compelling and that caused me to have to think about things, but this quote really got me in particular. I think the main point of the article actually comes down to this sentence, and it ended up being a pretty ominous prophecy. Again, this article was written the same month Britney was put in the hospital against her will for the conservatorship. It says Britney's peak touring and recording years are surely behind her, but the public's fascination with her chaotic life continues to mint money for those selling her image. So in a way, Britney was actually worth more to the people who were in charge of handling her than she was to even her own self. At least if you're talking about money. The article goes on to say, this Britney industrial complex illustrates the economy's need for celebrities. Vast amounts of money can be made by manufacturing ones who appeal, particularly to the young. Britney was once one of those, although at age 26, she has leapt that demographic boundary.
Now I'm 25, and if I really wanted to, I could still be a young woman and do something completely different and have a whole new career and still have, hopefully, my whole life ahead of me.
But you could say the same thing about someone like Britney Spears.
Absolutely.
There's only 3 months age difference between you and Britney.
Absolutely.
And look at the difference. Complete disaster.
Well, I mean, people handle different things differently, and thank God I've been, surrounded by honesty, and thank God I've chosen to still be around people that I trust. And it's really difficult when you're a celebrity to know the difference.
So back in 2008, the same month that the conservatorship was all getting put into place, they were signing papers for it. 1 month before that happened, there were these articles, and they were shared, people read them, that the economy needed celebrities and that Britney was no longer going to be appealing to the young. And so how are these people going to make more money off of her is basically what this article was predicting, and now we see how. But I did find it to be very interesting that he did point out that Britney Spears, TM, the brand, not the person, Britney Spears, the brand, was manufactured, specifically backed by the biggest players and the biggest names in the industry who had a track record for knowing exactly how to do this with the boy bands and the girl bands and the Lou Pearlmans of it all. And we've really only just skimmed the very tip of the iceberg on this. In the next parts of this series, I'm going to get into those early days, the Mickey Mouse Club days, the Justin Timberlake connections. I've already started talking about it a little bit on That Surprise Witness, but we're going to get into it here. Also want to talk a little bit more about Lou Pearlman in particular and all of that stuff, so stay tuned. We have a lot more stuff coming. And who knows what other type of stories are going to spring up over the course of this research and stuff like that. But I can definitely tell you, I will be covering a lot of the players in this whole industrial complex, including getting into the paparazzi, the Perez Hiltons of it all. Yes, Larry Rudolph. Yes, Harvey Levin, TMZ, People's Court. I mean, it's going to take some twists and some turns. So turn the notification bell on. Make sure you're subscribed so you can see that when we put them out. Thanks. That's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it, K-bye.
Who I really blame are paparazzis that are taking this shot. I understand there should be some kind of safety zone. I agree. Second part is who's distributing the content. The third ultimate blame, which drives the Britney Spears economy, is the person who's standing in line at a supermarket buying that magazine. The person who grabs the remote control and tunes in.
Hey, Brittany, when's the last time you talked to Adnan? Who's that? No, exactly. There you go.
You know
exactly.
That's the comment of the night, right?
Who is that? Adnan who?
I'm sure he's not a paparazzi.
Yeah.
I will tell you something Adnan said to me that was a little bit of chilling, which is I asked him how much a photo would go for between the two of us, and he goes, it would be worth a lot if you died tomorrow.
25 years old, and she's already accomplished everything she's going to accomplish in her life.
You mean everyone in the country wants Britney Spears to
unalive
herself?
Britney was chosen a long time ago to be built up and adored, and then sacrificed for harvest.
But like, it's so true. Like, America, believe everything you read. Because like, you're smart and I'm stupid. Like, for real, come on, y'all.
Pop star was brought by ambulance to a Los Angeles hospital.
It said that, like, I was drinking all the time. Like, it's so right. It was so true. I mean, oh my God, it was so right. And like, my management totally knew what they were doing when they sent me to rehab. So right, and it just like, I'm just gonna cry right now because like, the world is so nice. Like, this lady, she told me, she said, Brittany, go to the light. Go to the light and see Jesus, okay? And I was like, oh my God.
He's barbaric. I mean, who gets to do that to someone, And she was just manipulated and used. And he wants to say that he protected her. No, he caged her. He caged her.
How are you supposed to know? Like my brother, he's like, well, you didn't know this and he'll pick on me. I'm like, well, I'm too busy selling 50 million records, so, okay.
Oh my God, this is the cheapest. Being Brittany trying to launch my rocket into the trust. Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created, might never do again. In last week's episode, we talked about the folklore behind the missing $600 million and how that number came to be thrown around in relation to Britney's fortune. We talked about how Britney's business manager, Lou Taylor of TriStar Sports and Entertainment, had major conflicts of interest, put Britney's money into her own investment firm, and then hid the evidence from Britney with the court's permission. Make sure to check that one out if you missed it. And it might help you to watch that one first before watching this video, because that one kind of informs what I said in this one. It's not really a part 2 over here, but kind of part 2. In today's episode, we're going to try to answer the question, where is Britney's money? So let's go all the way back to almost 20 years ago, to January 2004. The world was shocked and outraged to discover that America's undisputed sweetheart had married her childhood friend, Jason Alexander, in a shotgun wedding in Las Vegas, Nevada. 55 hours later, that marriage would be annulled. So let's dig into the whole 55-hour marriage a little deeper to get some context on the full situation. Then we're going to talk about Britney's money. So in January 2004, Britney Spears, being the free-ish woman that she was at the time, went to Las Vegas with her childhood friend from Louisiana, Jason Alexander. So while Britney and Jason were in the club on this Vegas trip, they had the idea to get married at a small chapel, and then they actually did it. Britney was truly testing what she was able to get away with, as being a free woman has always been a high priority for her. She has said time and time again that freedom is what keeps her going. But when her family caught wind of this impromptu wedding, story goes that Britney's team rushed down to Las Vegas to put a stop to the wedding, and once it was too late to stop the wedding, they wanted to annul it altogether. Now, according to Jason, that's when, quote, the men in black swooped in, along with Britney's mom and other family members, and they made Jason and Britney sign paperwork, quote, under duress to end their marriage. Jason says, we didn't want to annul it. They lied to us. It was always about controlling Britney and controlling her money. Jason goes on to say, quote, I was tricked by her mom, dad, and lawyers into signing the annulment. I was told our marriage could hurt Britney's career, and I loved her, and I was a naive kid who had been raised to trust and respect my elders, just like she had. Jason says, we were told that if we still felt the same way about each other in 6 months, we could have a big white wedding. They strung Jason along, he says, for 30 days, which was about how long it took to get the annulment finalized, so he couldn't contest it. And then Jason says they changed Britney's number so he could not talk to her. He says there's always been dark forces in her life. He goes on to say, quote, we were in bed talking and she asked me to go on tour with her. I told her I couldn't. I was at college on a football scholarship. Then, Jason says Britney asked him to get married. He said we felt like this was a way we could be together. Britney was already feeling trapped with everyone making money off of her, and Jason says they figured that if they were married, they, the powers that be, would have to let Jason and Britney see each other. According to Jason, within hours of their wedding, lawyers, publicity people, and the management people came to the hotel and separated Jason and Britney. Jason says they took Britney in one room and put him in another, like a police interrogation. When she came out, she was a different person. It was like they had hypnotized her or something. Jason says they started putting all this paperwork in front of us to sign. Jason believes that is the moment when Britney's team started to view her differently. If she could rebel and sneak off to get married, they didn't have enough control. That's when they finally started getting really tough on her. She was put into a gilded prison. Britney and Jason were each convinced to annul the marriage, and each were sent on their merry way. Many theorists claim that Jason never heard from the, quote, real Britney ever again, and from this moment on, he was actually speaking to an imposter. However, whether he's really talking to Britney or talking to some fake, that'll probably forever remain a mystery. Anyway, so their marriage gets annulled, and what was the reason? That Britney apparently, quote, wasn't of sound mind. This is back in 2004. The conservatorship was until 2008. This is the first documented time in history that Britney's team would use her mental capacity as a means of control. And that control would very soon grow to every single area of Britney's life. So remember, all that happened in January 2004. As the months went on, Britney would become increasingly frustrated with the amount of control the people around her had on her life. And by late July, she had snapped. Britney would consult with some of the industry's best lawyers to establish a trust meant to protect all the assets she had worked so hard to earn. And on July 24th, 2004, the SJB 2004 Revocable Trust was established. Now, this whole video is about that trust, the SJB Trust. But before we get into the nuts and bolts, let's finish out this 2004 timeline. So we're still in the year 2004, and Britney's little sister, Jamie Lynn, had just been given the starring role in a new kids show that was literally written for Jamie Lynn by Nickelodeon's most infamous creep, Dan Schneider. So while all this stuff is going on with Britney getting married and starting trusts, Jamie Lynn was filming the pilot episode of Zoe 101. Now, Jamie Lynn had signed a development deal 1 year earlier with Nickelodeon to star in the spinoff from the wildly successful skit comedy show All That. Britney's brother, Brian Spears, was made to be an executive producer on the show, thus catapulting him into the world of Hollywood individually. When Jamie Lynn signed the development deal with Nickelodeon in 2003, Jamie Lynn wasn't nearly as big of a star as she was about to become. From all reports I could find, it seems like this was Brian's first real job, like ever. And Britney was happy for Jamie Lynn and Brian for getting jobs, just like any normal sibling would be. The dangers were lurking just around the corner. Hollywood now had its hooks into both Jamie Lynn and Brian. Both of them now had something to lose. something that could be taken away. And that kernel of fear that Jamie Lynn and Brian had to lose their newfound notoriety would be exploited to the fullest capacity by these Hollywood piranhas. And before you knew it, Jamie Lynn and Brian would turn into piranhas themselves. Now remember, 2004 was also the year that represented the longest gap between albums for Britney Spears, besides the one we're currently experiencing. And in December of that year, 2004, Britney had truly and sincerely had enough. She was tired of everyone controlling every move she made, and she knew that she needed to make a big move of her own. The story goes, on December 30th, 2004, Britney herself made a surprise appearance at a radio station in Los Angeles to premiere a demo of a song called Mona Lisa. She had called the radio station in advance, but they did not believe it was really Britney until she walked through the doors with a CD in her hand labeled Mona Lisa. The song describes the fall of a woman named Mona Lisa, who is apparently an alter ego that Britney Spears used when she needed to get things done. She's been cloned. That's the song where it says she's been cloned.
She's been cloned.
So the song calls Mona Lisa unforgettable and unpredictable and warns listeners not to have a breakdown. She wanted the song to be included on an upcoming album tentatively entitled The Original Doll, which Britney hoped to release probably before summertime in 2005 or maybe a little sooner than that. But after this impromptu appearance, Jive Records announced that while Britney had been in the studio, no album was scheduled for the moment and there were no plans to serve Mona Lisa to radio stations.
Good luck with your album. It's untitled.
It's probably going to be called The Original Doll, so.
And it's half done?
Yeah, it's halfway done right now.
All right, so maybe by the summer, maybe by the fall.
Yeah, maybe a little bit earlier.
All right, I know everybody's going to want to hear the new single over and over, so I'm going to try to play as much as I can, okay? The new Mona Lisa.
Hot.
It's just a taste.
By all appearances, it looks like Britney is starting to try in 2004 to take control not only of her own life, but in particular of her own career by releasing and leaking these songs. And then there is a big disagreement publicly between the record label Jive and Britney over whether she's going to put the song out. Several weeks later, Britney said, quote, "I can't really say it's an album, but I have something going on and it's definitely a show." The project was seemingly abandoned though, and Britney turned attention to her reality show, Britney and Kevin, Chaotic.
How do you feel?
I think he was just shocked when I said it. I love you.
There was a couple of times that she threw me off and I was just like, whoa.
We really are about to get kidnapped. Why do they got army hats on?
This is it. I'm about to die. They're gonna kidnap me and take me away forever.
And the EP, which is the extended play of the same name, where the final version of Mona Lisa did eventually appear. Now, Britney never spoke about the project or Mona Lisa ever again. When she was asked about it a decade later in 2014, her manager, Larry Lizard Rudolph,
Larry is my manager. He's been with me from day one.
said that he was not, quote, supporting, commenting on, or providing any further info for a bullshit story with zero factual basis. It makes me wonder, does the same person who writes Mark Laita's PR statements write Larry Rudolph's? Because this is the same type of thing they say. However, multiple songs would leak from that supposed project, and the words Mona Lisa would be printed out in the Do Something video. Either way, Britney was clearly rebelling, and her team was showing the very first stages of the true control that they would take over her. What started as an annulled marriage would eventually become a lifelong battle with Britney's family over control of her own life, her own body, and her own money. Okay. So now that we got the lay of the land, kind of figured out what was really going on in Britney's life in 2004, how she was sort of wrangling control of her artistic expression and her body and all that from Jive Records and her family and all of that, let's move on now to the actual trust, which is the main point of today's video. That's called the SJB Trust. The purpose of this is we're trying to follow the money. We're trying to figure out what's going on with Britney's money, because it's clearly not going to happen in the courts. It's taking them way too damn long. So on July 26th, 2004, a mere 6 months after Britney and Jason's marriage attempt and subsequent sabotage, Britney would enlist the help of industry leaders to establish the SJB Revocable Trust. She transferred substantially all of her assets into this trust. And I'm talking about everything from furs to jewelry to cars to clothes, businesses, everything that Britney could transfer into the trust. That is what she did. I know a lot of y'all don't know what trusts are, how they work, and to be honest, I'm not an expert, but I have a little visual aid here for you. So I have a little visual aid here. Okay, so here's her trust, And just think of it as this. This is all you need to know about a trust. It can hold things. It can hold things and technically, I guess, own them, okay? So she put her cars in there. Everything she owned, she put in there. Oh, she won $1 million at the casino. Yeah, that. And she put jewelry in there. Okay, so this is everything Britney Spears owns. Let me get her plane. Hold on, let me get her private jet. And she put her plane in there. Okay, so here's the trust. This is all the things Britney Spears owns in 2004. Everything she owns, she wanted to put in there. You put everything in there. Oh, hold on. She didn't put her money in there too. There was bank accounts. Okay, bank accounts went in there. Oh. Like I'm at a Punjabi wedding. Here's Britney's trust. Got it? Established in 2004? Got it? Okay, good. Now, Britney made herself the sole beneficiary of the trust, which meant that during Britney's lifetime, because she was the beneficiary and because Britney is the one who set up the trust, which is the settlor of the trust, Britney was the beneficiary of the trust, which meant if the items would leave out of the trust, they still belonged to Britney. And this was supposed to be in place until Britney herself changed the terms and conditions or whatever of the trust. Now, when I was in law school, they told us that the reason for trusts is to, quote, keep your assets out of probate. Well, that's just like a thing they say. It doesn't actually keep your stuff out of probate, and you'll see what I mean by that in a second. But people put their stuff into a trust to protect their assets from being forcefully sort of ordered to give to someone else or something like that. It's supposed to protect the assets that you put in a trust. It's supposed to. But from all of the stuff that I've looked into over the last 3 years with these trusts and the probate, it does serve some type of a small hindrance, but it is not foolproof. You can definitely get a trust into probate court through a conservatorship, and we will talk about that shortly. Now, in the formation of the SJB Trust, Britney put herself as the sole trustee of the trust, and that basically just means that only Britney Jean Spears was allowed to make any changes to this trust, to amend it. Also, as the sole trustee, Britney would be in charge of the administration of the trust. So basically how the assets would be handled. Let's say it was some of this cash, maybe she would be in charge of giving it to an investment firm to invest it for her and maybe try and get some type of returns or whatever. And apparently Britney Spears was one of the early investors in Uber. So Britney set up the trust such that if or when she were unable to serve as trustee, namely because she would pass away, 3 people were supposed to step into the role of trustee. Britney herself put these 3 people in place. If she were to pass away, these people would step in and be the trustee, and they would administer the trust in the way that Britney wanted it to be administered. These people were as follows. The first person was a man by the name of Ivan Tabak. Now, he is currently working at Skadden, which is a big law firm. It's like one of the top 3 law firms in the country, and he's basically a lawyer. Now, way back in 2004, which is almost 20 years ago, it is said in court documents that Ivan helped to set up the SJB Trust, and so for that reason, he had knowledge of what Britney actually did want with the trust. The second person that Britney put into place to take over if she were to pass away was her brother, Brian Spears. And at the time, he was working as an executive producer on Zoe 101 with Jamie Lynn Spears. Now, the final person that Britney did put into place to take over if Britney were to pass away, take over the trustee administration role, was some random woman by the name of Stacy Smith. But whenever the rubber met the road, Stacy Smith declined to actually be the trustee. So for that reason, she actually doesn't end up becoming important. Now, the purpose of the trust was to protect the assets that Britney had worked so hard to earn. And Britney even included a provision in the trust for what was supposed to happen if she was deemed mentally or otherwise physically unable to be the trustee of the trust. Now, according to Britney's established procedures, before those 3 people, Ivan, Brian, and Stacy, could even come in to take over the role of trustee, before they could even come in and be considered, something was supposed to happen. Britney made these rules for her own assets, for her own trust. That's what we're supposed to be allowed to do. The provision said, if by reason of illness or mental or physical disability, before anybody could determine that Britney didn't have the right to manage her own assets, 2 separate doctors who were both at the time practicing medicine were supposed to put it in writing that Britney could not handle her own financial affairs. Britney put that into her own trust. She said, if anybody of these three people, look, if I'm unable to take care of my trust, these are the three people I want to put into place. Either Ivan Tabak, Brian Spears, my brother, some lady named Stacy Smith. But before that can happen, it can't just be any old person saying that I'm not capable. No. I need two different doctors who are currently practicing medicine to put it in writing. Britney Jean Spears cannot take care of her own money. Then, if that happens, then those three people, Ivan, Brian, and Stacy, can step in and take over as trustee, and then Britney would be removed as trustee. There was a provision to protect Britney from exactly what ended up happening to her, and it was ignored. Let's get into how that happened. So after Britney established the SJB Trust in 2004, her ownership in substantial bank accounts and substantial brokerage accounts was also transferred to the trust. So that's what this is. So that was all in 2004. So fast forward to 2007, where Britney's life was at one of its most hectic points to date. That was the year of the infamous head shaving and the umbrella paparazzi incident. Britney would face an intense intervention orchestrated by her management team, members of her family, and a Hollywood sober coach and interventionist named Betty Wyman. Britney would endure her first psychiatric incarceration in 2007 at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and by January 31st, 2008, 3 years after Britney and her childhood sweetheart, Jason Alexander, said "I do," Britney would be detained at the UCLA Medical Center against her will for nearly 2 weeks. She was not permitted to leave under any circumstance. And it was all enforced by the force of the police state. The police department brought her there. Now, during this involuntary hospital detention in February 2008, Britney would be indefinitely stripped of her most basic and fundamental rights as a U.S. citizen, including the right to choose her own medical treatments, her right to travel, even her right to so much as leave the hospital, while the most important aspects of her entire life were being decided for her by strangers. She was stripped of her First Amendment right to freedom of speech and free association, her Sixth Amendment rights to a fair trial and the choice of her own lawyer. Britney tried to hire a lawyer and the judge wouldn't let her have that lawyer. Britney was stripped of her Fifth and 14th Amendment rights of due process and equal protection under the law, and that's just to name a few. So, Team Khan, the conservatorship team, filed to put Britney into a conservatorship on February 1st, 2008. And by February 14th, 2008, Britney was in a temporary conservatorship. According to court filings, at the time of the establishment of the conservatorship, virtually all of Britney's liquid assets were in the SJB Trust. So basically all of her money was in this trust whenever she was put into a conservatorship. Now, there were 2 conservatorships put into place over Britney Spears. One was called a conservatorship of the person. One was called conservatorship of the estate, okay? And again, this is never supposed to be in probate court. Not supposed to be in the probate court. It ended up in there. You'll see how. So Britney's dad, Jamie Spears, was put in place as the conservator of Britney's person, her body, her bodily needs, and a man named Andrew Wallet was installed as the conservator of Britney's estate. Now, Britney would later allege that she hardly ever spoke to this man, Andrew Wallet, in the entire time that he was supposed to be making decisions in her financial best interest, so it's unclear why or how this particular man was chosen for this very astronomically important job, but he was, and he served in that role for a very long time. Now, as a result of the court-imposed conservatorship, Britney was deemed by a judge who didn't even bother looking at her or getting a doctor to attest to this before she made the decision. Britney was deemed to legally be unable to serve as trustee of her own trust that she started, even though they did not get the written opinion of 2 doctors then practicing medicine that was expressly written by Britney into this trust. She's too stupid and incapable of taking care of her own money. She's too incapable of taking care of her own trust that she started, the money that she earned. So the judge was basically like, we're not gonna have these 2 doctors do that. Like, no, just by virtue of Reva Gates just deciding that Britney was incapable and incompetent, then that was just enough. There was no proof. The judge didn't even look at her. There was no signed doctor's evaluation that said Britney couldn't manage her own trust. The judge just took Britney's family and Team Khan's word for it, and nobody ever checked on it for like 12 years. Now, the judge in the case also did not allow Britney to choose her own lawyer and decided to impose a scheming, sneaky snake lawyer down Britney's throat who was in on the scheme the entire time. Y'all know that's Sam Ingham with his mouth-breathing ass. Now, under the established trust procedures, Ivan Tabak, the guy who helped Britney set up the trust back in 2004, and Britney's brother, Brian took over as co-trustees of the SJB Trust back in 2008. Now, this allowed them a bunch of powers, but it was basically the same powers that Britney had before she was removed as trustee. So by March 2008, like literally the very next month after Britney was put into this unconstitutional conservatorship under which she could not even legally enter contracts or control her own money or even choose her own lawyer, apparently, Team Con put Britney to work recording the Circus album. The month after she got put into this conservatorship, they have her recording the Circus album. The Circus album would then be released that same year in December to coincide with Britney's 27th birthday. The Circus tour to go along with that album would take place the very next year in 2009. So I guess she was too sick to be in charge of her own money, but she wasn't too sick to generate enough money to support hundreds, if not thousands of people. Still haven't really gotten a good explanation for how that really worked out. By July 31st, 2008, 5 months into this temporary conservatorship, Jamie and Andrew, in their capacities as co-conservators, went ahead and decided that it was in Britney's best interest that Andrew and Jamie own one of her most lucrative and profitable business enterprises, which was Britney touring. They said it was in Britney's best interest if they owned her assets and they owned her property. Yeah, that's what they said. And then the court agreed that it was in Britney's best interest for her not to own her own assets, and her dad and her some random man she didn't even know to own it instead. Now, there are many of these, but just as one example, we'll look at a 2008 minute order that shows that at least someone at this courthouse knew that something was going on over here. Something was a little amiss, and you can see it in the probate notes or the matters to clear section. I'll put it up here, what I'm looking at. But there's these matters that are still open on the docket or whatever for the court's consideration. And look at these matters with me together. As you can see, letter B says, are there 2 doctor's statements stating Britney is unable to manage her affairs? So there's no documentation on file from the doctors that says that Britney is unable to manage her affairs, first of all. And there's this whole other issue of whether Lynn Spears was also trustee of a trust created at the same time. But I have no further information on that other than these sentences in the notes on these minute orders, so I don't know. Like, you see letter D, are 2 trusts created under this instrument? Any intent to replace Lynn Spears as trustee of trust created under paragraph 1 of subdivision D of article 3? So it appears that Lynn Spears by default became trustee of some trust that was created when Britney was removed as trustee, but I'm just speculating. There's really no way to know because I don't have the trust documents. I just see this thing here, any intent to replace Lynn Spears as trustee. Now, fast forward to basically 1 year after the conservatorship was put into place. So we're in January 2009, and the conservatorship was taken from being temporary to now being made permanent. Then in September 2010, right as Britney's dad Jamie was installing his friend and debtor Lou Taylor as Britney's business manager, Brian Spears just up and resigns as trustee from the SJB Trust, leaving our boy Ivan Tabak as the sole trustee. So Ivan Tabak is in charge of this by September 2010. Brian had backed out, conservatorship's permanent, and now Ivan is the trustee. Now, we talked a little bit about this trust drama in the last video about the $600 million. Remember, Jamie Lynn Spears, Britney's sister, was appointed trustee in 2018. And then in August 2020, Jamie Lynn was trying to get a court order to allow Stonebridge to be an investment advisor on this trust so they could get paid more of Britney's money. Go back and watch that one if this part doesn't make sense, because I did make a whole video on it. It's the last video I made. But technically speaking, as I've mentioned a few times, SJB Trust was never supposed to ever make its way into the probate court or into the conservatorship. So September 2010, Brian Spears resigns as trustee, and we don't know why. As you can see here, the document that explains why is redacted with these huge black bars from the public view. So like 2 days after Brian resigns as trustee, on September 23rd, Ivan Tabak, sole remaining trustee of SJB Trust, is already filling out papers to ask for the court's permission to change some of the stuff about the administration of the trust. Now, the version available to the public is redacted, but we can still get some information here. Ivan lays out the purpose of his petition right out the gate, and he basically wants permission to give some of the powers that are technically his to other people, aka delegate some of his trustee authority. Now, Ivan claims to have selected, quote, competent investment advisors that will work together to implement investment strategies for the assets in the SJB Trust. But Ivan doesn't tell the public who these investment advisors are. Ivan wants to limit his his own powers. He says he just wants to confer with these hand-selected investment advisors and review their little strategies periodically, maybe oversee the total performance of these strategies from time to time. But the big red flag here is the second purpose he lays out of his petition. And he says that purpose has to do with investing the SJB trust assets as a unified whole with the conservatorship assets. Now, when the conservatorship started in 2008, there wasn't anything in it because all Britney's assets were here, right? Remember that? It's two different buckets. One's conservatorship, one's trust, right? Here's where Britney wanted to protect her assets from going into the conservatorship 4 years prior, so there was nothing in there. But as the years would go by, new companies would be started. Jamie Spears would put things in there after making himself the owner. Andrew Wallet would sell things and things would... So eventually we do have a little bit of a nest egg starting to build up in here. Little by little, people would work to put assets into the conservatorship. And so by the second or third year of the conservatorship, there was something to invest there too. Now, we got into this last time with Ms. Lou Taylor, how in this pot right here, they didn't put any of Britney's intellectual property, like they didn't account for it. So it was like all the stuff that they were making on her name, her likeness, her performances, her royalties and all that, it just wasn't getting reported to this. So who knows how much money was really in this thing. But you have two separate buckets of money, of assets that you need to manage, right? Ivan Tabak is the trustee of this one for, 2 years, February 2008 through, September 2010. He's the trustee and he's asking the court, hey, can we invest this as a unified whole with this together, put them together? Can we do that? But we'll still keep them in these two separate buckets. Look, they're still in two buckets, but I want to hand both of these buckets to the same people. And I want the same people to deal with these buckets in the same way. So if they're investing this at a certain percentage in a certain thing, I want them to do this too, together. Can we do it together? That's what they're trying to do. And so, sure, is this being kept out of probate at that point? I guess, because it's not this, but it isn't. It's being invested by the same people, and the judge in the probate court is making decisions based on it. Let me tell y'all what I mean. Remember the whole thing I said a few minutes ago about how SJB assets weren't supposed to be intermingled with the conservatorship assets because SJB trust wasn't a conservatorship asset? This is kind of a loophole around that. See what I mean? Ivan wants the SJB trust assets to be managed in separate accounts from the conservatorship assets. But he still wants the same group of people to collaborate, work together, and agree upon strategies to invest both pots of money in the same way. Ivan tells the court that the team's goal is a, quote, unified investment strategy for the SJB trust and the conservatorship. So are they really being managed separately after all? When you really think about it, the same group of people is managing the money earned by the same person, belonging to the same person in the same way, and just slapping different account numbers on them. I don't know. A unified whole seems to be a pretty self-explanatory set of words to me. What do y'all think? So in this same 2010 filing we've been talking about, the sole SJB trustee, Ivan Tabak, nominates an investment bank called UBS to take charge of the investment strategy for the SJB trust. So Ivan Tabak wants UBS, an investment bank, with these, who knows who the investment advisors are, put question marks because he does not tell us yet, but it's 2010 and he wants all this to be managed at a bank called UBS. UBS, if you haven't heard of it before, it's just like Morgan Stanley or anybody else, just one of those big banks or whatever. Now in that same filing, we are talking about the same filing from September 2010 still. This happened 2 days after Brian Spears stopped being the co-trustee. He quit, he resigned. 2 days later, Ivan Tabak makes all these requests to the court as the sole remaining trustee. Ivan tells the court that a team at Merrill Lynch, which is also an investment bank, will be taking charge of the majority of the conservatorship assets. So conservatorship, Merrill Lynch, SJB Trust, UBS. But UBS and Merrill Lynch gonna work together. They're gonna be besties. They're gonna be friends. and they're gonna do this as a unified whole if Ivan gets his way. So on the surface, it kind of seems like the assets would be handled separately and therefore satisfying the requirement to keep the trust and the conservatorship assets separate. But if you read the actual filing, everything's not quite what it seems to be. For one, Jamie and Andrew do want to invest some of the conservatorship assets with advisors at UBS. I don't know if it's going to be in the same account or whatever, but Jamie and Andrew do want to take some of this and put it over here at UBS. And the way that Ivan worded this 2010 petition to change investment powers, UBS and Merrill Lynch would be working together on strategies for the two separate piles of money to invest all of this separate money as a unified whole, and all Brittany's money from the trust, and the investment managers would all communicate regularly and agree with each other on how they were going to do it. So I don't know. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it kind of doesn't really look like it's really being managed separately. Now, notice how they vaguely just mention, quote, experienced investment advisors, but then they fail to state any proper nouns other than UBS and Merrill Lynch. So to the untrained eye, it almost kind of looks like Ivan Tabak and Andrew and Jamie are just randomly choosing these particular investment banks because of the institutions themselves and the great reputation that UBS and maybe Merrill Lynch had. You would be wrong to make that assumption. Coming as a surprise to absolutely nobody, the court grants Ivan's petition. A few months goes by, now it's February 2011, and we're back at the courthouse again with Ivan trying to make more changes to the trust. So Ivan in February 2011, still sole trustee of the trust, where the majority of Brittany's assets are, files another request with the court to modify that trust investment strategy yet again. He's not modifying the trust. Just to be clear, he's modifying the strategy that they are using to invest the money that's in the trust. This time, Ivan wants to move institutions from UBS to Morgan Stanley. So basically, Ivan wants the UBS people to manage this money. He don't really care about UBS. It's the actual advisors Ivan seems to care about. Ivan doesn't name names in that 2010 petition that we just looked at, but now he does. We find out that the UBS investment advisors who are responsible for administering the SJB trust assets are a woman by the name of Robin Krasny and a man named Mark Lewis. Now, Robin and Mark are still working together to this very day, and they still work with Morgan Stanley to this very day. Now, I don't really know who these people are, but they're definitely influential. I mean, I've heard of Follow the Money before, but Robin Krasny and Mark Lewis have some serious pull. If they can make the money from Britney Spears' estate, follow them. Not to mention just because they want to just change workplaces where they work. So Robin and Mark not only still work with each other to this very day, but they also seem to go way back. It looks like they've been working with each other for years, like maybe decades. They started with a company called KL something, and now they work at Robin Krasny's management group called Altera Wealth Management Group, which is still flying its flag under Morgan Stanley's umbrella to this very day. So in 2011, because of Ivan Tabak's filing, we do learn who is managing Britney's money, at least this group, who's managing where the substantial majority of her assets were at the time, which is the SJB Trust, and that's that Robin Krasny lady and Mark Lewis. That happens in 2011. But it seems like they had been managing Britney's money at least since 2010, which is the same year that Lou Taylor got installed by Jamie Spears to be Britney's business manager, according to court documents. So fast forward from 2011 up to 2013. On July 9th, 2013, Ivan Tabak does submit yet another petition for another order modifying the investment strategy of the trust yet again. So this is the third time he wants to modify this investment strategy. But this time, it has to do with how the funds are invested and not who is investing it or which institution is holding the money. I could get into all that on 2013, but it's just the point for this video. Just know in 2013, he modified the trust strategy yet again. So fast forward 5 years, now we're in 2017. And Ivan Tabak up and resigns as trustee, which leaves, if you're following along, a vacancy in the role of trustee. Because remember, Brittany was the trustee. She had put these 3 people to step in and fill the role if she were not able to do it. Ivan Tabak, her brother Brian, some lady named Stacy. Stacy Smith said, "No, I'm not doing it." Ivan Tabak and Brittany's brother are co-trustees for a few years together, and then Brian quits. Last man standing is Ivan as trustee. Well, he quit quits in 2017 as well. And there's a vacancy created. We don't know who becomes trustee in that meantime, but we will later find out who ended up being the trustee even through today. The very same year, 2017, Jamie and Andrew filed a petition with the court allowing them to basically step into the shoes of Britney and make full-scale amendments to the trust. Remember earlier when I told y'all, Ivan Tabak was not amending the trust. He was amending the investment strategy of the trust. But now in 2017, Andrew and Jamie, who had already appointed themselves some of Britney's assets in her best interest, Andrew Wallet also bought one of Britney's cars from her at very, very below market value, right? So now here's Andrew and Jamie saying, we basically, even though Britney's not dead, even though she's still alive, we want to step into her shoes, Your Honor. We want an order to be able to make decisions as if we are Britney Spears. It's very weird because Jamie is purported to be going around always saying, I am Britney Spears. He really got off on the sick power that this conservatorship afforded him. And he never should have been given that power. He's a tyrant and a lunatic, in my opinion. So Jamie and Andrew want to make massive changes to the trust too. It allows for them to change everything. Remember when Britney made this trust with Ivan Tabak all the way back in 2004? She made herself the trustee, meaning she herself, Britney, wanted to be the only person with the power to make changes to this trust. And it's her money. Well, here's Andrew and Jamie derping in over a decade later, giving themselves that power. And remember, this is years after they had already been assigning Britney's assets to themselves in her alleged best interest. So the next year, May 2018, the court granted Jamie and Andrew's petition and made an order for substituted judgment, allowing Jamie Spears and Andrew Wallet to make changes or amendments to the trust for the first time since 2004 when Britney established it. They amended the trust pretty much immediately. These were the changes they implemented. Number 1, Jamie Lynn Spears was installed as the trustee. As you can see, it also gives her the power to appoint a, quote, institutional co-trustee, so like some kind of bank or investment advisor. It also discusses the procedures of how the trust should be managed after Britney dies. Quote, blocked account means you can't make withdrawals, but you can get your fees paid. So it kind of, again, it looks like, oh, Your Honor, we're putting it into the blocked accounts. So it's blocked. You can't just take money out of a blocked account without a court order. Yeah, that's true in some cases, but you know what you can get without a court order? Investment advisor fees. So if an investment advisor was advising on Britney's trust, they could negotiate their own fee with whoever's holding the money and be getting paid fees without the court ever approving that. So it's really not that blocked after all. Now, apparently, they were also trying to make some changes on yet another trust that I had never heard of before, and that one was called the SJB 2004 Insurance Trust. But it seems like they eventually did withdraw that petition, or the petition was withdrawn some other way. In any event, once I started talking about all this back in 2020, Jamie Lynn Spears decided to go on ahead and withdraw that petition to let Stonebridge be the investment advisor. And again, Stonebridge it's important that Jamie Lynn Spears was trying to let Stonebridge get fees and be the investment advisor on this trust because Stonebridge was started and founded by Lou M. Taylor, who Britney never wanted to be her manager, who was imposed upon her, and who's largely credited with being the mastermind behind Britney's conservatorship. Lou Taylor was Britney's accountant, Britney's business manager, the conservatorship accountant. She was brokering deals with her own self. She was likely getting fees from all these different hats that she was wearing, and there really was no oversight above Lou Taylor. Put on top of the fact that Lou Taylor had personal relationships with the Spears family and multiple conflicts of interest. She was a debtor to Jamie Spears when the conservatorship started, meaning she had loaned him money. They had financial incentives for Britney to be put in this conservatorship. They had financial incentives to take over Britney's money. And then once Britney was in the conservatorship, according to court records, they exploited those incentives and acted upon them, acting in their own best interest ahead of Britney's. Now, in 2020, Jamie Lynn Spears was trying to give Lou Taylor's old investment firm Stonebridge all of this to manage. Then I started making videos about it and she withdrew that petition. Timing is always right. So just to wrap this video up, I don't see any further indication on the docket that any changes have been made since Jamie Lynn Spears was made the trustee and all that. And I don't see any indication that any further changes were made to the trust on the docket. So it looks like these literal clowns, what is Robin Krasny wearing? She's literally wearing a clown collar in her professional headshot. I mean, these literal clowns. Like, you don't even have the good sense to not dress up like a clown. Like, is this a humiliation ritual? Anyway, it looks like these literal clowns are still in charge of all of the SJB Trust assets and investing them through Altera Group at Morgan Stanley, and at least some of the conservatorship assets. And so I think that answers in large part the age-old question: where is Britney's money? Look like it's over there at Morgan Stanley under these literal clowns. There's one other lady. What's her name? Jill. She probably also works with it. But during the course of researching this video, I found evidence of at least 3 additional trusts, which might also house some of Britney's assets. So if y'all weren't completely mind-numbed by this video and you do want to see the information that I found on those potential additional trusts, leave a comment below and I'll take it under advisement. In the meantime, that's all I really have for today. Facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it, okay, bye.
I don't want to deal with your drama. I don't want to deal with crap.
GW? Where's GW? Huh? Lulu! Lulu, where are the kids, Lulu? Where's JJ? Brittany, get your ass in here.
You can't argue with a changed life. One life at a time, one change at a time.
Come on.
Oh my God, that scared me. We gotta get one of those. Take 2.
We not only deal with the client, but we also are one of the only professionals that actually touch the personal life. I'm quite often dealing with extended family, mom, dad, brothers, sisters. Our reach is not just the clients themselves, but we're an actual extension of every single person that touches their life.
You want a piece of me?
Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created. You might know the weekend. I didn't even explain my outfit today. Happy first day of Diwali, or maybe second day. Happy Diwali if you celebrate. If you do not, it is celebrating the triumph of good over evil, light over darkness, or whatever you want to call it in your particular chosen dialect, but happy Diwali. Anyway, I don't know if you heard or not, but Britney Spears just released a book, and apparently it is the fastest and best-selling celebrity memoir in human civilization's history or something like that, so definitely been selling a lot of books. For all intents and purposes, Britney's book basically single-handedly ended the Roman Empire.
How much do I think about the Roman Empire?
Yeah.
It's tattooed on my body.
The book is breaking records, it's breaking hearts, it's naming names, it is selling a lot of copies. So like a week after Britney's book came out, she had a court hearing in her conservatorship case, which led a lot of people, some of whom were asking for the very first time, why is Britney Spears having court hearings for a conservatorship? I thought that conservatorship ended like 2 years ago or whatever. And you know what? Good question. Why is Britney still having court hearings for her conservatorship case? Good question. I know the answer. Let's get into it. Britney Spears, indisputably one of the most popular and successful recording and performing artists of all time. Like League of Her Own status type of thing.
Female artist of the year would be Britney Spears.
Miss Britney Spears.
Britney Spears.
Britney Spears.
Britney Spears. The one and only, my hero, Britney Spears. It's Britney Spears.
Britney Spears.
Britney Spears. Britney Spears.
By the time she was 3 years old, she was entertaining audiences with her musical talents.
Pretty mature lyrics for a little girl, but she had the voice to carry it off. And the moves? Here's Britney competing for Miss Talent Central States back in 1990. She was talented beyond her years, though sometimes Britney tried a little too hard to be grown up. Here she is at her elementary school's fundraiser back in 1991. Of course, working the charity circuit can only get you so far. If Britney wanted to conquer the teen idol club, she had to play by the rules. That meant praying at the altar of Ed McMahon. Watch as Britney wows the Star Search judges back in 1992. She sure sounds like she cares.
By 17, the girl was world famous. From the moment Britney came onto the teen pop scene, she was a controversial figure. She faced a lot of accusations at the time of being overtly sexual while playing up an innocent imagery. Until recently, she was perhaps best known for her off-stage activities, including the infamous head shaving incident of 2007, which eventually led to a conservatorship the next year. Well, come to find out, that conservatorship was a total setup, and we've now come to learn that the people who set the whole thing up, including members of Britney's own family, even went so far as to lie to the court in the process of applying for the conservatorship. Britney never agreed to this conservatorship, and she even tried to end it a few times over the years. But everyone and everything seemed to be working against her to keep it in place. That is, until the Free Britney movement really kicked off. What had originally started as a small group of advocates turned into a global socio-political human rights movement that demanded respect for Britney's human and legal rights. In 2021, Britney asked the court yet again to end her conservatorship. She made a statement to the court alleging that she had been abused, drugged, trafficked, and traumatized by a sadistic gaggle of freaks who controlled her every move.
Right, I'm a lawyer slash manager thingy.
And dollar.
3 days later, after I said no to Vegas, my therapist sat me down in a room and said he had a million phone calls about how I was not cooperating in rehearsals and I haven't been taking my medication. All of this was false. He immediately the next day put me on lithium out of nowhere. He took me off my normal meds I'd been on for 5 years. And lithium is a very, very strong and completely different medication compared to what I was used to. You can go mentally impaired if you take too much, if you stay on it longer than 5 months. But he put me on that and I felt drunk. I really couldn't even take up for myself. I couldn't even have a conversation with my mom or dad really about anything. I told them I was scared and my doctor had me on 6 different nurses with this new medication come to my home, stay with me, to monitor me on this new medication, which I never wanted to be on to begin with.
You can't argue with a changed life. One life at a time, one change at a time.
And we have another year behind us. Was it easy? No, it was not. Sickness, death.
A few months later, the judge finally terminated the conservatorship, but they couldn't just pack up and go home. So basically, even though the conservatorship itself was technically over, there were still some questions outstanding that the judge did need to answer before everybody could just take their toys and go home, as it were. And some of these issues were actually supposed to have been decided upon even way before the conservatorship itself was terminated. But the judge did kind of front load the more important issues, like, do we let Britney hire her own lawyer? Or should we let her out of this unconstitutional toxic conservatorship that's also unnecessary? The judge kind of took those questions and put them up to the front. But when she did that, it took some other questions that needed to be decided and kind of pushed them to the back burner. Now there's all these back burner questions that still need to be answered in Britney's case, even though she's out of the conservatorship. So there were already some miscellaneous issues to be decided at the end of Britney's conservatorship. Some loose ends needed to be tied up. One of those issues, just to give y'all one example, dates back to 2019. And it has to do with the annual accounting reports that Lou Taylor's firm, TriStar, prepared for the court. These reports were prepared by Lou Taylor's firm, TriStar, which was Britney's business manager during 2019. The reports are supposed to show the court how Britney's money was spent and used and accounted for during any given year. But Britney has objected to those reports from 2019, and she gives many reasons why. One reason she objects to this filing, again just as one example, is that Lou Taylor charged Britney's estate for her own personal legal fees. That year, Lou sued a Free Britney supporter for defamation and copyright infringement or something, and she hired these really high-dollar lawyers to represent her. It was a personal dispute between Lou and a fan about Lou Taylor's reputation, her business, and her name and likeness. But Lou didn't pay her own personal legal fees. Britney did. Britney doesn't think she should have had to pay those fees, which were more than $150,000, so she's opposing it in court. Like I said earlier, this is just one of the many issues that were already up for the court's consideration before the conservatorship was terminated. But now, on top of all these issues that fall into that category, Britney's dad and former conservator is acting an entire damn ass fool in the court, which is creating a whole separate sideshow of chaos and calamity. It's a whole mess. So I've taken the liberty to distill it into a rough TLDR so y'all can get a general view of what's really still at issue in the case, and I want to talk about a couple exhibits that really gave us a lot of insight. This is just the 30,000 foot view, okay? This isn't really for like the Britney historians or anyone who's already knowledgeable and following the case like frame by frame. There are a few things that I'm not going to mention here today that I don't think are necessarily the most important issues, so just wanted to do that little disclaimer. This is kind of 30,000 foot view, all right? So, from what I can tell, there's basically three major, we'll say categories or buckets of issues that the judge in this case, Judge Luna, does need to decide. I've taken the liberty to name these categories, none of this is legal advice, okay? Also, this is just kind of like a general summary, okay? So, three major categories of issues that still need to be decided by the judge in Britney's conservatorship case, even though the conservatorship's over. Those categories are, we'll call them money, discovery, and depositions. Let's start with the biggest category and by far the most contentious from what I can tell, money. So like I just mentioned, money is one of the three major categories of issues that are still being fought about in court. Now, there's a bunch of different ways that I could divide this money category up, but suffice it to say, it pretty much all deals with fees. These fees have to do with lawyers, including Lou Taylor's lawyer from the Taylor versus Kuchar lawsuit. We're talking Jamie's lawyers, Geraldine, Gerald, Vivian Lee Thoreen, Big Sloppy, all these associates, Justin Gold, Jody Montgomery. I mean, everybody and anybody who can line up and put their hand out for Britney's money is pretty much doing it. Okay, so that's one major issue they're still fighting about in court. The second category of major issues that they're still fighting about in court is discovery. So over the course of fighting about the money, the parties began exchanging evidence with each other in a process called discovery. One of these discovery requests has caused a major amount of drama in the case. And this has to do with sensitive information obtained by Kroll and Associates. Basically, Jamie Spears wants to force this accounting firm working for Britney to turn over some private information or something that Britney gave to them over the course of their investigation for her. And Britney's lawyer's like, no, Jamie has absolutely no right to this information, and he gives a whole bunch of reasons that we're not going to get into in this video. So, TLDR, that's one of the things that they're still kind of fighting about in court, whether or not this accounting firm, Kroll and Associates, is going to have to turn over some surveillance, audio, and video recording that allegedly Jamie took of Britney during the course of the conservatorship. Matt Rosengard's basically like, Jamie already has that anyway because he's the one that was authorizing these recordings to happen anyway. Like I said, Matt goes into a whole bunch of different reasons. We're not going to get into them here today, but that's the second major issue. It has to do with this sensitive information with Kroll and Associates, but that all just mutated out of them fighting over money. So it's kind of like a spinoff from them fighting over money. And the last major issue that still needs to be fought out in court deals with Lou Taylor and her firm, TriStar Sports and Entertainment. This category, we're going to call it depositions. Britney's lawyer, Matt Rosengart, said in recent court documents that TriStar and Robin Greenhill, who is Lou's bestie who works for TriStar, are so desperate to avoid their depositions, they've now been postponed for almost a year. According to these documents that Britney's lawyer filed, TriStar and Robin will stop at absolutely nothing to avoid answering questions about their involvement in Britney's conservatorship.
Lou, Robin, how are you guys? Listen, have you guys talked to Britney at all since the divorce filings? Is there anything you can say? Are you guys here to help her in LA? Is there anything that you can say at all? You guys are so integral in her life for the longest time. Conservatorship, a lot of people are concerned for her right now. Robin, the conservatorship. I mean, people really think that maybe she needs help at this point. Lou, anything? Robin? All right, no comments.
Britney's lawyer says that he's rescheduled these depositions repeatedly, and Lou or somebody always cancels them, or they come up with some excuse as to why they can't come to the deposition. But why would these people put so much time, effort, energy, and money into avoiding depositions? Like, what's really the big deal? They had to have been expecting depositions at some point over their involvement in this, so they've had a long time to do it. Why won't they just sit down for a few hours, answer the questions about their involvement with Britney's conservatorship, and go on about their business? Well, Britney's lawyer believes that they're just using the system to abuse Britney and maybe avoid their own personal accountability. But it kind of makes me wonder, maybe there's something, speculating here, that they don't want to sit down under oath under penalty of perjury and be asked about. Maybe there's some things they don't want to tell the truth about. But it personally makes me wonder whether there may be something or some things that they just don't want to be asked about. See, Brittany and her lawyer have made some pretty serious allegations against Jamie and TriStar and Lou and Robin in these court filings, and they put in the receipts to back them up. Now, I'm not going to go through all the receipts today. We would be here for definitely until another day, but I will mention a few for the highlight reel. So in no particular order, let's start with Lou Taylor's emails. Lou Taylor's emails from 2008 confirm what we suspected all along. Lou Taylor was instrumental, if not vital, in the planning and execution of the conservatorship. She inappropriately helped herself to Brittany's money for her personal use. The conservatorship reeked of conflicts of interest. And Lou tried to move Brittany's money from the SJB Trust into her own firm, Stonebridge. So these emails that are included now in court documents are from early 2008. And they're all conversations between Lou, Jamie, and his lawyers at the time, or some combination of the three. And they show us some of the discussions that this little crew was having before and after the conservatorship was actually ordered. There are even some emails from the exact day that they all petitioned for the conservatorship while Brittany was locked up in a hospital against her will. And those emails from that day show Lou talking about something, we need a caucus after the hearing so I can send a press statement to the AP on the behalf of the family Coram Deo under his IK by or something. And even though these emails are aggressively redacted, they reveal so much. Let's talk about some of the things that the emails reveal. Better emails. For one, we learn about who was in the running to be Brittany's co-conservator with Jamie. Just a couple weeks before the conservatorship was ordered, Andrew Wallet was already signed, sealed, and delivered on being a conservator of Brittany's estate. And Jamie, Brittany's dad, was a shoo-in to be the conservator of the person. But according to these emails, Lou wanted another person in place, and so they were all emailing about who the third co-conservator was going to be. Brittany's then, I think, lawyer, somebody named Howard something, was a contender up until the last few days, but he turned out not to be eligible to fill the position of conservator. Lou Taylor gives the reason in these emails. Howard couldn't be a co-conservator because he was a, quote, interested party. And I just gotta ask here, I don't know what in the hell world type of definition that Lou Taylor might possibly have been working on for interested party that would make some random lawyer an interested party in Brittany's case, but not her and James Parnell Spears. But okay, whatever, I digress. Going back to what we were talking about. Then we find out Lou Taylor herself was in the running to be one of the conservators at some point as well. At least through her company, TriStar, which wound up eventually being Brittany's business manager throughout most of the conservatorship, but I guess at the exact time that the conservatorship was put into place, it was not. Well, that didn't end up working out for Lou. So then I guess after her attempt to be conservator flopped, she decided she wanted to now be trustee of Brittany's most valuable trust. And this was called the 2004 SJB Revocable Trust. It's a huge deal. I've already made a whole entire dedicated video to it, so be sure to check that one out if you missed it. So anyway, yeah, when the conservatorship started, Brittany was removed as the sole trustee of this one trust called the SJB Trust. She had formed the trust in 2004 with a team of lawyers, and she set it up so that literally every single thing that she owned in the entire universe known to man would be contained within that trust. It's pretty clear that Brittany was attempting to protect her assets from the talons of the likes of Lou Taylor and other people like her when she set this trust up. Again, like I said, I already have a whole entire video on this trust, so do go and watch that one. But for the purposes of this video, Brittany put herself in charge of that trust in 2004. She was the trustee, the only trustee. Conservatorship starts in 2008, and she gets ruled legally incompetent to be a trustee, so her backup squad has to come to the plate. Backup trustees would take over if she couldn't do the job, and Brittany had hand-selected these backups. Two of them did in fact step up to the plate and take over when the conservatorship started. One was her brother Brian, and the other was a lawyer named Ivan who had helped her set up the trust all the way back in 2004, which was like 4 years earlier at that time. Well, 4 years later, after Brittany sets up this trust with Ivan to protect her money, we have Lou Taylor trying to actually take control over the trust from Brian and Ivan. She emails this huge pages-long email to Jamie and his lawyer at the time, Geraldine, and the email is titled something about concerns with Brian Spears as a trustee. And it's just like the bold-faced, unmitigated audacity of this woman trying to get her talons into Brittany's money and away from the people that Brittany specifically put into place to do those jobs. Lou even says it in the email that she and Jamie don't want the trustees of Brittany's trust to even have any information unless the conservatorship team was legally required to share it with them. Then in these same emails, we see Matt Rosengart using them as evidence that the conservatorship team outright boldface lied to the court and told the court that Ivan had resigned so that they could put Jamie Lynn Spears in his place as trustee. And from the looks of things, they did start to file documents as if Jamie Lynn Spears was the trustee of the trust. So come to find out, according to Matt Rosengart and seemingly according to these emails, there's no evidence that Ivan ever resigned from his position as the trustee of Brittany's trust, the SJB Trust. Again, there is evidence that Brittany did choose this man to be the trustee of her trust. He never resigned. He was never removed legally. And they just went ahead and let Jamie Lynn Spears, a Lou Taylor client, on top of the fact that she was Brittany's sister, but she was also Lou Taylor's client for many years, maybe even more years than Brittany. So we find out in these emails that they've been lying to the court. We already knew they were lying to the court, but apparently something to do with, putting Jamie Lynn Spears in charge. And it's very funny because Matthew Rosengart calls Jamie Lynn Spears a puppet in his filings, that they were just using Jamie Lynn Spears as a puppet to do their work so that they could control Brittany's SJB Trust. And we have some other evidence that SJB Trust was always the goal of the conservatorship team, like this email right here that shows Geraldine Weil, Jamie's lawyer at the time, talking about Rome wasn't built in a day, looking like Lou Taylor trying to be a trustee of the trust. We're trying to remove Brian. They trying to remove Ivan, both of whom Brittany had put into place as trustees. It's a whole big mess. And one more point I wanted to bring up in this video is in these exhibits, we finally have an answer to the age-old question we've been asking since, I've been asking it since I found out who Lou Taylor was. When did this conservatorship scheme start? According to these emails, it was around 2005, and it included weekly fasting and praying, apparently. So, the emails, like I said, revealed a whole lot. We've made a bunch of new discoveries, and I'm actually not sure that all of this information was necessarily only just now made available to the public, but certainly was the first time that I put it all together this way, and it's the first time that I've seen a lot of people talking about some of it. So what did we learn? I think importantly, Lou Taylor was absolutely, certainly, based on these emails, if they're real and all that, a mastermind behind the conservatorship. Based on these emails, it does appear as though Lou Taylor actually was directing even Jamie Spears' lawyers. What else did we learn? We learned Lou Taylor was in the running to be one of the co-conservators over Brittany, presumably her estate, but it didn't end up working out for her. We then learn, when it didn't work out for her, that she tried to become a trustee of Brittany's most valuable trust that Brittany did start and put all her assets into to protect in 2004. We also learn that Lou Taylor, or confirm, we also get confirmation, which is always good, validation, confirmation, that Lou Taylor has indeed been intending on trying to get her talents into the SJB Trust since at least 2005, which is only 1 year after the trust was invented and founded or whatever, established. All the while throughout the Free Britney movement, we were being called conspiracy theorists. Literally in headlines. There's no need to free Britney from her conservatorship, her family says, or something like that. We'll put it up here right now, written by Chloe Mayloss, 2019.
Where are those notes from, or is there a transcript of her talking to the judge, or was that public?
That was not public. And in fact, one of the sources that reported that was you. So I read it in a CNN report that Britney had gone. I think so. Yeah, I can send that too. But I just wanted to circle back
because I don't know what you're talking about right now. So I would love to see that.
No problem. They refer to the Free Britney movement as conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists.
I guess I had written about Britney Spears. Pickups that I wrote have since resurfaced, but
then you have Lou Taylor coming to my law firm, hiring my law firm, trying to get me to stop making videos about her based on the claim that what I was saying about her connections to Stonebridge weren't accurate. Well, come to find out, based on her own emails, looks like they were accurate. And so, I don't know. I can't take this as anything else other than a victory lap and, a win for karma. What goes around comes around, really don't know. But what else do we learn in these emails? Yeah, just Lou Taylor was trying to get her hands on Brittany's money the whole time. She absolutely was a mastermind. She was trying to be a trustee, and she was trying to keep information from the trustees who Brittany chose to be trustees. One of these guys helped her write the trust. He works at one of the best law firms, not even indisputably one of the best ones. And here we have Lou Taylor, who Brittany called a crazy lady and a stalker, apparently, allegedly based on these emails, trying to keep the information about the trust from the person who Brittany had helped her make the trust. It's like, I can't even wrap my mind around it. I can't wrap my mind around being so entitled to somebody else's money. We also learn again, or get more confirmation, reiterated, that Lou Taylor actually indeed caused money from Britney Spears' business to pay for her own personal lawsuit. Britney has issues with that. I can't imagine why she wouldn't. So that's what's all going on with that. So as far as court updates go, there are a few other things going on, like I said at the beginning of the video. If you really are interested in it, I would recommend you go and follow Melanie Veronica. She just started a new YouTube channel called Bubblegum Bite, and she has an Instagram account. She goes to all the court hearings. So if you want to get that granular day-by-day coverage, I do recommend you go to her channel. But for the general 30,000 foot view of what's going on in the court case right now, it all boils down to three major issues: money, discovery, depositions. Money, lawyer fees, all that. Discovery has to do with the surveillance video and audio. I actually do have a slight update. It looks as though, based on an update provided by Melanie earlier this morning at the time of recording this video, that the judge has determined something in that discovery issue, and that is that the judge is going to keep like 95 to 99% of all that information confidential based on something that referee had said. Not really important here. By the time I actually sat here to record this video, that's not even up for issue anymore. So really the two outstanding issues that are up for discussion are the TriStar and Robin Greenhill depositions and a lot of money issues. So those are the two outstanding issues at the time of recording this video. There is a trial date for these issues to be litigated, and that is set for May 2024. I'm not optimistic that everything is going to be tied up in a neat, clean little bow in May 2024. I imagine that is going to be more discovery is going to be starting. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just speculating here because some of these issues have been up for discussion and up for debate in this courtroom for 3 years or more. So I'm just not that optimistic that it's all just going to be resolved on one day in May. I just don't see how it could be. It does feel like there's going to need to be witnesses called and stuff like that. So it may last a few weeks. Who knows how long it'll last? Who knows if it'll even happen, but I'll certainly be keeping my ear to the ground on that case to see if anything major does happen in the court, affecting any of this, what I've said in this video. As for me, moving forward, I got a few more videos coming out very soon about Britney, but also just kind of getting in the time machine a little bit and going back to sort of more like the beginning of the conservatorship. I really wanted to show y'all all the different research that I've done and that we've done over here at the BJ Investigates Surprise Witness Studios House Productions. I want to show y'all some of the findings that we have made around that time. I didn't really have time to do those types of videos before, but I really want to show y'all what we found there. So that's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye. Louise Mary Sawyer Taylor rose to notoriety as the so-called mastermind behind Britney Spears' conservatorship. And she tried to force me to stop making videos about her by meddling with my law firm employment, but that's a story for another day. She's had a lot of jobs in the entertainment industry, including publicist, accountant, life manager, attempted conservator, and business manager. But what a lot of people don't know is she's one of Hollywood's most prolific and profitable managers. She was sued alongside Travis Scott for the Astroworld tragedy, and her business associate and employee, Robin Greenhill, was accused in a lawsuit against P. Diddy of helping orchestrate an S-trafficking scheme. The other day, I had a revelation about this woman, and it goes all the way back to 1995. I think I uncovered the very beginnings of the Lou Taylor scheme plot, and I have reason to believe it took her literally decades to effectuate this ultimate plan. Everything in this video is just speculation, and I'm going to show you exactly where I got all of the information and the ideas that I did get, and you're free to make up your own mind by the end. So in order to tell this story appropriately, I think we need to go all the way back to 1992, which is more than 30 years ago. At the time, Lou Taylor was living in Florida. It's also no secret that Lou Taylor is a highly religious person, and I've speculated before that she actually trades on this reputation of Christianity in order to get herself further in the industry. It kind of makes people enter into this false sense of security whenever they think the person that they're working with has a strong Christian value or whatever, especially in particular whenever you're talking to someone else who shares those values, right?
Lou Taylor is the business manager for Britney Spears' father, mother, and younger sister, Jamie Lynn.
You know, I'm here to speak for Jamie and for Lynn. I mean, when do you ever rest in that if you're constantly in fear of being exploited? What they don't know about Jamie and Lynn Spears is that every day Jamie goes to work as a professional chef, asking the Lord to give him the strength to honor the people he works for in the midst of circumstances. That Lynn Spears loves her daughter so much, and again, asking every day for God to give her strength and for her to continue to have hope. So really, I guess for me to be self-indulgent for a moment, that I would really hope that all those who seek God for strength in their life would be interceding for this family, because Jamie Spears, Lynn Spears, Brian, and Jamie Lynn Spears are all amazing people.
So what I uncovered has a lot to do with this Christianity piece. And fast forward to today, Lou Taylor's husband and Lou Taylor herself own a church in Brentwood, Tennessee called Calvary Chapel. Not only do they own a church, but they own a children's school / orphanage / I don't know, charity of some sort for children in Haiti called L'Accueil Tulum. But that's today. That's in 2024. Let's travel back in time to 1992. Now, this is before Lou kind of enters the scene, but I want to set the stage. There was a local Christian radio station in Florida called WDYL, and they hosted a Christian business exposition where this man named Tim Thompson tried to convince local business people to congregate and, quote, network on a monthly basis. About 2 years later, April 1994, Thompson acted on his dream and formed a tentative board of directors for what would become the Richmond Christian Chamber of Commerce. So 1994, the Christian Chamber of Commerce International was established in Miami by a founder named Al Otero. The next year, an affiliate would be spawned and Lou Taylor would become the president of that. Al Otero, chamber founder and executive director, said more chapters are on the way in Florida. The chamber has a forum on CompuServe, and Otero says that they have received interest as far away as England. So far, so good. It's the Christians wanting to network with each other and, talk to each other and do business with each other. And I really don't think that that's necessarily unusual or out of the ordinary. So 1995, the very next year, rolls around. October 8th, we finally see Lou Taylor being mentioned, and she's actually interviewing in the newspaper. Here's that. Now, there's actually quite a few articles at this same exact time that come out, and I'll put a few examples here, but it's almost like they packaged up a little press release and sent it off to a bunch of different local newspapers, because the same story verbatim is being told in all these, but there's a little bit different titles and a little bit different descriptions and captions under the pictures and stuff. For example, here's one such article: churches rallying around its own in South Florida, and then we have Lou Taylor being quoted. A lot of it has to do with Christians coming to a comfort level that it's okay to talk about business, said Lou M. Taylor, an accountant in Boca Raton and president of the Christian Chamber of Commerce. She says, it's a wonderful thing to be able to give praise to the Lord and do business with other Christians in the business community. It does give a little more information about the Christian Chamber of Commerce International, like sort of the umbrella organization. And it says they sponsor business card exchanges and breakfasts, and there are about 130 members in Broward and Dade counties. And the members include real estate agents, bankers, and car dealers, like the most ethical people of our society, y'all. The car dealers and the real estate brokers and the bankers. Amen. So that's like the fall time of 1995. But by February of 1996, other organizations were already having an issue with this Christian Chamber of Commerce, which Lou Taylor is the president of one of the chapters. The Anti-Defamation League wrote an opinion piece in the local newspaper taking issue not only with the Christian Chamber of Commerce, but with how the local newspapers were actually spreading this message. And again, y'all, because this same exact article verbatim did appear and was syndicated through many local newspapers at the time, I do believe that it was a press package put together by the Christian Chamber of Commerce, of which Lou Taylor was a president of one of the chapters. So the Anti-Defamation League of Palm Beach did take issue with the Christian Chamber of Commerce and how it was being advertised. And here's the opinion piece that they did write in February of 1996. They said, base business on merit, not religion. Your lead to a recent article profiling the Christian Chamber of Commerce was misguided and offensive. And what these people are talking about is the lead into that article was like, where can you find an ethical car salesman, an ethical realist? Right? They're saying that. And then they're saying, oh, you can find them at the Christian Chamber of Commerce. And the Anti-Defamation League is like, hold on. Just because somebody's a Christian or pretending to be doesn't mean anything. What do you mean ethics? You can't be ethical without religion? Kind of their issue they're taking. So here's that opinion piece again. They say, in asking where you can find an ethical car salesman, an honest lawyer, a generous accountant in the same room together, a meeting of the Christian Chamber of Commerce, they say you suggested that everyone outside of the organization is suspect and not to be trusted in daily business practices. Such an introduction violates journalistic standards by abandoning objectivity and endorsing the group's message. We do not contest the members' free association right to form the Christian Chamber of Commerce. So saying, yeah, they have a right to do this stuff. That's not really the issue. The issue is how y'all are presenting it. We believe, the Anti-Defamation League said, such enterprises unnecessarily inject religion into the marketplace. The message to quote, buy Christian, preferably or exclusively, sends a discomforting message in a pluralistic society. So one of the things that the Christian Chamber of Commerce does say is that anybody can join, but in order to join, you have to sign an oath saying that you believe Jesus is the Lord and Savior and the only way through. I'll put the exact quote right here or whatever, but you have to sign an oath basically agreeing to Christian belief system. So the Anti-Defamation League is like, hold on. They're saying they're open to everybody, but they're not. They're clearly not. Look, any organization that requires a written oath proclaiming the signer's belief in Jesus essentially excludes non-Christians. In some states, such groups have been outlawed by statute. Perhaps Florida should contemplate taking such an action as well. Then people would be encouraged to do business on the basis of merit and not group identity. Again, this is just their opinion. I'm not weighing in on that. And that's just a little bit of the socio-political context that was going on at the time. But at the same time, that's whenever we get Lou Taylor starting to do interviews about prosperity. And this is actually a doctrine, the prosperity doctrine, which is inundated in these Hollywood megachurches. And Hillsong comes in later, 2012, 2016, later on as the home church of people like all of the Jenners. At one point, Kanye West, Selena Gomez, Justin Bieber, Hailey Bieber. There's all these very famous people at the Hillsong Church. And one of the shaping members of the Hillsong International regime, I did talk about in the very first BJ Investigates I ever made. Okay, so now I have this section called Hillsong, and buckle up, girl. Brian, let's talk a little bit about him. Brian is the current president, CEO, whatever, leader of Hillsong.
You're watching the Christian channel. Jesus is Lord of the airwaves.
New from Pastor Brian Houston, money.
There's not one person in this building who doesn't need more money. And if you say, well, I don't need more money, then I would say you have a very poor outlook on life.
You'll learn why you need more money.
Because money is a tool that can accomplish phenomenal things. What money can do in your hand is bless, it can help, it can build, it can increase, it can bring vision, it can strengthen.
Brian Houston is one of these prosperity preachers that thinks the more money and flashy you are, the more God has favor on you. So he says, you need more money. This is the name of Brian's book. You need more money. God's amazing financial plan for your life. As Frank's dark secrets gradually came to light, Brian slid slowly into a growing dependence on sleeping pills. Oh, okay. Frank Houston is the founder of Hillsong. Now, Hillsong was founded in Australia, which a lot of people don't necessarily know. Somebody said the patron saint of Hillsong was Gianni Versace.
Say he with my posse, caught me Chloe like Kardashian, keep this in Versace.
Now, if we travel back in time, all the way back to Lou Taylor doing interviews in 1996, at this time, she was talking about the prosperity doctrine in other terms. Here is one such interview from Lou Taylor, and this one is from March 31st, 1996. The title of the article is Christian Chambers Firms Put Values to Work. So it's a continuation of an article from probably the front page, but it says, quote, God does not want his body to be poor, Lou Taylor said. I bless others as I prosper. But Taylor, who's also president of TriStar Accounting Group in Boca Raton, says the chamber is not about getting rich. Quote, it's not about money, she said. I want to be able to provide good benefits for my employees. I don't think other businesses put themselves in the position to distribute that profit. Taylor said her faith helps her communicate better with her employees and that the chamber will help instill mutual respect among employees and managers. She says it's about temperament. You pray before approaching a situation. Now remember this right here because that's going to become important a little later. Lou says we're a different breed from ordinary business owners. Well, with that, I would have to agree. And then the article goes on to say, besides setting an example, the Christian Chamber has the resources, that means money, to help members start businesses, Otero said. For example, it can refer budding entrepreneurs to banks friendly with the chamber for loans. But that will not lead to discrimination against non-Christians, says Linda Longo, who is actually the chamber executive of the Palm Beach County Chamber with Lou Taylor. They kind of work together. Here's a picture of both of them together. This Linda lady says, quote, it doesn't mean we want to be segregated. It's an opportunity for us to show people how we do business. Well, girl, we see how y'all do business and it has not been pretty. So at this point, by 1996, I'm already getting the sense that Lou Taylor definitely relies on her Christian identity and her Christian religion in order to get business. And she also seems to strongly believe that because she is a Christian, because she is subscribing to this religion, she deserves prosperity. This word prosperity is very important because it is specifically an evangelical tag word for this doctrine. God does not want his body to be poor is something that these people really believe. And I don't know, maybe that's true. I don't know. But you just start to see how Lou Taylor does inextricably intertwine her Christian-based identity and values with business. And for me, let me go get my Bible. Hold on.
Sometime later.
So I did go and get my copy of the Bible, and I'm going to read y'all what Jesus Christ actually said, translated from Aramaic into English. This Bible, there's been no meddling by King James. There's been no meddling. It came straight from Aramaic. See this? First verse, this is Lou Taylor's religion. That's why I'm reading the Bible, because I do have the Bhagavad Gita and I got the Quran. I got all of them. So whatever religion you want, I read your book and I'm going to tell you what it says. This is one of my favorite Jesus stories too. Talking about, I thank God because we are responsible for bringing up the next generation of business people. In this article here, Lou Taylor says, quote, we bring together businesses to pray together and do business together. Money and religion, Lou Taylor says, are not incompatible. In this article called There's No Biz Like a Christian Biz, we see their model. A good reputation is to be chosen above great riches. So yeah, that does definitely seem like something that the Bible would endorse. Lou Taylor says our ethics policy is geared toward a biblical-based point of view. And she says she has no problem being called a Jesus freak. She says this is not a venue for proselytizing, but rather a vehicle through which like-minded business people can grow their business, support each other, and network. She says this is not a venue for evangelicalizing, for proselytizing. No. The Christian Chamber of Commerce, Lou Taylor said, is rather a vehicle through which like-minded business people can grow their business, network, support one another, and share their faith all at the same time. Again, she says she prayed over it, and she really believes that this is the way God asked her to go. In this 1996 article entitled Bringing God to Business, Lou Taylor interviews yet again and says the following, quote, it amazes me the number of business people that have not taken their beliefs into the workplace. There are so many Sunday Christians. That same article goes on to say, members of the Christian Chamber will soon be able to take advantage of comprehensive benefits plans. By early May 1996, they were going to offer a plan including medical, dental, and optical insurance, a discount drug card, long-distance discounts, travel discounts, attraction discounts, and a variety of other things. The monthly meetings were primarily just get-togethers, but Lou Taylor said the networking and fellowship events, as well as small business seminars, are in the planning stages. She said, we strengthen each other in this group, and people are so excited to see what's happening. In this article, Lou M. Taylor, an accountant in Boca Raton and president of the chamber, said the following quote, a lot of it has to do with Christians coming to a comfort level that it's okay to talk about business. It's a wonderful thing to be able to give praise to the Lord and do business with other Christians in the business community. Well, I consulted with the Holy Bible. And actually, Lou Taylor's wrong. Now, the reason that I am consulting the Holy Bible and not the, for example, Quran or the Zohar is because Lou Taylor is a Christian. So she's sitting here talking about the Christians got to come to a comfort level that it's okay to do business with each other and talk about business and bring the business into the church and the church into the business and all of that. Well, Matthew 21 verses 13 through 14 do not agree. Let me put them up here on the screen. And this translation that I'm using of the Bible is the Holy Bible straight from Aramaic. Jesus Christ himself would have spoken Aramaic. And as y'all probably know, King James did meddle in the translation of the Christian Bible. And so I like to go directly to the source. And since I don't speak Aramaic, I just got it translated straight out of there. Okay. Matthew 21 verses 12 through 13. And Jesus entered into the temple of God and drove out all who were buying and selling in the temple. And he overturned the tables. Jesus walked into the temple of his Father and flipped the business people's tables over and said, "Get that shit out of here." I kind of like that story about Jesus. It's one of my favorite ones. It goes on to say, he overturned the trays of the money changers and the stands of those who sold doves. And he said to them, "It is written, my house shall be called the house of prayer, but you have made it a bandit's cave." That's not all Jesus said about merchants in his temple. Let's go to the next book in the Bible. This one's from Mark. Mark 11, verses 15 through 16. And they came to Jerusalem. And Jesus entered into the temple of God and began to cast out those who were buying and selling in the temple. And he overturned the trays of the money changers and the stands of those who sold doves. And he would not allow any man to bring goods into the temple. Verse 17, and he taught them, saying, "Is it not written, my house shall be called the house of prayer for all people, and you have made it into a bandit's cave." Lou Mary Sawyer Taylor. It's really about Christians coming to a comfort level of putting Jesus and money together. And this isn't for evangelicalizing. No, this is for networking and doing business. And that's why the good Lord's striking her down right now. You can't violate the people you pray to, because here, this will happen to you. Okay, so we're almost done with this Christian Chamber of Commerce piece, but it really is very important to understand the context of where Lou Taylor started in order to understand where she is today. So it all kind of started brewing in 1992. By 1994, there was that Christian Chamber of Commerce International. By 1995, Lou Taylor had started her own little chapter in Palm Beach where she was living, Boca Raton, wherever. 1996, a bunch of other chapters start opening. In 1997, that original guy from the radio station conference or whatever, Tim Thompson, just to throw in a little context here, his day job was the president of Old Dominion Asset Management. Now, Old Dominion is an evangelical word, like the Pentecostals like to use that word. But Old Dominion Asset Management is, again, mixing God and evangelical things with business asset management. The man, I mean, unless he's doing it for free, I don't feel like he needs to be mixing God in with that. It's like trading on God's name in order to profit. Even just in and of itself, I know for a fact Jesus does not like that. He was flipping tables over. Flipping them over. This is a house of prayer, not a bandit's cave. Thieves, bandits. That's what Jesus said, not me. So all that's happening in the 90s, and Lou Taylor does live right over there in Florida. Now, at some point, she did move to New York, or at least her business practices did. So blink and you miss it, but in 2000, Lou actually sold TriStar, which would become TriStar Sports and Entertainment, but at the time it was called TriStar Accounting Group. She sold it to her business partner's company, Gilman Kiochia, or whatever. Okay. Now, this Gilman Kiochia, it keeps coming up because it's a parent company of one of the companies that Lou Taylor did work for called Prime Capital Services or something like that. She and this man, Mitchell Stanley Martin, worked at Prime Capital Services. And the owner of Prime Capital Services is this Gilman Kiochia company. So basically her boss's boss bought TriStar. But then in 2001, the very next year, she bought it back. So I'm really not exactly sure what was going on with that, but it could possibly have something to do with the fact that she was in a little bit of financial trouble. So by 2001, Lou would slowly begin taking on higher profile clients as her accounting career progressed, and she would also expand her job titles and her responsibilities as well. Remember, back in the 90s, she was just an accountant who owned an accounting firm. But then by 2001, she was working as a quote, publicist and spokesperson for a successful supermodel named Nikki Taylor. And this was a very famous supermodel at the time. So here's Lou Taylor in May 2001 talking about a car crash that Nikki Taylor did get into. Probably her first big name A-list household name type client. Nikki Taylor left a hospital for a private rehab. I wonder if it was owned by the Christians. Now, oh, there's another thing too I wanted to say. This Tim Thompson situation, in this article right here, that he does say that members of the Christian chamber, quote, agree to pray for one another and refer clients to each other, right? It's an agreement. It's part of being in the club. You have to agree to refer clients to the other people in the Christian Chamber of Commerce. I need Jesus to walk in and flip somebody's table real quick. So there's this agreement. They have to agree. It's an oath. They have to agree. They have to agree to refer each other clients. So when I see something from 3 or 4 years later that says Nikki Taylor is going to a private rehab center, and I know that the people in the Christian Chamber of Commerce are the people who are in some of the seediest areas of business, including asset management, car sales, real estate, I just have to wonder, is this a refer a friend in the network or whatever? I mean, I don't know. The name of the Atlanta rehab center wasn't released. And then look right here. Nikki was wearing a seatbelt and appeared uninjured, but collapsed after getting out of the car, said publicist Lou Taylor, who's not related to the model. We're going to have to do a whole investigation on Nikki Taylor and why she collapsed after she got out the car, even though she wasn't injured and all that. But anyway, so this is 2001. And despite Lou's faith and rising profile, and despite the fact that she was a whole ass accountant in charge of other people's money, none of that stopped her own financial failures. Just 1 month after Lou's most famous client at the time, Nikki Taylor, did get into that mysterious car accident where she wasn't injured, but she still somehow collapsed outside the car. 1 month after that, Lou Taylor and her husband Rob file for bankruptcy. Miss Asset Management, Miss Finance Queen, Miss Accountant of the World, Miss I was in charge of hundreds of millions of dollars for Britney, she declared bankruptcy herself in 2001. So here are those filings. The next year, 2002, Louise M. Taylor is listed as agent of TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group in Brentwood. But look, it's at 9590 Liberty Church Road. So she's using the church address that her husband owns, Calvary Baptist or whatever, for her own business address. Again, mixing business and religion. That's a church. That's not the headquarters of your accounting firm. A few years goes by and it's 2005. This is another one of Lou Taylor's first most famous clients, and it was Meta World Peace, aka Ron Artest. Now, Ron Artest had been basically goaded into getting into a fight at a basketball game. He's a basketball player. There's whole documentaries that have been done on this, but basically at the time, this group of men were very unfairly punished because some fans in the audience were really harassing and assaulting them. And I think it was criminal. They were throwing drinks at them. They were throwing things at them. And so finally, there was only so much the men could take. And then they retaliated. Well, when they did that, the media had a field day. And they were calling them everything but a child of God.
Ball hat. Right there. He's hitting Artest from behind. Watch another fan. Artest hit him, then as a...
And this particular guy who eventually ended up going by Meta World Peace, I mean, he was in trouble. And it was during that time that Lou Taylor did sink her talons into him. In the reporting about this client, Lou Taylor's TriStar is cited as a, quote, life management company for Ron Artest. Here's an excerpt here that he was not available for comment. He's not been available to the media since becoming a client of Lou Taylor's TriStar. And it's called, again, look, a life management company. And then they quote Lou Taylor. He's in great spirits and has been working out hard. He has great respect and admiration for Commissioner Stern. And there's other articles from this client-manager relationship in this article here where apparently Lou Taylor, quote, forced Meta World Peace, aka Ron Artest, to hire a housekeeper. And she was like in his house cleaning out his refrigerator. Here's the article. Ron has hired Brentwood-based manager Louise Lou Taylor, whose TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group company does nearly everything for the Stars, including management, bookkeeping, public relations, personal finance, life coaching, and even a little housekeeping. And again, I just can't help but wonder, are all these people getting hired part of the ring, part of the, network of Christians? Who's doing the bookkeeping? Who's doing the public relations? Who's doing the personal finance? Who's doing the life coaching? Because it ain't Lou sitting there with every single client, right? I mean, who's Cassie Petrie, for example? It says yesterday, and again, this article is from 2005, Lou, a no-nonsense, efficient manager, confirmed a report saying she once cleaned Ron's refrigerator and forced him to hire a housekeeper. Yes, I did clean it for him, and he took my advice and hired a housekeeper, and his wife was thrilled. But she just told us that she's in charge of literally everything in his life, so she hired the housekeeper. She just told you that. Yeah, he took my advice because I have control of his, again, entire life. Bookkeeping, public relations, personal finance, life coaching, and even a little housekeeping. Quote, our arms are wrapped around their entire lives. So fast forward 2 years and we're in 2007, and now we are fully engrossed in the Britney Spears saga of things. So by 2007, Lou Taylor is already Jamie Lynn Spears' business manager, and Jamie Lynn Spears had a show literally created for her called Zoe 101. Not only was the show created for her, but Brian Spears, Britney Spears' other sibling, was also pretty much handed a job to work as an executive producer on the show. It's by this point, 2007, that Lou Taylor starts targeting Britney Spears with this same Christian values shtick. And we have seen leaked emails between Lou and Britney from the time. Here's one that Lou sent to Britney where she's quoting Corinthians 14:1 or whatever. Picture of her and her stupid husband, Rob. And she's like, okay, on a personal note, I sent you the pink hat with added benefits. Girl, what's the added benefits? I do not know. She says, my friend Regina had breast cancer and lost her hair. Nikki Taylor's hair and makeup artist made about 10 hats. She loves hats and hair to carry her through treatment. When I saw the pink cowgirl hat, it reminded me of you and I thought you would enjoy it. I FedExed it to your house. So here's Lou Taylor writing an email to Britney Spears. This is Britney Spears 2007, the height of her quote meltdown. You know, she's getting harassed and stalked by the paparazzi at the highest levels and highest degrees of anyone ever in history. She shaved her head, all that. And Lou is like, oh, I sent you some hats. And she's name dropping Nikki Taylor. Not only is she name dropping the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and the Bible, but she's name dropping her famous clients in order to seduce Britney into a comfort level, in my opinion. She says, oh, my man, this is Rob. He is hot, godly, and we have been married 18 years this June. Yeah, he loves being a pastor and he loves the fact that his wife is slightly crazy and not like other pastors' wives. LOL. There are many times he has wanted me to quit work and just be a pastor's wife, but I love getting to minister to all sorts of people and love the times when God says, who will go? I can say I will, 15 exclamation points. And then she says, from my heart to yours, Psalm 20 verse 4, may he grant you according to your heart's desire and fulfill all your purpose. So again, look right here, this email that's alleged to be Lou Taylor sending to Britney Spears. She is talking about the Lord. She quotes no fewer than 2 Bible verses, talks about her husband being a pastor and being godly, talks about God. I mean, most of the email is about God. But then you see Britney responding to the email in this allegedly leaked email. And so Britney says to Lou in this email, 2007, hello, sweetie. I hate the way we met. And that was through my father, who we both know is struggling, trying to figure out what he has done wrong by constantly instilling in people that something might be wrong with me. Right. So Brittany's kind of saying nothing's wrong with me. Something's wrong with my dad for trying to make people think something's wrong with me. I hate the way that me and you met. He brought you in trying to convince you that something's wrong with me when really something's wrong with him. That's what Brittany starts her email out by saying. She goes on to say, I hope you are by his side and I would love to invite you to my wedding next year. This is going to be in 2008. She was going to get married. It troubles me how much people are constantly bashing people left and right. She says, I would also love to meet your husband you speak so highly of. He seems like such a doll. Again, even though your visit was pointless and actually humorous, it was cute to see someone so into what they do. Love always, Jack. So Brittany's basically patronizing Lou Taylor and saying like, it's so cute that you know, we're trying to do something. And it makes me almost wonder, like, was it an exorcism or something? Because like Brittany starts the email by saying, I hate the way we met. My dad is trying to convince people something's wrong with me. You coming was absolutely pointless, but it was cute. That's basically what she says. Then Lou wrote back, Brittany, your dad forwarded me this address, so forgive the intrusion. I did not have the chance to speak with you since March, but I wanted to tell you how proud I am of you for sticking out a deliverance process. This is exorcist. Like, they're casting demons out. Like, I grew up in evangelical Christianity. You will never convince me that's not what was going on, but I don't know. I wasn't there. Lou tells Brittany, I'm proud of you for sticking out a deliverance process. It takes courage to face something you're unsure of, and it takes so long. I wanted you to know that I think of you often, and I am praying that strength and peace constantly falls upon your heart. You are precious in his sight and a jewel in his crown. The Bible says God gives beauty for ashes, and you are beautiful. If you ever just need to talk offline, I am here for you. And then she signs her emails Coram Deo, which basically means under his eye. Handmaid's Tale. We have Lou Taylor. She sends this pink hat with maybe a wig or maybe some hair, added benefits, whatever in the hell that is, to Brittany's house. And she's sending these emails about deliverance process. Brittany's ignoring her because Lou Taylor is saying, I haven't had a chance to talk to you. Brittany's saying it was pointless that I had to meet you. That was stupid, but I guess it was cute. Then Brittany sends an email to her lawyer in 2007, basically saying she is scared for her life, that she might die because of Lou Taylor. Let's see this email. Now, I will say also, Lou Taylor has come out and denied that this is an authentic email. I believe it is authentic, but Lou Taylor has said that it is not real. So she sends it to Gary Stifelman at zifrinlaw.com. This is July 2007. And here's Brittany to her lawyer. Gary, since you are my lawyer, even though I don't know if you are really trying to protect me or not, there is this crazy lady, Lou Taylor, that has been sending stuff to my house. How did she get my address? And why can't you stop her? I don't know her. She is a stalker. This is Brittany, allegedly. She is really terrifying me and my babies. If she knows where I live, she can just show up here. She sent me a effing pink hat and she's writing letters like she's my mother. She's been stalking me since Malibu, and it needs to stop because I don't have security. And Sam refuses to stay over every night because he has 1,000 dogs to go feed, and I have my babies in London, and she keeps saying I am possessed. There you go. Lou Taylor keeps saying to Britney Spears in 2007 that she is possessed. Think about it this way. Think about it this way, y'all. Jamie Spears is evangelical Christian, okay? If he believes that truly and wholly, and Lou Taylor is able to trade on and capitalize on that, and Lynn Spears is an evangelical Christian, and they believe in God like this specific brand of God. Lou Taylor goes to the family. She's got demons. Y'all, these doctors are not going to help her. She needs an exorcism. She's got demons. Right? Like imagine. I don't know. I wasn't there, but that's what I imagine happened. That's how you get in. That's how you get in. And it's been going back since 1994, 1995, whenever she was the president of the Christian Chamber of Commerce, talking about we got to bring God into business. Now we have this alleged leaked email from Britney Spears saying, Lou Taylor thinks I'm possessed and she is stalking me. I am scared. I am terrified. I do not have security and I am scared. She keeps saying I am possessed and that she needs to come and kill these spirits. I am asking you for help, please. This gated community cannot or will not keep my stalker mail from reaching my front door. The maid let the FedEx guy in, and that's how the hat got here. We told her 1,000,000 times to leave me alone, and now she's saying she's going to visit my drunk effing father in Kentwood. I don't care about him, but she could easily find my mother and hurt her. So already in 2007, Britney did not care if her dad got hurt or lived or died. And then he became her conservator for 13 years, 12 years. She said, what am I supposed to do? She's begging, she's pleading for help from this woman. And she was right. She says, I am scared. Can you call Sam? And Sam was like her personal assistant, friend, producer, hanger on. I don't know if he was good news or bad news, but he has authenticated this email. He has said that this is authentic email. She said, no one is listening to me. And now Lou sent me pictures of her and a man and butterflies. She is really crazy. Do you care if I'm dead? Because I cannot sign your checks if I am. Your client, Britney Jean Spears. And then around that same time, Britney puts out this video where she's clearly, obviously making fun of someone. And she's saying, go to the light and see Jesus.
Like this lady, she told me, she said, Britney, go to the light. Go to the light and see Jesus. Okay? And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to do it. And I did it. And it happened. And it was just so weird because our world is so nice.
Now, around this same time, Lou Taylor would start to appear. Again, she's already Jamie Lynn Spears' manager at the time for Zoe 101, and she's kind of an A-list star herself at this point from that show. She's the family manager. She's Jamie Spears' manager. She's probably Lynn. I don't know if she's Lynn Spears' manager, but there's pictures of them together. And she's trying to get her talons into Britney and do this deliverance process, this exorcism, the casting out the spirits, according to the email. And it's no coincidence to me that it's a pattern. When Lou Taylor comes around in people's lives, they're usually at pretty bad parts in their lives. Nikki Taylor got in a car wreck and almost died whenever Lou Taylor started acting as her publicist. Ron Artest, Metta World Peace, was in one of the most troubling parts of his entire career when Lou Taylor came in and pretty much took over. Janoris Jenkins, we know, in 2012 ended up almost having Lou Taylor forced upon him because he was a problem child within the NFL or, within being drafted. And Britney Spears, 2007 was the height of her troubles. It was the year she shaved her head. It was the year she was doing this divorce and all of that. And that's when Lou Taylor starts making an appearance as the quote family spokesperson. She goes on to bash Dr. Phil, who I think was a competitor as Britney's co-conservator at the time, who also does this weird Christian values. And I'm not talking about actual Christian values. I'm talking about using it to make a bandit's cave out of the Lord's word. So in 2008, the year the conservatorship started, Lynn Spears, Britney's mom, puts out a book called Through the Storm. Now, in this book, she says that the team was scheming this conservatorship for weeks and that Jamie was going to file for it on January 22nd, 2008. But, quote, Lou felt God leading them to wait, fast, and pray in the weeks they were scheming and planning for the conservatorship. But the court documents tell a little bit of an alternative theory as to what they were really fasting and waiting and praying for. And it didn't have very much to do with God. It had a lot more to do with potentially benefiting Lou Taylor and Team Khan at the extreme detriment of Britney Spears. In this 2022 court filing from Britney's legal team, they included several emails that exposed how the conservatorship was meticulously schemed. These emails showed the whole team, including Lou herself, Jamie Spears, his lawyers, and this guy named Andrew Wallet, who would go on to be the conservator of Britney's estate for more than 11 years. And then she said she never even knew him or talked to him, really. The emails included all those people. They were scheming and plotting back in January and February 2008 to put Britney into this unconstitutional and fraudulent conservatorship. Yes, they were. On January 30th, 2008, Jamie Spears' lawyer, Geraldine Weil, sent an email to Lou saying, quote, we have run into a problem with our judge selection. The only judge who will be able to hear our case on Friday is the one judge who will not give Jamie the power to administer psychotropic drugs to B. So there's a little bit of a Freudian slip where she calls the judge a drug, but maybe that's because she's on drugs or maybe that's because she's preoccupied with drugs. Girl, I do not know. I was not there. I cannot speculate. But she's sending an email to Lou Taylor saying, Lou, we've run into a problem. We were going to file for this conservatorship behind Britney's back. We're not going to give her notice. We're not going to tell her about it. But we have a problem. And the problem is we cannot forcibly drug Britney if we go with this judge. So we have to wait. We have to wait for a new judge. So in Lynn Spears' book, she's like, Lou said God told her to wait and fast and pray. But in the emails attached to literally court documents, that's not what it says. We don't have people saying let's wait and fast and pray. No. Let's wait because we can't forcibly drug this woman against her will if we go with the judge we wanted to go with, if we go with the day we wanted to go with. You see this email? You see it? Geraldine goes on to say in her email to Lou, the first time this judge is off the bench is Wednesday. That is the first safe day to be in court on this matter. If we go earlier, all of this work could well be for virtually nothing. AKA, we're not going to get our money, as Jamie will be able to get her diagnosed, but not get her treated. Importantly here, it is showing that the lawyers knew that Britney had not been diagnosed with a damn thing. We've discussed with Jamie, we're in agreement that we would rather be safe than sorry. Please pray for Britney that we will get more info and she will suffer no further harm at the hands of this man, Sam. You can call me on my cell in about a half hour. Okay. But even Geraldine, we get a little hint of are we just referring people to within the family? Are we just referring people to within the Christian values cult that they started back in Palm Beach? And are we getting a little Christian Chamber of Commerce situation? And remember, do not forget, these people had to agree they would never sue each other in court. What does that sound like? Scientology. It sounds like a cult. We're not going to sue each other in court. That's the way God wanted it. That's what Lou said. We don't go to court. That's what God said. Well, then why is she suing Brian Kuchar? Why is she suing Fact Check Louise Taylor? If God don't want you to sue people, that's what I want to know. But let's go back to this email Geraldine wrote to Lou in the scheming and the planning and the plotting of Britney's conservatorship. Let me ask you, why would it be a problem, quote, problem, for a judge to deny Jamie the power to administer drugs? Why would it be a problem that they could not drug Britney? To me, the only reason this would be a problem is that their plan absolutely depended on being able to drug Britney. That's put in the comments below if you disagree, if you see a different reason. But let me ask you, why would it be a problem that they cannot forcibly drug Britney Spears? The email goes on to refer to the time when the judge will be off the bench as a, quote, safe day to be in court on the matter. Geraldine also discusses Jamie being able to get Britney diagnosed, which shows that at the time they applied for the conservatorship, Britney had not actually even been diagnosed with anything by a doctor. She wasn't sick. Sick of them, scared of them, probably paranoid rightfully because she was being stalked. And in my opinion, it was never about getting her help. It was about helping themselves to her SJB trust money. And again, even in this email, Geraldine uses religion to hide the clear and obvious, in my opinion, trafficking scheme when she instructs Lou to, quote, please pray for Britney. Why don't y'all please pray for that judge y'all were going to use? Why don't y'all please pray to stop drugging this woman against her will? Please pray for Britney. In my opinion, this just shows the whole team seemingly hides behind religion and God to further their own benefit and their own agendas. In that same court filing where we got all those emails, we also learned that Lou Taylor was actually positioning herself to be one of Britney's co-conservators, acting through her company, TriStar at least. But that plan never materialized, and instead, Britney's dad would go on to serve in that spot. But here's the email from the court filing from 2022. And this email is from January 17th, 2008. This was weeks before the conservatorship was applied for. It's from Lou Taylor to Britney's dad, Jamie Spears. Lou says, I talked to the girls about Andrew Wallet. The girls are the lawyers. I talked to the other lawyers, the other schemers on Team Con. He and TriStar will serve as co-conservators with you. They cannot use Howard. He is an interested party. Well, TriStar did not end up being a co-conservator, like I said. And it probably is because she was also an interested party because she was the accountant for Britney. She was Britney's business manager. She was the court accountant who she was going to be giving all the accounting reports, which Matthew Rosengart claims are incomplete and faulty to the court. But each year they had to file accountings with the court and they have to tell the court what was going on with Britney's money. And Lou Taylor was in charge of that. So she never did end up being actually a co-conservator, but we do see in these emails that she was trying to through her company TriStar. And even though Lou wouldn't be acting as co-conservator, she still wanted to be kept in the loop on everything. The exact morning of the conservatorship, she was sending emails to these people, passive aggressive, basically fussing at them about some contract that they had all agreed to. And she seems to be a little miffed because they weren't keeping her in the loop. Like she really wanted to be all up in the know on every email. Look at this email. She says, okay, I'm absolutely fine with that. I just want to make sure that I am included in those conversations so I know what's going on. ... Remember that the engagement letter requires copies to come to our office and all documents to be preserved for the benefit of Jamie. Then she says, yes, I am really excited that the opportunity on Monday opened just as Jamie and I thought something would. It was perfect. I have all the confidence in you. And we'll see you soon. So this again just seems to be schemes and plans and plots. And so Lou Taylor was trying to be co-conservator through her company TriStar. That didn't end up materializing. And instead, Jamie Spears, Britney's dad, served in that spot. But that little detail is further complicated by the fact that Lou/TriStar gave Jamie a loan for about $40,000 just weeks before the conservatorship started. Now I can only speculate because again, I wasn't there, but is it possible that Jamie Spears was suffering through some type of financial condition and Lou Taylor came in and helped him pay off some debts or something? Perhaps a quid pro quo in exchange for putting her in charge of Britney's career, life, choices, and assets? We already know that Britney's dad is no stranger to financial struggles, as he actually declared bankruptcy 10 years earlier in 1998, the exact same year that Britney Spears recorded the Baby One More Time album, her first album ever. So the year that Britney finished recording Baby One More Time, a minor, her parents would have had to enter into contracts for her. The same year she completed that album, her parents declared bankruptcy. So 10 years later, We got Lou Taylor giving Jamie Spears a loan for $40,000 right before Britney is put into an unconstitutional conservatorship where Lou Taylor was trying to be the co-conservator. But Lou didn't just stop at trying to be co-conservator over Britney. It seems like she even had plans to become the trustee of Britney's most valuable asset, the 2004 SJB Revocable Trust. Now, I have made videos on this SJB Trust before, and you should go and watch those on BJ Investigates. I'll put a little clip in right here explaining what the trust is. Oh my God, this is the cheapest. Being Britney trying to launch my rocket into the trust. So I have a little visual aid here. Okay, so here's her trust, and just think of it as this. This is all you need to know about a trust. It can hold things. It can hold things and technically, I guess, own them, okay? So she put her cars in there. Everything she owned, she put in there. Oh, she won $1 million at the casino. Yeah, that. And she put jewelry in there. Okay, so this is everything Britney Spears owns. Well, let me get her plane. Hold on, let me get her private jet. And she put her plane in there. Okay, so here's the trust. This is all the things Britney Spears owns in 2004. Everything she owns, she wanted to put in there. You can put everything in there. Oh, hold on. She didn't put her money in there too. There was bank accounts, okay? Bank accounts in there. Like I'm at a Punjabi wedding. Here's Britney's trust. Got it? Established in 2004? Got it? Okay, good. Now, Britney made herself the sole beneficiary of the trust, and this was supposed to be in place until Britney herself changed the terms and conditions or whatever of the trust. TLDR, back in 2004, Britney had created a trust and put all her assets into it. Jewelry, clothes, cars, art, cash. She made herself the trustee, and in the event that she couldn't act as trustee, she had put some people in place. One of those people was her brother. So when she was put into the conservatorship, she was no longer legally allowed to be the administrator or the trustee of her trust, and her brother did step in as one of the trustees. There was also this other guy. Again, go watch my video on it. I did a whole video. The same month as the conservatorship started, Jamie's lawyer sent an email to him saying Lou expressed a desire to come in if when Brian is no longer trustee. I spoke to Lou today. We do need to talk to her about obtaining the info she has, which is concerning her. Although she expressed a desire to come in if/when Brian is no longer trustee. Well, girl, it didn't take long before Brian was no longer trustee. He got ousted in 2010. He quit. So in 2010, Brian's removed as trustee, and look at what happened to Lou Taylor's investment firm, Stonebridge Investment Counsel. The line just kept going up and up and up and up after the conservatorship started. So it leads me to wonder, did Lou have her talons in Britney's trust from all the way back then? I do not know. All I do know is what this email says, and it says Lou expressed a desire to, quote, come in if or when Brian, Britney's brother, is no longer the trustee. Jamie's lawyer goes on to say, I figured that we will deal with the issue this week as our plans get more firm. I am reminded Rome was not built in a day, but they could burn it down in a day, girl. So the next year, 2009, Britney's charity is actually bankrupted. And $50,000, more than half of the money in her charity, was donated to an organization called Mercy Ministries in Nashville. Here's an article from the Time. HollywoodNews.com says, Britney Spears is an almost 30-year-old mother of two who's still living under a conservatorship. She used to have a charity called the Britney Spears Foundation. Not so much anymore. According to the most recent federal tax filings, Britney's parents and a guy with the perfect name of Andrew Wallet have pretty much zeroed out the effort. The Britney Spears Foundation, as of this spring, now claims $17 in total assets. It says, in December, the Spearses and Wallet sent $50,000 to Mercy Ministries of Nashville and $42,000 to Cry Help of California. Mercy Ministries helps young women with pregnancy issues, drugs, etc. to get back on their feet. Cry Help is a rehab facility. Now, Lou Taylor and her husband, Rob, are very, very inextricably intertwined with Mercy Ministries. Mercy Ministries has a checkered past of its own and has actually been banned in Australia for fraud and abuse. There's all kinds of pictures of Nancy with Lou Taylor and her husband, Rob. This is something I've spoken about many times before. And Nancy is another one of these, quote, Jesus freaks who thinks that mental health issues are actually demons. Here's a video of her talking about Jesus did not say to medicate a demon. He said to cast it out. According to former members of Hillsong, Hillsong first helped congregants struggling with their sexuality pray the gay away in Exit Ministries, started by Frank Houston, or Mercy Ministries, for lesbians.
So we're getting these girls in here and we have to flush out all the stuff that's been put in them that are just lies. And that's part of what we do at Mercy. We tell them the curse is broken in Christ. We tell them that the Word of God, you need to renew your mind. You need to replace the lies with the truth of what God says about you. And then we tell them that soul, spirit hurts. Jesus came to heal the brokenhearted. And then where there's areas, we deal with areas of demonic oppression. If there's demonic activity, like if somebody's opened themselves up to a spirit of through pornography or through lots of promiscuous sexual activity or something like that, then we've opened the door for demonic powers. And secular psychiatrists want to medicate things like that, but Jesus did not say to medicate a demon. He said to cast them out. And that's supposed to be a part of normal Christianity.
According to a 1993 newspaper ad that appeared in a Nashville newspaper for Mercy Ministries was established in 1983 as an outreach to troubled girls. Since opening its doors in 1983, the outreach had cared for over 1,000 girls. The ministry had operated 2 homes at the time, one in Louisiana and one in Nashville, Tennessee, where the corporate offices were located. During and after college, Nancy had spent 8 years working for the state of Tennessee. She spent the first 5 years working at a state correctional facility for juvenile delinquent girls, meaning a child prison. And the final 3 years, investigating child abuse cases and supervising foster care placements. After those 8 years of secular work in social services for the state of Tennessee, Nancy was appointed Director of Women for Nashville Teen Challenge, where she then worked for 2 years. Nancy, in that article, claimed to have seen many of God's miracles over the last 12 years, as troubled girls had had the power of God deliver them from things such as drugs, alcohol, abuse, prostitution, eating disorders, severe depression, suicidal tendencies, lesbianism, and other problems related to physical and sexual abuse. Mercy Ministries was able to establish homes for their practices across the world, including St. Louis, Missouri, Monroe, Louisiana, and Nashville, Tennessee, while remaining relatively under the radar. However, what Nancy Alcorn didn't predict was the Australian media derailing her conversion practices through the power of public opinion. In 2008, the Sydney Morning Herald published an article destroying Hillsong's hurtful practices. They started off by saying, "A secretive ministry with direct links to Gloria Jean's Coffees and the Hillsong Church has been deceiving troubled young women into signing over months of their lives to a program that offers scant medical or physical care, instead using Bible studies and exorcisms to treat mental illness." The article went on to say, government agencies such as Centerlink have also been drawn into the controversy as residents are required to transfer their benefits to Mercy Ministries. There are also allegations that the group receives a payment to look after the young women. Mercy Ministries says 96 young women have graduated from its program since its inception in 2001. Now remember, this was from a 2008 article, but many have been expelled without warning and with no follow-up or support. 3 former residents who have felt the full force of Mercy's questionable programs are blowing the whistle on its emotionally cruel and medically unproven techniques, detailing their abuse, including exorcism, separation contracts between girls who became friends, and harsh discipline for those who broke the rules. Naomi Johnson, Rhiannon Canham Wright, and Megan Smith went into Mercy Ministries, independent young women, and came out broken and believing, as Mercy staff had told them repeatedly, that they were possessed by demons and that Satan controlled them.
And secular psychiatrists want to medicate things like that, but Jesus did not say to medicate a demon. He said to cast them out. And that's supposed to be a part of normal Christianity.
Not only is Mercy Ministries associated with Lou, but it's closely associated with Hillsong. Again, we're coming full circle with these mega churches who also have their own checkered pasts. The founder of Hillsong, for example, has been outed and ousted as a known pedophile who abused young boys. There have been other abusers in the church. There have been other people in the church abusing young children and women. And these are not just in the church. These are leaders. It's leadership. But it just makes me wonder, Mercy Ministries and Cry Help, the companies which Britney Spears' money was just handed over to these organizations, her charity was bankrupted, and they start giving it to Mercy Ministries and Cry Help. I just can't help but wonder, is that Lou Taylor's friends from the Christian Chamber of Commerce network? They're definitely Christians, an organization that, quote, helps young women with pregnancy issues, drugs, etc. But it's been other things in the past. It's been a gay conversion camp. It's been an adoption agency. And ironically, again, Britney is in the conservatorship full swing at this point. No control over her trust, no control over her assets, no control over her custody schedule, no control over her medical decisions. But look at the final sentence of this article. Spears is currently on world tour with dates in Florida this week. In fact, Lou Taylor actually tried to send Britney's little sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, to Mercy Ministries in 2008. The year before Britney's money was drained all out into this company and Cry Help, she tried to send Britney's sister there when she got pregnant at 16 years old. And again, the Mercy Ministries founder, Nancy Alcorn, strongly believes that life's problems are not caused by our own choices or bad circumstances, but rather they are caused by demons. This sounds familiar, right? Like to the email that Britney sent 1 or 2 years before her charity money was drained into this organization. She sent an email to her lawyer saying this crazy stalker thinks I have demons and spirits and she's trying to get my possession out of me. Then 2 years later, half of Britney's charity money goes to an organization that espouses precisely those types of beliefs. It's also been purported that Mercy Ministries does perform exorcisms on its VIC participants, whatever you want to call it. And even though Britney did not want anything to do with Lou Taylor, she was scared, quote, terrified of her, according to that email, called her a stalker, called her a crazy lady, said she was scared she was going to be dead because of Lou Taylor. Despite all of those fears, Lou Taylor would eventually become an all-encompassing figure in Britney's life, just like she said she was in Ron Artest's life a few years earlier. Here's some TikToks I made all the way back in 2020, showing the things that I found almost 4 years ago, y'all.
I was just browsing through this brochure of Lou Taylor's investment firm, where she is one of only 3 employees and is the executive vice president, to see about where some of the money of Britney Spears is going. Now, don't be too concerned if you don't understand this or get it right at first, but I've highlighted a couple ways that the firm itself is making money off of clients. So, as you can see on the fees and compensation, there is a regressive fee for the more money you have in the account, the less they charge you, but of course, the more they're actually making. But you can see the listing here, right? There's annual fees payable monthly, program fee, several fee components for the UMA platform, Callan fee, MPA fee, custodial fee at Fidelity. And my suspicion is that these are actually fees that Stonebridge itself needs to pay, but they just pass it on to their clients, which isn't necessarily illegal. But I wanted y'all to see one other part of this brochure. You can't get out of it until the client terminates the agreement in writing. But if Lou Taylor is someone's business manager and someone's investment manager, who do you think would need to terminate the agreement? Conflict of interest? So Stonebridge Investment Counsel has 3 employees, one of whom is Lou Taylor, the executive vice president, according to the SEC. It has $722 million under management, but you'll notice that about $600 million of those dollars came in 2020. That seemed like a lot to me, so it made me investigate. As we all know, the former conservator of Britney Spears' estate, Andrew Wallet, resigned in 2019. And everyone's been asking, where is all of Britney Spears' money that she made from all of the tours and everything else? Basically, Andrew Wallet moved out of the way, handed over the reins.
Importantly, notice how the assets in Lou's management firm skyrocketed after Britney was put into the conservatorship. Here's one I made about that $600 million that came back to haunt all of them. And all of a sudden, $600 million ended up under Lou Taylor's investment firm. Now we have Mitch Martin, who lists that he's the founder and CEO of Stonebridge Investment Counsel on his LinkedIn. But if you go to Lou Taylor's LinkedIn, she doesn't list it anywhere. But Lou and Mitch have been together for a while. Stonebridge is the 3rd company that I've seen them together on. And one of those companies got in a lot of trouble and was ultimately shut down in 2014. The other company, TriStar Sports and Entertainment. So like I said earlier, Lou Taylor is a pastor's wife, and her husband and her started a church called Calvary Chapel in Brentwood, Tennessee. And that church has worked in collaboration with the likes of Mercy Ministries, for example. They also started some type of orphanage, home for children, school. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's like some type of orphanage, type of hospital, type of thing for kids in Haiti. And back in 2018, Calvary Church, with Lou Taylor's husband, Rob Taylor, he stood up and allowed this lady to give an annual report on the school, on the Haitian school. And correct me if I'm wrong, But the way that she says this sentence seems like maybe some kids have died there.
And not everyone in this room is going to step foot in Haiti, but everyone in this room can contribute to the work that's being done through Lakai Tamoun, through Suzelle, and through that small community.
In your prayers, his family refused to send him to the doctor. We said we were going to pay for his medical needs, but his family refused to send him to the doctor, even with injuries sustained by him. He was trampled by a bull, and he's only 5 years old, but they don't want to send him to the doctor. They said if he goes to the doctor, they are going to give him medicine or it's going to make him sick, sleep, and they don't want him to sleep. And I don't know why, because if I have a kid who is sick, if he's sleeping, that will be a good thing. But in the school, last year we began with 32 students, and we lost one in March. One left the school in May. But we had backpacks full of goodies, not only for our students, but also for other kids in the community, and we praise God for that.
At least one? Maybe not. Maybe they lost him in the woods or something. I don't know. But she says one left and we lost one. Where'd they lose him? How'd they lose him or her? I'm just curious. Now, it was around 2002 that Lou Taylor also founded her own asset management firm. She founded it with a man named Mitchell Stanley Martin. Now, Lou and Mitchell Stanley Martin had started working together all the way back in like 2001 or 2002 at Prime Capital Services. Well, by 2002, Lou Taylor, I guess learning from Tim at Old Dominion Asset Management, decided that she wanted to take a stab at asset management of her own. So she and Mitchell Stanley Martin did found a company called Stonebridge Investment Counsel. Stonebridge Wealth Management, Stonebridge, it's had a lot of names, girl. Then 10 years after that, in 2012, they did go ahead and rename it and kind of restructure it or something. But while Lou Taylor was acting as Britney's business manager, she was the account reporter on Britney's assets, meaning she was the one who had to tell the judge what Britney's money was doing. She was in charge of all of the personal hires around and in Britney's circle, including her security, her other managers, her publicists. I mean, Lou Taylor was in charge of everything. And she was also putting Britney's money into her own asset management firm. Now, this is the asset management firm that she would later try to force me to stop talking about, which she sees how that worked out. But that's not very Christian-like to me, with all them conflicts of interest. Fast forward to today, and we do realize that Lou Taylor, TriStar Investment Counsel and all that, is also P. Diddy's business manager. She's being implicated with the P. Diddy stuff. She's been implicated with the Travis Scott stuff. And I found some articles yesterday that kind of show P. Diddy as a little bit of a prayer weirdo too. None of these people act like Christians, by the way. None of them act like Christians. None of them act like what it's supposed to, what they're supposed to be doing. So it just makes me feel where I am with it right now, like bad actors who don't really believe any of it. They think it's bullshit, but they're tricking people, innocent, vulnerable people, perhaps even good people, into allowing them to take over their whole lives because they're Christians. Mitchell Stanley Martin, Louise Mary Sawyer Taylor, all of them, Kris Jenner, Kim Kardashian, they all act like they are so holy and Christ-like. But when you really get down to it, I mean, check the federal lawsuit filings. I'll just put it that way. Now, Lou Taylor has allegedly stepped away from the management firm, and she no longer works at the asset management firm and all that. That's cute, but she sure did found it. That's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, and neither are opinions. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
Something right now because I know you're watching. I will be saying everything you tried to do to me.
Justin just hired Lou Taylor as his new business manager.
This is a reading about Lou M. Taylor, the woman that put Britney Spears in conservatorship and is now wanting to do the same with Justin.
Is Justin Bieber to Hillsong what Tom Cruise is to Scientology?
No, it's apples and oranges. Because Scientology is so out there. They're like, you're the guy. So if we can get you indoctrinated quick enough, we're gonna make you the spokesman.
I just met Stephen Baldwin. Really cool dude. Just gave me this skate video.
We've never done that. Justin's never set foot on a stage.
God is here right now. How can we create an outreach tool that is edgy? Let's make something new. Let's do something really cool.
Lou M. Taylor herself is the board director of this new church that Justin is now going to.
Haley Baldwin is me. I am Haley Baldwin. You are Haley Baldwin. We are all Haley Baldwin in this world.
They found out that, like, I think it was an arranged marriage, I'm pretty sure. I'm not.
Haley Baldwin went from trying to bump into Justin Bieber at the Satai to marriage. It's so iconic. Like, everyone's making a joke that it was her 10-year plan. Like, did it.
Looking back now, I'm like, it was definitely an arranged marriage. Like, they set this whole thing up.
Life throws you things that you can't control.
Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created and might never do again. I don't really know what we talked about last time, but in today's episode, we are going to get into something that y'all have literally been begging me to cover. Justin Bieber, a potential conservatorship, and his recently uncovered connections to Lou M. Taylor. That's the lady that was in control of Britney Spears' money for all those years. We've made several videos about Britney's money. You should go watch those. And also has connections to Kylie Jenner, which we just made a video about as well. Ding. Go watch that. So I really have been reluctant to get into this whole Justin Bieber saga because it's a lot. It goes back really far. And the last 2 times I started looking into major pop stars or major celebrities, well, we know what happened. So I was just kind of like not really trying to get all in over my head on another celebrity possible conservatorship situation. Like, I would like to do other things with my life eventually, but that was one of the other reasons why I did not cover it immediately. But I was doing other stuff, other things, whatever. We finally have had a chance to kind of look a little bit more into these allegations, into the recent reporting, and it probably won't come as a surprise to you. That's probably going to end up having to be a multiple part series, but we're just going to kind of, not take that part too seriously. I'm just going to come out with them as I can. So let's get into the first round of discoveries about this Justin Bieber, Lou Taylor conservatorship situation. So lately, there's been a lot of talk about the similarities between Britney Spears and Justin Bieber because, like I mentioned in the beginning of this video, they do or did share management in common. And of course, now there's all this talk about Justin Bieber maybe going into a conservatorship and, conservatorship rumors and gossip and stuff like that. So today, we're going to take a look into Justin's tumultuous career, his shady, in my opinion, business associates, and the imminent danger that it appears he might actually be in on this very day. To begin this story, we gotta go all the way back to 2007, when Justin Bieber was just starting to become the newest overnight sensation. Discovered on YouTube by infamous Hollywood manager Scooter Braun, Justin instantly became a hot commodity among the music industry crowd. By the next year, mid-2008, there was an all-out bidding war between Justin Timberlake and Raymond Usher to sign Justin, who had already gained over 200,000 Twitter followers. And again, this is 2008, the year after Twitter started.
2 or 3 weeks ago, I was with Usher.
Yeah, just hanging out with Usher?
Yeah.
Usher was the winner of this bidding war. He signed Justin Bieber to RBMG, Raymond Braun Media Group, aka Scooter Braun and Usher's record label that they solely exclusively created just to house Justin's catalog. And after this signing in 2008, Justin would release hit after hit, cementing his place in pop culture as a teen idol and a household name. Now, this initial investment would pay off huge for Usher as he, in 2021 would end up selling his stake of Justin's catalog to an investment firm called Harbor View Equity Partners for almost $40 million. Now, there's also been some controversy with some grooming allegations involving Justin Bieber and Usher, as well as P. Diddy having a then 15-year-old Justin Bieber come sleep over at his house without chaperones for 48 hours.
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like you know, where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose. It's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. You know, I have a 15-year-old's dream. You know, I've been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher.
I'm signed to Usher.
I had legal guardianship of Usher. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So, and we gonna go, full crazy.
Going crazy.
Crazy.
But we're not going to be getting into any of that today. That is not the purpose of today's videos. Let's just say there's only certain things I'm allowed to talk about, okay? We'll leave it at that. Moving on. So shortly after this signing, Justin would take the music industry by storm, gaining millions of adoring preteen fans before even releasing his first album. And one of these, one might say, crazed, obsessed, adoring fans would significantly alter the trajectory of Justin's life and career forever.
It's crazy. These girls are crazy. They're awesome. I just met Stephen Baldwin. Really cool dude. Just gave me this this skate video that he produced. It's awesome. It's cool. He was a great guy. Met his kid. It was a lot of fun.
On October 12th, 2009, actor Stephen Baldwin, and that's not the one that accidentally unalived somebody, that's that one's brother. So Stephen, that one's brother, Stephen. Stephen and his daughter were attending a Justin Bieber performance on the Today Show, and they located Justin and his manager, Scooter Braun, backstage like before or after the performance. And there is footage online of this event. It's very, very viral. People probably have seen it. But really, all we can see is a 15-year-old Justin Bieber speaking to this actor, Steven, briefly, and then Steven hands Justin a skateboarding DVD that apparently he had produced. Anyway, shortly after that, Justin is basically whisked away by security, and Haley doesn't really speak to Justin at all. Like, not once. During the whole 2-minute long video, she really doesn't even speak. I think she tries to move her lips a little bit. She tries to utter something, but none really comes out.
The third song, it's my daughter Haley. The third song
Anyway, this interaction would be the first time on record in public that Haley and Justin would cross paths. Now, there are all of these rumors, and you know, it's just rumors. I don't want to make any allegations that aren't true. I'm just telling y'all what I found in the research process of reporting on this video. Please do go do your own research. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty and all of that. But I would be remiss not to mention the multiple public reported allegations and accusations of stalking on the part of Miss Baldwin, not only against Justin, but also against Selena Gomez. And I'm not making any allegations, okay, at all. I am just reporting on the things that I have read. This is public information, public allegations. All of this is innocent until proven guilty and all of that, of course. I'm just telling y'all the timeline of things we found. So the timeline of the alleged, quote, stalking events are as follows. February 2011, Haley and her dad would randomly appear at Justin's Never Say Never movie premiere. Later that year, she would also attend the Monte Carlo movie premiere, which coincidentally starred Selena Gomez, where she claimed that Bieber fever is certainly in the air.
There's definitely Bieber fever. He is more Bieber fever than both of us.
I do not. We're here to check out Selena. Be careful with that Justin Bieber.
Around this same time, Haley began kind of obsessively and redundantly tweeting about Justin and Selena's relationship, and this would go on for years. In the following February, 2012, another Haley sighting would surface in a video, where she was standing among a throng of fans waiting outside Justin Bieber's hotel. It would later be revealed in 2019 through DMs that she and Kylie Jenner were asking around on Twitter to different Bieber stan accounts, like which hotel he was gonna be at.
Yes, you could say she had a famous family, but she had the irrelevant Baldwin dad, and I'm so sorry to have to say that. Like, I don't know, like, sorry Stephen Baldwin fans, but there's none anyway. So became her friend somehow. I tweeted her She was a fan, bro. I don't even know what to tell you. Within this one scroll, you've seen us talk about Harry Styles, Justin, and Austin Mahone. Here you're gonna see where I wrote Satai 5th Ave. The DM that was right above that she sent to me is gone because she unsent it right away. And if I went back to my MacBook from 2013, maybe I could find that, because above that, and you're gonna have to take my word for this one because I don't have it, but she said, "What hotel is Justin staying at? Kylie and I want to know." Stop. I know you don't believe me, and that's fine. You don't have to believe me. Nobody's forcing. This all makes me sound like a psycho, but I was 15 years old and a Super Bieber fan. I don't even know if that math adds up. We've all been there, but I lived in New York City and I had the resources to go see him.
I don't know. I don't know. That's just what I found. Now, whether Haley was like truly happy for Justin or if she was actually just jealous of Selena is kind of unclear. But what is widely known is that Haley was part of the Bieber stan culture from around 2011 to 2013. And she was also close friends with Kendall and Kylie Jenner, Gigi and Bella Hadid, and Cara Delevingne, who would eventually all call themselves the Supernatural Friend Group. They all got matching tattoos. But that's a story for another video. But I would also be remiss not to mention what her dad, Stephen Baldwin, the so-called Jesus freak of Hollywood, was up to around this time as well.
God bless you guys.
Born-again Christian Stephen Baldwin, aka Alec Baldwin's little brother, aka the Jesus freak of Hollywood, has been heavily involved with the mega church industrial complex ever since he became a born-again evangelical Christian in 2001, immediately after the 9/11 attacks.
He's a familiar face to many. Been at the top of his game. Well, we'll forgive him for this one. And maybe this one too. Stephen Baldwin had some pretty big shoes to fill, following in the steps of brothers Alex, Daniel, and Billy Baldwin.
Did you buy into the lifestyle too?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you can't be 21, 22, 23 living in New York City, Alec Baldwin's little brother, making a couple $100,000 a year and not get sucked into the fast lane. 9/11 kind of freaked me out and made me say, hey, what's this all about? My wife's a Jesus freak. Maybe it's time for me to start thinking seriously about this whole faith thing. Became born again, accepted the Lord, baptized in water. Within 1 month after 9/11.
Stephen founded Breakthrough Ministry in the same year, 2001, where he would attempt to incorporate evangelicalism, extreme sports, and celebrities into arena tour sermons called Assault Tours. Woo, Assault Tours.
Praise the Lord, but do me a favor. Don't ever say Stephen Baldwin and the word ministry in the same sentence again.
He went on to set up 3 ministries, including one for-profit organization called Antioch Ministry, which exists to facilitate the gifts and calling of Stephen Baldwin, whatever that means.
Stephen Baldwin believes that we are now in a particular time in the world's history where it is time that people stand up for Jesus.
Now, it's unclear if these assault tours were much of a success, but in a PBS interview from 2004, Stephen Baldwin details how he went on to develop the DVD iteration of his extreme sports evangelicalism title called Live in It.
Contemporary Society. The Argentine-born preacher once translated at Billy Graham crusades and then began holding his own crusades. Now, he's changing his format.
We've switched from the method that worked during World War II and after World War II. You know, the concept of a campaign, or as Dr. Billy Graham used to call it, a crusade. It was acceptable in those days. We now have what we call festivals. We try to understand the culture.
In spring break 2003, some 200,000 people showed up for Palau's Evangelistic Beach Festival in Fort Lauderdale. There was lots of contemporary music and dancing, and in the midst of it all, a gospel message.
Jesus says to you tonight, man, let me come into your heart, and he wants to do it right now. Right now, right now.
Palau's ministry has teamed with actor Stephen Baldwin to produce an evangelistic DVD called Live in It, which features skateboarding and extreme biking.
Live in It was really simply, how can we take this skate culture and create an outreach tool that is edgy, doesn't have that cheesy Christian thing that everybody complains about. Let's make something new. Let's do something really cool.
Skateboarding was his thing, so Steven got involved with these extreme athletes and started sharing the gospel to young people across the country.
What's up? This is Luke. Go ahead and leave a message.
Yo, Luke, Stevie B. Giving you a call, dude. We're going to Portland for 14 days, man, to shoot this video called Living It.
Tonight it's going to be different. We're going to watch a movie, Living It. I'm loving this thing. It's produced by Stephen Baldwin. This thing's got packed full of BMX and skateboarding things. Great athletes doing what they love to do for a great reason.
Okay, this is making me remember. Jackass came out, MTV Jackass and all that came out in 2001. Then over the next like 2 or 3 years, other spin-offs would come out, and then this Stephen Baldwin guy is putting like his skateboarding DVDs straight to DVD, like passing them out. Like, was he trying to kind of go for like a spoof, like a spin-off of like a Christian Jackass?
It's a gangster for Jesus. 70s style with a mutton chop, Eddie Freak Daddy, leather, 70s Starsky and Hutch leather jacket look. What's up with that?
And remember, this is Haley Baldwin's dad, okay? Stephen Baldwin.
You know, I used to love to skate. You know, as far as, you know, I wasn't doing any radical tricks or anything like that. When I went to Beach Fest and I saw, you know, the opportunity of being able to, you know, communicate with kids about the gospel through skateboarding, I thought, we gotta go.
Now remember, that skateboard DVD that Stephen Baldwin handed to Justin back in 2009 at the Today Show appearance when he first met Haley publicly for the first time ever, this was the skateboarding DVD that Stephen Baldwin gave to Justin at that meet and greet, thus planting the seed for Justin Bieber's fate regarding the Hillsong Church and his eventual marriage to Haley Baldwin. Now, the first video I ever made on this channel was about Hillsong Church, and we do mention Justin Bieber, so please go watch that one if you never had a chance to see it yet. Now, this of course did not help all of the speculation regarding Justin and Haley's arranged marriage, quote unquote, but I'll just roll the tape here.
That's my wife.
And you guys are so cute together. Look at how gorgeous. This is you on your wedding day. Look. La Sasson.
How did you and Haley meet? I don't think I've ever heard that story.
How did we meet? We met in the early mornings of a Today Show taping.
There's a really cool, odd history between you and Justin that is almost unbelievable. This is out of a movie, but it's real life.
Right.
You met him back in 2009 when you were 13 years old.
I'm pretty sure she didn't want to be there.
We met because my dad, he brought me to the Today Show when Justin performed there. He was...
But were you a believer?
No.
Her dad dragged her out of bed in the morning.
To be honest, this is the truth. He was so new that I didn't really know a lot about him yet.
And basically it was like, you know, I think because she was raised Christian, and I think
kind of just connected as friends, and we invited them over to our house the next day. So him and his mom just came over for family dinner with me and my family.
Look at this.
And we went bowling.
They found out that, like, I think it was an arranged marriage, I'm pretty sure. I'm not looking back now, I'm like, it was definitely an arranged marriage. Like,
had Steve Baldwin not, you know, given Justin that skateboarding thing that he produced, I would have thought there was an innocent meeting. But I only see money signs behind it. I do. I only see money signs.
They set this whole thing up.
That's me, yeah. And what's funny is that in this photo, I'm super awkward. I had braces. Like, nowhere was there a thought that I was like, yeah, he probably has a crush on me. Like, I did not. That was not the case.
Oh, she was raised Christian. She's like, oh, I want to, you know, introduce you to Justin and his mom. You know, they have similar values and believe the same thing. We think you guys will be good friends. It was definitely an arranged marriage now that I'm
So while Demi's laughing her ass off, you know, he's really saying, girl, no, this was an arranged marriage. Like, for real, though.
I know. Sounds like this weird arranged marriage situation.
I know, yeah.
Now, speculation about Justin's mental health started way back in like 2012 after the allegations that he forced himself upon one of his fans and made her become with child.
So a woman is now saying that Justin Bieber is the father of her 3-month-old baby boy.
Big story broke overnight that's even bigger than Kim Kardashian at this moment. And it's the allegations that Justin Bieber might be a father. Did you guys hear about this?
She wasn't having sex with anyone else.
Okay.
And that's how we know that Justin Bieber is in fact the father of the baby.
Mind you, at the time, Justin was 17 and this young lady is 20 years old, and he took her to the bathroom.
Which turned out to actually be a false story planted for money and clout, according to reports. Now, I wasn't there, I do not know, but this is what has been reported. After that incident, there would be a string of events in Justin's life which would unfold eerily similarly to other celebrities that we've covered on this channel, from Britney to Kanye. Right after the incident, Justin punched a paparazzi person in London and was seen wearing a gas mask out as a fashion statement, among other allegedly unhinged and strange items. He also reportedly egged his neighbor's house, which I don't know why you would do that. Please no one do that. And apparently he was also caught on camera urinating into a mop bucket at a nightclub. In the video, he is heard yelling, "Expletive Bill Clinton."
Justin Bieber is in some hot water once again.
The incident is the latest in a series of controversies involving the former teen heartthrob.
What did you say?
Chucking a bunch of eggs at the neighbor's home.
He changed the lyrics to "One less lonely girl" to "One less lonely N-word."
One less lonely.
And earlier, he used the word as a punchline of a joke indicating a chainsaw.
The White House is now forced to issue some sort of response to a petition demanding that the government revoke Justin Bieber's visa. It says, "We, the people of the United States, feel we are being wrongly represented in the world of pop culture. We would like to see the dangerous, reckless, destructive, and drug-abusing Justin Bieber deported and his green card revoked."
You know, because the thing is, he's still a kid. He's still growing up. So
now these incidents would all lead up to his allegedly drunk drag racing arrest in Miami in January 2014 at the height of his entanglements with the Jenner clan. Okay, so this next part is really in the realm of the conspiracy theory. Like I said earlier, I just wanted to show y'all everything that I did find whenever I was looking this stuff up. This is the type of stuff I did encounter while I was doing the investigation. So yeah, but it is alleged and reported that around this time leading up to 2013, Justin and Selena both were getting close to the Jenner sisters. Selena was entertaining the idea of enlisting Kris Jenner as a replacement for her then momager, her own mother. But that deal would fall through when allegedly Selena found sexy pics of Kylie and Kendall both sent to Justin Bieber's phone. Now this is all alleged, it's just rumors, okay?
Selena just can't with any of it. Because she has now learned from a bunch of Justin's own close friends that he and Kendall have actually been hooking up since they went to Coachella together in 2014. And remember, Selena and Justin were together at that time. Now, Life and Style magazine is even reporting that Selena walked in on Justin and Kendall having sex at the festival, but take that one with a grain of salt.
Kendall took to Instagram to post this black and white blurry photo of a couple in bed together, which she removed from her account 9 hours later.
Now maybe this entire thing is why Selena was spotted at the Met Ball crying on Kris Jenner's caped shoulder. And remember, this isn't the first time that Selena's had a heart-to-heart with Kris, but that is so awkward. Now consider this, Life and Style magazine is also reporting that Kris actually is the one who pushed Kendall to date Justin in the first place because she thought it was going to help Kendall's modeling career. Well, let's be honest, it hasn't hurt one bit. Vogue, anyone?
Now, side note, it's also alleged that during this period of time, Justin had relations with 3 of the Jenner sisters, Kendall, Kylie, and Kourtney. Anyway, I really don't take anything as fact unless it's in a court document or a publicly filed document, something that's like verified, registered, something filed under penalty of perjury, something like that. I mean, we do know people still lie under penalty of perjury, but that's neither here nor there. If we can't even take those types of statements as 100% fact, then we should of course be very careful about the types of fan rumors that we take as fact. So I just want to be very clear, I'm not encouraging anyone to take any of this as facts. Please go conduct your own research. This channel is just for reporting on what I read and giving commentary and opinion. But this would all lead to another string of on and off again volatility between Justin, the Jenner sisters, Selena, all leading up to New Year's Eve of 2015. In a series of events, Kendall was able to convince or coerce Selena to come to Dubai for New Year's, thus leaving Justin completely available for Hailey to swoop in. Now, many fans speculate that this was the ultimate setup to give Hailey access to get with Justin. It's also important to note that at this time, Justin was baptized into the Hillsong Church in some guy's bathtub, and the Kardashians were in the midst of growing their Hollywood megachurch, the California Community Church. Now, Justin became more and more engulfed into the Hillsong community, and it is widely reported and alleged that the church pressured Justin to marry Hailey. Now, it is alleged that Hailey used the church to power play Justin into a quick marriage in 2018. Star Magazine, one of those big tabloids, reported on this news from a quote, close insider source who somehow knew. Here's the quote. Hillsong Church was actually the one pushing Justin Bieber, 24, to propose to Hailey Baldwin after rekindling their romance just last month. The church leaders are determined to increase membership. What? And what could be better promotion than Justin getting engaged? He went from a spiraling druggie who slept with hundreds of women on tour to a Christian family man. All thanks to Hillsong, details the insider close to the controversial megachurch and its charismatic pastor, Carl Lentz. The quote goes on. After Justin broke up with Selena Gomez again in May, Carl pushed Justin to get back together with Hailey. She's a devoted Hillsong member and the ideal choice for a wife. Justin took the suggestion as gospel and popped the question to Hailey, who was 21 at the time, who he had dated and callously dumped back in 2016. But Carl's motives are less about filling Justin's heart and more about lining his own pockets. Remember, this is a quote. I'm reading this from the article. Carl has the idea to have Hailey and Justin lead commitment workshops for other celebs and rich members, and of course, split the profits with Hillsong. Without Carl, this engagement wouldn't have happened.
Are you rooting for Justin and Selena? I'm rooting for anybody I know to find somebody that makes them better.
Is that a yes?
I could speak about them individually. So you're rooting for them? I'm rooting for people.
Now, a lot of this is just speculation, but this time period seemingly would be one of the darkest for Justin, as videos would surface in 2017 of the pop star and Selena allegedly buying items we're not allowed to talk about right now and other things inside of a bodega in Los Angeles.
Hey, can you just say hi to your fans though? I don't want you to do that. Huh? Alright. Hey, I got Justin Bieber here at the Swami though. Right here in my hood, homie. MS gang. Nice seeing you, bro. Have a good one. I just seen Bieber. Leave it to Bieber. That shit's crazy. Hey, that shit was Justin Bieber. Yeah, you guys want to see Justin Bieber? Come over here to Santa Monica and Western. Bieber's just having some fever. That's Justin Bieber for you guys. He's in Hollywood. The worst part of it too. That's really Bieber. Hey Bieber, I fuck with you. Nah, not really, homie, but you famous.
Justin would even begin to talk about this substance use and his mental health struggles from 2020 until this point forward. And although claiming to have his life together, at times he would continue to have seemingly unexplained outbursts from time to time.
Justin Bieber caught on camera accidentally hitting a photographer.
Good job, Bieber.
Now, Hailey would also become a spokesperson for Justin, commenting on talk shows and interviews about his mental health struggles as much, if not more, than Justin himself.
He is getting better and better every day. Okay. He's gonna be totally fine.
In a Vanity Fair article from April 2021, it states that the musician first met the founder of Church Home, Pastor Judah Smith, when he was 15 years old. And while the pair stayed in touch, they were not particularly close. But after Bieber decided to put an end to all the partying in his early 20s, he turned to Smith for spiritual guidance. And as he says, the pastor always put their relationship first. Also in 2021, Carl Lentz would be accused of inappropriate behavior within the church. Justin would publicly announce his departure from Hillsong right around the same time, citing that he instead would be attending Church Home, a megachurch based out of Washington State, which just so happens to feature none other than Lou M. Taylor on their board of directors. Now, this is something that I did find way back in the day, and I did cover it at the time in one of my videos. But now, coming full circle today, we see, a lot more connections between Lou and Justin than just this little board of directors situation. Now fast forward to June this year, 2023. That's around the same time that those Free Britney accounts online started to post all of this information about Justin Bieber. Now, what they were speculating was that Justin had started working with none other than Lou M. Taylor from TriStar Sports and Entertainment, and also formerly Stonebridge Wealth Management. The reason that these Free Britney accounts were thinking that Lou and Justin were working together in a business sense was because of the business filings that I did mention earlier. I love a business filing. So the one I'm looking at here is for a company called Justin Bieber Brands LLC. Now, technically, it's a Delaware company. It is established and incorporated in Delaware. But sometimes you have to register your company. Even if it's originally formed in Delaware, you have to register the company in a state where it wants to do certain types of business or whatever. So what I'm looking at here is a business filing that is allowing that Delaware company, Justin Bieber Brands, to stay operational in the state of California. And on the principal address, and this is what these Free Britney accounts online were talking about, it's listed as an address that is very commonly known and associated with TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Now, Lou Taylor works there, and you will see that this address is on some of the Kardashian filings. This is all public information, and it is a publicly known business address. But we see it appearing on one of Justin Bieber's companies. And so these accounts online were saying, I think that means obviously that just like when we've seen this address in the past, it means that Lou Taylor is acting as the business manager. That must be what's going on here with Justin. So after looking into Justin's other business filings for Bieber Time Merchandise LLC and Bieber Time Touring LLC, it looks as though all of these business addresses were changed to that same Lou Taylor TriStar address back in November and December 2022. So that was about a year ago. So it would seem that if that theory is true, if it's correct, that means that Lou and Justin have been working together since the filing of this. That means they've at least been working together for almost a year at this point. But we wouldn't really need to speculate for very long, because it wouldn't be too long before we would get it confirmed in black and white that Justin Bieber was in fact either already working or was going to be working very soon with Lou Taylor. In mid-August 2023, more reports of Justin Bieber firing his entire team sent shockwaves throughout the music industry and again, the Free Britney movement. In an article from a periodical called Puck, which I don't know, this real news or not, but they wrote this article, there's a quote in there and it says, amid Justin's recent health issues, Justin and Hailey Bieber have undertaken a large house cleaning, which includes firing his team and canceling his upcoming tour dates. The article alleges that per multiple sources, Justin hasn't spoken to his longtime manager, Scooter Braun, in months. That same guy who quite literally plucked Justin up out of the YouTube streets and into the Hollywood spotlight back in 2007, signing him to his first record deal ever? Yeah, Justin hasn't talked to him in months. This house cleaning includes firing CAA as Justin's agency, replacing his longtime lawyer Aaron Rosenberg with David Landy from Zifrin Firm, and closing a $200 million deal to sell his music rights to, quote, pay off his mounting debts. The company that purchased Justin's catalog is called Hypnosis, and this company has also purchased whole and exclusive rights to countless other famous musicians' catalogs. We could probably do a whole entire video on Hypnosis, but the long story short is the company was founded in 2018 by a guy named Nile Rodgers and a guy named Merc Mercuriadis. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It's like a Marvel villain name. I don't even know. But the company Hypnosis was created by these guys in 2018 to purchase musical intellectual property rights as long-term predictable assets. The company today is valued at around $3 billion. Anyway, back to Justin's business shakeup. Lastly, but certainly not least, the article says that Justin is now working with none other than business manager Lou Taylor. Last seen starring as the villain in the Britney Spears conservatorship drama, and then again trying to make me stop making videos about her at my first lawyer job.
Recently, a party on the other side of this conservatorship reached out in some sinister ways to try to silence some of my activism, to try to make me not mention that person or that person's business. Well, let me tell you something right now, because I know you're watching. I will be saying everything you tried to do to me.
So the fact that Justin Bieber, in writing black and white, reported live, was going to be now working with Lou Taylor, that little piece of information sent all the social medias ablaze. Rumors about Hailey Bieber trying to put Justin into a conservatorship started going around.
But is Hailey really involved in the rumored plot to put Justin under conservatorship?
And under his new management of somebody who is very nasty in the industry and has also been a huge part of Britney Spears' conservatorship. And as you know, her name is Lou M. Taylor.
Other rumors were started about Lou Taylor usurping the role of his business manager from Scooter Braun.
We've already noticed a change in Justin Bieber, but now Justin Bieber is going to be the next Britney Spears, at least for the next decade. Justin Bieber has allegedly gotten rid of all of his management team, including his lawyer, and now he's signed with Lou Taylor, the woman literally accused of human trafficking, embezzlement, and fraud.
Justin just hired Lou Taylor as his new business manager.
Justin Bieber عامل sign يعني انضحكت مع Lou Taylor.
I really don't know. I'll get into my analysis at the end because all these players just cross paths over and over. But just 1 week after these rumors about the business shakeup and Hailey taking control of Justin's business affairs surfaced, Hailey would launch her own skincare line called Rhode Skincare. But I think Justin's outfit made more headlines than the actual product that she was releasing. These photos went completely viral, with media speculating that Hailey and Justin were headed towards a divorce.
That's really how Justin Bieber looked while he was walking with Hailey into Good Morning America.
Like, he's basically saying, girl, okay, I'll go to your little event, but I'm not gonna get dressed. Like, damn.
So like I said at the beginning of this video, I just kind of felt like once I started looking into this, it was going to be a very deep, dark rabbit hole that I was not going to be able to escape. And it's already kind of started spreading its tentacles, this case. So in the course of researching for this particular video, I was looking for different business filings and trying to figure out if Hailey had already maybe filed for a conservatorship. I was just looking through the court records and stuff like that. And over the course of this court research, I found some documents that relate to a contract that Justin Bieber signed when he was a minor. For some reason, under the laws of the state of California, if you are a minor at the time you enter into certain types of entertainment contracts, then the court has to approve the contract and like say it's fair or whatever. So I actually found not only one of these court approval requests, but I also found declarations from Justin's mom. I found all kinds of other information I want to go over with y'all, but I made one truly alarming discovery. And that is, in this minor contract, Justin Bieber is entering into it with, I don't know, Guffey Rankin Productions or something. But the lawyers for that production company that are trying to procure Justin Bieber's employment as a minor, really it's like the legal mechanism for it is they're actually entering into the contract with Justin Bieber's mom, and then he's going to be performing the work, but that's neither here nor there. For the purposes of right now, one side of the contract was Justin working, and the other side of the contract was this production company. And the production company was obviously like the bigger, this was 2011. I mean, Justin was new. He had just gotten here. You know what I mean? The lawyers representing that company were none other than the Geralds law firm. Now, to be clear, it wasn't the Geralds. If this means nothing to you, buckle up. The Geralds have represented James Parnell Spears in Britney's conservatorship since before the conservatorship was ever even filed for through like 2021. This same law firm that represented Jamie Spears that allowed this not only allowed this unconstitutional conservatorship to be effectuated over Britney Spears, but actually helped orchestrate it, also represented the production company against which Justin Bieber had entered into a minor contract. Now, if you think about why that's a big deal, all of Justin's songs that he sang and performed and wrote or whatever when he was a minor, they still belonged to him until he decided to sell them or whatever, right? But someone who wasn't Justin entered into a contract for the rights to his intellectual property before he ever turned 18 years old. And now I find out that the law firm associated with negotiating that whole contract on behalf of the big company, who wasn't the minor in the situation, has ties to Jamie Spears, the conservatorship demon of Los Angeles. I mean, I don't know. That might be Lou Taylor. I don't know. Anyway, that's a whole video. We have to do a whole nother video on it. So talk about that soon, I guess. Facts ain't defamation. Love you, meet. Okay, bye.
Justin, it's time to go to the road launch. Let's go.
Justin.
No!
Stop.
No! Baby, watch this.
Helly. Belly hurt. Tummy hurt, Helly.
I know. You haven't posted about me in a while. Give me your phone.
No.
Give me your phone.
No.
Justin. Stop recording communities. Okay, baby, here you go. You can post.
Hello everybody. The entire music industry seems to be falling apart at the seams. Let's talk about it. So, this all kind of started about a week ago whenever Daily Mail apparently exclusively announced that Justin Bieber is firing Lou Taylor. Why do we care who's Lou Taylor? Well, very interesting question. I have personal beef with Lou Taylor because she tried to get me fired from my job, remember? I mean, at least that's what I think she was trying to do. She may not have been trying to get me fired. She may have been just trying to control me, but she found out real quick, and she's been learning the last 3 years that I'm not the one to with. So she's certainly around, but she also certainly found out.
I will be saying everything you tried to do to me.
Anyway, in addition to that, she is largely considered to be the mastermind behind Britney Spears' conservatorship. And in fact, we can go back to around that time now. We do have some exhibits in the form of emails attached as exhibits to the back of lawsuits, where it does seem like, yes, indeed, Lou Taylor was certainly integral and vital to that conservatorship happening. Not only that, but it does seem, according to Britney's lawyer in court, that Lou Taylor had given Britney Spears' dad a loan of about $40,000 right around the same time of the conservatorship starting. So to the untrained and to the trained eye, it would kind of look like that was a little bit of a bribe or maybe a payment to put Lou Taylor's interests above Britney Spears's as the conservatee. Now, we have the benefit of hindsight. We found out that Britney never did need that conservatorship. It was instead a hybrid business model meant to control and trick her for her labor and God knows what else. Well, Lou Taylor has some other interesting connections, and I challenge you to go out into the world and try to find anybody who ever said this before me in 2020, that Kris Jenner is also managed by Lou Taylor. Not only that, so was Kylie Jenner, and so was Kim Kardashian, at least some aspects, some elements of their businesses. You might remember that whole Kylie is a billionaire, oops, just kidding, no, she's not debacle, where Forbes magazine actually came out and had to correct the record on naming Kylie the youngest self-made billionaire or whatever. Because come to find out, somebody maybe had cooked the books. Somebody maybe had lied about how much the company was worth, the Kylie Cosmetics company. And in fact, the company got sued over that transaction. Coty, the company that bought Kylie Cosmetics, or at least 51% of it or whatever, for that $601 million in cash. Who has $600 million in cash? Not a lot of people. Yeah, anyway, the company paid $600 million, handed over in cash to Kylie and Kris, and I guess Lou as the business manager. And come to find out, now they're getting sued for it. Not only that, Lou Taylor is widely known for managing Prince's estate. You know, Prince, he's now gone. Well, the IRS is certainly investigating that estate as well.
Lou Taylor has proudly displayed Prince as one of the many celebrities she represents, specifically dealing with the post-mortem rights of his estate. And court documents show she was paid over $200,000 for services rendered. Then, on January 2nd, 2021, a dispute was filed by the IRS, who claimed his estate had been undervalued by 50%.
The IRS saying it's worth $163.2 million and accuses administrators of undervaluing his assets by $80 million. America Bank and Trust, overseeing the late music icon's estate, it claims it's worth just $82.3 million. The IRS wants the bank to pay up over $32 million in back taxes.
Little is known as to the extent of TriStar's role in the massive discrepancy, but it represents yet another instance of significant misappropriation of funds suffered by one of Lou Taylor's famous clients.
And so basically anywhere Lou Taylor goes, she leaves a big wake of questionable financial decisions. Like, people are like, wait a second, was Kylie Cosmetics ever actually worth $1 billion? Forbes said no. I don't know. I mean, Forbes consider the source. But I say all that to say, breaking news as of 7 days ago, the Daily Mail was reporting that Justin Bieber, who had hired Lou Taylor to be his manager back in 2022, I mean, that was stupid in my opinion. Why is that stupid in my opinion? Because it was already common knowledge at that point that Lou Taylor is the conservatorship queen. And even at that time, we all were kind of saying, like, Justin, you need to run far away because the woman might put you in a conservatorship. This is from June 11th, 2024. So about a week ago, almost exactly. And it does say exclusive. This from the Daily Mail. Justin Bieber fires Lou Taylor weeks after her company TriStar was named in damning Diddy lawsuit and replaces her with Johnny Depp's business manager. Don't care. Justin has fired Lou Taylor, who Britney Spears previously accused of playing a part in her 13-year conservatorship. The singer, that's Justin Bieber, 30, first teamed up with Taylor's company, TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group, in late 2022 with regards to his company's Bieber Time Touring, Justin Bieber Brands LLC, and Bieber Time merchandise. But insiders have revealed the pop superstar dropped Taylor last month following a string of bad press and swiftly hired Johnny Depp's business manager. The decision comes shortly after TriStar employee Robin Greenhill previously worked as Spears' former assistant. She was mentioned in a damning lawsuit filed against disgraced hitmaker Sean Diddy Combs earlier this year. Okay, so remember we talked about this, Robin Greenhill. I actually do have a picture of Robin Greenhill at Diddy's 50th birthday party, and it's actually a screenshot. I'll put it up right here. But as you can see, Skeletor Robin Craig Greenhill, I don't actually know if that's her middle name, but yep, that's her right there at Diddy's house. But she was named in the Laurent lawsuit as somebody who was paying the S workers. But she also was accused of some other stuff, fraudulently using credit cards to, I don't know. That's Lou Taylor's best friend. I mean, you can see him going up and down the stairs, the escalator at the LAX and all of that. We're going to read this article, but there's some stuff that I found that kind of, that's why we do timelines on this channel, gives a little bit more insight. And we're also going to get into this Scooter Braun situation. So it says the decision came shortly after Robin Greenhill had been mentioned in the Diddy lawsuit earlier this year. Justin's split with Lou, this is a quote, look, quote, Justin's split with Lou was not amicable. A source said he fired her. People generally stay with their accountant for ages, and Justin was only with TriStar for 2 years. That is interesting to me, but keep that in your mind because I did a little timeline and I'm concerned. But let's finish this article first. This happened in May. So this happened last month. Right now, at the time of recording, it's June 18th. And at the time of this article published, it was June 11th. So this all happened. He fired Lou. Again, the source said it was not amicable. This is her. Greenhill was named as Diddy's accountant, who allegedly oversaw payments to S workers, according to Lil Rod's lawsuit. And he also accused Diddy of harassing, drugging, and threatening him. In a statement shared with Us Weekly via his lawyer, Diddy denied the accusations and branded Jones a liar. The new manager founded his firm in 1976. He works with Johnny Depp and he testified in the trial. He had previously helped Johnny Depp. I don't care about this Johnny Depp stuff. No offense. I just could not give a Okay. So it says this here in the article. Bieber, who is currently under the management of Scooter Braun, joined forces with TriStar while his Justice World Tour was on pause owing to a bout of ill health.
It's going to be okay. And I hope get back to 100% so that I can do what I was born to do.
So in 2023, early 2023, Justin Bieber was on a tour, the Justice World Tour. He did get ill. He got sick. He was diagnosed with, I think, Ramsay Hunt syndrome, prayers for his health, but he put the tour on pause.
Justin Bieber, he's suspending it, Charles. Now, so he came back on, did some dates in Europe. He just played in Brazil, a huge show there. But he says he has now got to postpone it once again.
And what's interesting about this, remember, this happened the last time. This time, he's had a lot of issues. He's had physical issues, mental struggle issues.
And then eventually he did actually cancel the rest of the remainder of the tour in March or February 2023.
Following multiple delays, Justin Bieber has reportedly canceled the remaining dates of his Justice World Tour. Additionally, Ticketmaster and Live Nation also show that his planned concerts around the world have been canceled on their respective websites. The reported update comes after Justin first announced that he was postponing his highly anticipated tour in June 2022.
It was around that same time that he was hiring Lou Taylor. Now, importantly, this article says Bieber, who is currently under the management of Scooter Braun, but that is not true. As you can see on this People magazine article from just 2 days ago, on Sunday, June 16th, a representative for Justin Bieber told People exclusively, Scooter Braun and his business are not involved in Justin's current business or management and will not be involved moving forward. Justin is excited about the projects he is currently working on and is focused on what is in front of him. So these articles were written about a week apart, about 6 days apart. This is the one we've been reading, the Daily Mail one, but there is one that just came out 3 days ago that does say and confirm, no, Scooter Braun is no longer Justin Bieber's manager, and it is unclear how long ago Justin did part ways with Scooter, because there were articles as early as like September of 2023, I believe, which said that Justin is no longer working with or even speaking to Scooter Braun. Now, it wasn't, from the official channels and things like that, but I think now it is pretty safe to say Scooter is no longer in the picture. And in fact, just yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, Scooter Braun did announce on his Instagram in this long, sappy, and stupid post that he is retiring. Now, it's being reported like, oh, he just wanted to spend more time with his kids. But no, he obviously is getting pushed out of the industry, in my opinion. And we're going to read that as well, just as soon as we're done with this Daily Mail article. Okay, the remaining shows were canceled in February, with Justin Bieber later revealing he had been diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which causes paralysis on side of the face. What's on her foot? She got a bruise? What is that? Oh my Lord, she dropped something on her foot. She should have put some tights on. I really don't know. And they reiterate, look, not amicable. He fired her. This happened in May after the Diddy raid. Justin's financial affairs are now being handled by the new accountant. Okay. An insider at the time told Daily Mail that his determination to focus on his health had changed his outlook on his career. He still would love to perform for his fans, but more on his own terms, and something along the lines of a residency would be perfect because it would allow him to control the dates of his performances, and it would only have him be in one place. It would be a less hectic lifestyle. So this was back over a year ago, February 2023, probably February, March 2023. He had just hooked up with Lou Taylor as the business manager. And yeah, I mean, if you are a Lou Taylor client, you probably could get a residency because she's friends with the Maloofs, and that's where they have all those residencies at their hotels in Vegas. But also, Lou Taylor does have a history of successful residency clients. I mean, it remains to be seen whether, they all were necessarily doing it for their own free will. Britney Spears, but J-Lo had a residency, Lou Taylor client. Britney had several, I think 2 residencies. She had actually gotten 3, but she refused to do that third one in Vegas. And then Aerosmith had a residency, but of course, what's his name? Steven Tyler, whoever got sick. So I don't know if it actually ever even ended up happening, but that's Lou Taylor clients, both Steven Tyler and Aerosmith. So if I wanted to do a residency and I'm Justin Bieber, I might go to Lou Taylor as well. But here's the thing. Lou Taylor is connected to P. Diddy, and we don't really know what Justin Bieber's relationship to P. Diddy is. We do know that he went to some mutated flavor camp of sorts. You remember whenever he was all, with P. Diddy for the 24 hours.
Yeah, when you get 16, you come down there, you gotta, wear your seatbelt.
I mean, I'm 15. You could ride in the passenger seat. I got my permit.
You ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives. Where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose. It's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. I have been given custody of him. He signed to Usher.
I'm signed to Usher.
I had legal guardianship of Usher.
And who handed him over to P. Diddy? It was Usher. Well, why does that matter? Because Usher also was handed over to P. Diddy whenever he was 13 or 14 years old back in the 90s for the flavor camp. And it's kind of like, a perpetuating pattern. We've also seen other videos of Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs perhaps patting down Justin Bieber looking for a wire. Not really sure what that was all about, but it's unclear what Justin Bieber's relationship to P. Diddy is at this point.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good?
Everything's
Selling
great.
out arenas and everything?
Yeah.
Starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But
To Usher is at this point, and what his relationship is to Scooter Braun. Scooter Braun and Usher jointly started a record label for the sole purpose of signing Justin Bieber to it. Okay, I'm gonna make a little map. I'll make a little map and I'll put it up here. I'll draw up my markers. But so let's rewind real quick. We're in the early 90s. Usher, I'm teaching you how the web is webbing. If you don't want to see the web is webbing, fast forward a couple minutes. Usher, early 90s. His voice is cracking, going through puberty, and he's about to get kicked out the music industry. He had done a song on, I think, Poetic Justice called Call Me a Mac, which is connected in LinkedIn with Janet Jackson and Kim Porter and Tupac, who was in the movie.
Where's he at? My name is Usher, you can trust that ain't no punks in this house.
Little baby Usher, his mama ships him off to Flavor Camp with P. Diddy for, it seemed like at least several months. It might have been up to a year. Now, we do know that Usher did say that he learned a lot about sex and other things while he was with Diddy. He was young, shouldn't have probably been doing that to a kid. That being said, that's how it happened. Years goes by, and Usher now wants to sign a young and up-and-coming artist of his own, which he does do in a young Justin Bieber. But it isn't just Usher that signed Justin Bieber. There was a co-owner to that label, the Scooter Braun, I don't even remember what it was called, something Braun Entertainment. I don't know, whatever the case may be. Justin Bieber was now going to be double managed by Usher and Scooter Braun. But we do now know that Justin was sent off to P. Diddy's, at least for, that one day or whatever. So there's that P. Diddy connection, which P. Diddy was the one that brought Usher into the whole thing. I'm gonna draw the map. But we also have now this other point of connection with Justin Bieber and P. Diddy, and that is through Lou Taylor. She was acting as both of their business managers at least some time. Well, it starts coming out, hitting the news waves or whatever, airwaves, that Robin Greenhill was paying the S workers, at least alleged to be. Everyone's innocent until proven guilty and all of that in a court of law. But it all starts hitting the fan. But it kind of begs the question, why is it the negative press about Diddy that caused Justin Bieber to leave Lou Taylor, whenever there was already a lot of negative press about Lou Taylor concerning Britney Spears? And in fact, I think it actually caused a lot more of a threat to Justin Bieber. Why? Because I'm certain Justin Bieber does not want to be in a conservatorship, which brings me to the next point. This video is a little chaotic, but I have some other stuff to do today, so I just do need to get it out real quick. But there's this whole side plot going on in the music industry that is very obvious, that Hypnosis, which is a music streaming royalties rights company, they own people's catalogs. Hypnosis, they bought Justin Bieber's entire catalog.
Blackstone backed Hypnosis Songs Capital. Blackstone backed Hypnosis Songs Capital. The founder and CEO of Hypnosis said of the deal, "This acquisition ranks among the biggest deals ever made for an artist under the age of 70.
The power of this incredible catalog that has almost 82 million monthly listeners and over 30 billion streams on Spotify alone."
Right around the exact same time that Justin had hired Lou Taylor. Now, in and of itself, who cares? But if you think about the larger picture and put on a little bit of a tinfoil hat,
Blackstone backed.
What is it that puts these artists' lives at risk? I'm going to give y'all a couple seconds like we play in Blue's Clues. What is the biggest liability for these artists? In my opinion, from what I've learned, it's the publishing rights.
By selling the rights to his music catalog.
Right? Remember when Courtney Love said that Lou Taylor tried to put her in a conservatorship for the sole purpose of controlling Kurt Cobain's catalog, or their Nirvana catalog, I should say? What are they always in these fights fighting about? How much is the estate worth? What's in the estate, y'all? What's in the Tupac estate? What's in the Biggie estate? What's in the Michael Jackson estate? What's in the Kurt Cobain estate? What was in the Britney Spears estate? It's their rights to their songs. Also their rights to their name and likeness, being able to use the name Britney or Britney Spears. But the predominant majority of these people's money comes from streaming royalties, and royalties are pretty much forever. After a certain amount of time, I think it's like 75 or 100 years, then the royalties aren't the same or something. But even still, if you're using it in perpetuity, you can renew the copyright. So it's very interesting to me that at the exact same time that Justin Bieber was rumored to be maybe going to be getting put in a conservatorship, Justin Bieber, is he crazy? Is he not? His health, he can't finish his tour. It's very interesting to me around that exact exact same time, Lou Taylor comes onto the scene. Talks are being had about maybe residencies, and Justin Bieber dumps his entire catalog. He does this for reportedly more than $200 million. So let's just take that for face value and say it's true. Let's say that Justin Bieber sold his entire catalog to Hypnosis for $200 million only. Let's say it was $200 million that he sold it for. Well, at that time, it appears that Lou Taylor would have been his manager. And we do know that she was charging Britney Spears a flat fee of 5%. So if Lou Taylor, this is a big if, but if Lou Taylor had effectuated the sale of Justin Bieber's entire catalog and she did take her typical 5%, that means Lou Taylor made $10 million in January of last year. Now, is Justin Bieber still in as much danger as he was before? I think no. Why? Because he doesn't own his catalog. They're not after him for his catalog anymore. Maybe they're after him for his name and likeness. Maybe they're after him for putting him up on a stage. Maybe they're after him for his DNA. Girl, I don't know if they're going to try and genetically duplicate him or something. I really don't know. But he sold his catalog. And the question is why? Why would you sell your catalog? Well, the simple answer is you want a lump sum payment up front, and you don't want to wait for these little pennies to trickle in off your catalog. Also, the reputation of an artist can strongly influence whether or not they are getting streams. For example, Kesha, right, took out the P. Diddy lyric from her TikTok song. She used to say, wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Well, she's done took that down. When R. Kelly faced all of his allegations and all of that stuff, I mean, some people even stopped allowing his music to be streamed. Radio stations stopped playing them. People didn't want the licenses as much for these R. Kelly songs. These are just things to think about. What do I think? I think Justin Bieber was afraid to get put in a conservatorship, to get unalived, perhaps, because of his catalog, which has happened to other artists. Michael Jackson, obviously, his death was ruled a homicide, y'all. Please, come on. The man was killed for his catalog. And now, all of a sudden, this is crazy. This is like such a side note, and I'm just rambling at this point. Like, this video is not as concise as I wanted it to be. But I am in a stream of consciousness, and I do want to say this stuff. Michael Jackson's estate was valued substantially lower than it would have been if he never had to face those PDF file allegations. Listen closely. In court documents, Michael Jackson's estate is worth less by a judge, by evaluators. The value of his songs, his name and likeness is decreased because of those allegations. So now what are they doing? They're making documentaries. They're trying to rehabilitate the man's reputation. Now, between me and you, my honest and true feeling, I think at least some of the allegations were false. I do. At least some. I haven't looked into it that closely. It's going to be one of those things that takes me several weeks to look into. But I do strongly believe at least some of the allegations were false, because we do have people coming out and admitting that their allegations were false. Okay. So we have people admitting that they made allegations which, in fact, in real life, in court documents, devalued Michael Jackson's estate. So what's to stop, for example, Justin Bieber to be called out on something tomorrow? P. Diddy. What's to stop the next person from being called out on something the next day and their reputation does diminish the value of their catalog? That's what I'm saying. All right. So now I want to talk a little bit about Scooter Braun. Just a really quick little timeline here. So sometime in 2022, Justin Bieber hired Lou Taylor. Now that same exact year, Justin Timberlake, kind of unrelated, but I do just want to point this out, sold his whole catalog to Hypnosis as well. His was about $100 million transaction. That's Timberlake. That same year, Justin Bieber joins forces with Lou Taylor. The next year, early 2023, Lou Taylor is managing Justin Bieber, but she's also managing, Kylie and Kim and the rest of them, and Kris Jenner. Early January 2023, Justin Bieber now sells his entire catalog to Hypnosis for around about $200 million. It says, a little bit more than that. The next month, February, Justin cancels his world tour. He's in the middle of a world tour. So it's almost like the world tour going on could have maybe increased the value of the catalog. And as soon as the catalog was spoken for by somebody else, there was no more world tour. And now we're talking about residencies. Almost like it could have been a scheme. Just things to think about. Now, several months later after that was in March. Several months later after that, August 2023, Ariana Grande, Demi Lovato, it's announced, both fired Scooter Braun. Who's Scooter Braun? We already just talked about him. Here's the map again. Here's the chart again. He's the one who kind of, quote, discovered Justin Bieber off of YouTube. And listen, way in the back in the beginning, y'all can watch my BJ Investigates Justin Bieber conservatorship situation. Justin Bieber's mom did not trust Scooter Braun, did not want Justin working with Scooter Braun. She was concerned about Scooter Braun all the way back in 2008. He was the one that discovered Justin Bieber. Now, like I said, it was being reported last year that Justin Bieber hadn't even spoken to Scooter Braun in months.
Justin Bieber is living without Scooter Braun, as the singer is apparently estranged from his longtime manager.
Multiple insiders tell People the pair haven't spoken in months, and according to one source, who says that Scooter is technically still Justin's manager, the singer is working on music without Scooter by his side for the first time in 16 years.
So what happened?
As one source puts it, the relationship has simply run its course.
This comes on the heels of other talent parting ways with the music executive.
After 10 years, Ariana Grande is choosing to move on from Scooter. A source says that while they're still friendly, she has outgrown him.
And after just 4 years, Demi Lovato has also ended her working relationship with him.
A music industry source emphasizes that all of Scooter's clients are still under contract and negotiations are ongoing. They add that some of the rumors going around are off, and Scooter is also making jokes about the situation himself.
Scooter Braun is disgraced, and his clients were leaving him. Last year alone, one of his biggest clients, Ariana Grande, left him. Same month, Demi Lovato leaves him. The very next month, it's reported that Justin Bieber don't talk to him and hasn't talked to him in months. Okay, so that's 3 big heavy hitters right there. Ariana Grande, Demi Lovato, and Justin Bieber. And if you subscribe to this manager as handler theory, I mean, you can rewind to whenever Scooter Braun used to manage Kanye West. And whenever Kanye West tweeted about Scooter and said, I don't have a manager anymore because I'm not manageable. It's almost like this guy, Scooter Braun, is like a big Hollywood handler and he's not really doing a good job at his job and now he has to quit because it wasn't even 24 hours ago. Scooter Braun came out and said he retired. Now, this is interesting. Why? Because up until Sunday, the day before yesterday, it was being reported that Scooter Braun was still managing Justin Bieber. But what did we learn on this People magazine article? Published on the 15th, but look, they updated it on June 16th, on Sunday. So just on Sunday, a representative for Justin Bieber told People magazine Scooter Braun is not involved in Justin's management anymore. Well, it was 1 day later. A bird just flew into the window. It's extreme blackbird stalking, y'all. It's Beyonce's witchcraft. Maybe it's Scooter Braun's witchcraft. So on June 16th, on Sunday, because remember, look, this is what this article had said. This is June 11th, the breaking Daily Mail article, the exclusive, the one that announced that Justin Bieber fired Lou Taylor. That's this article. It's over a week ago. And they said in that article, Bieber, who is currently under the management of Scooter Braun, joined forces with TriStar, back in 2022. Well, People magazine came in and stole their thunder. About 5 days later, People magazine, 6 days later, said, nope, Scooter Braun don't work with Justin Bieber no more. And so in my opinion, Scooter Braun, the gig was up, the jig was up, whatever the saying is, he had to come out and retire. Because why? He don't have no more clients. I mean, I'm sure he has a lot of clients, but Justin Bieber, gone. Ariana Grande, gone. Kanye West, gone since 2018. Demi Lovato, gone. And then Scooter Braun actually posted, I guess to get out in front of it himself, his own little press release on Instagram. So let's read that together because there's some stuff in there that I haven't seen anybody else putting these pieces together. I mean, maybe they did, but I haven't seen it. And then he's so dramatic too. And I just want y'all to pay attention to how he words stuff too. He's just so dramatic. 23 years, period. Oh, good. Here's Lucian Grange right here. Oh my God. More posts from Scooter Braun. The other weirdo that was listed in the Diddy lawsuit. Oh, good. So Scooter Braun and Lucian are friends. Great. Wonderful. Okay, cool. Love that. Okay. Andy says, nice spin. It is spin. And I'm going to talk about it too. I'm going to get into the spin here, Andy. It may be skeletons in closet. It may also just be, it's just not tenable. You go from managing the biggest stars to just some random nobodies. Okay, 23 years, he says. 23 years. That's how long I've been a music manager. 23 years ago, a 19-year-old kid started managing an artist named Kato in Atlanta, and my journey began. Along the way, I've had so many experiences I could have never dreamt of. I've been blessed to have a Forrest Gump-like life while witnessing and taking part in the journeys of some of the most extraordinarily talented people the world has ever seen. I'm constantly pinching myself and asking, how did I get here? I think we know. And after 23 years, this chapter as a music manager has come to an end. It's a strange feeling because I think I've wanted this for a while, but I was truly afraid to answer the question, who would I be without them? Well, now you're going to have to find out because they all left you. I was really just 19 years old when I started. So for my entire adult life, I played the role of an artist manager on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And for 20 years, I loved it. So for the last 3 years, he didn't love it is what he's trying to say. I mean, do the math, 23 minus 20. But as my children got older and my personal life took some hits, I came to the realization that my kids were 3 superstars I wasn't willing to lose. The sacrifices I was once willing to make, I could no longer justify. It was time to step into a new role. In this next chapter, I have been honored to join as a board member of Hybe and serve as the CEO of Hybe America. Over the past 2 years, I have been heading towards this destination, but it wasn't until last summer that this new chapter became a reality. One of my biggest clients and friends told me that they wanted to spread their wings and go in a new direction. And I think that this was Demi, because if you read the articles from around that time, that is the press release that Demi Lovato or her camp was giving. That was, she wanted to go a new direction. So I think this is probably Demi Lovato because it was August of last year whenever it was announced, which would have been last summer. We had been through so much together over the last decade. It also could have been Ariana Grande, could have been her or someone else, but he's saying one of my biggest clients and friends told me they wanted to spread their wings and go in a new direction. We'd been through so much together over the last decade, but instead of being hurt, I saw it as a sign. You see, life doesn't hand you your plan. It hands you God's plan. Okay, Drake. And God has been pushing me in this direction for some time. I have nothing but love for those who I have worked with over the years, and as we develop a different working relationship, I will always be in their corner to consult and support them, whether it be directly or from afar. Every client I have had the privilege of working with has changed my life, and I know many of them are just beginning to see the successes they deserve. I will cheer for every single one of them. Okay. So he says, one of my biggest clients, this all, over the past 2 years, I've been heading toward this destination. And he says, but it wasn't until last summer that this new chapter became a reality. Well, then why is it that it wasn't until this summer that you made the announcement, girl? It's weird to me. Why didn't last summer, whenever Demi left him or Ariana or whoever it was, why didn't he just say then at that point, okay, I quit? It wasn't until he got outed as not working with Justin Bieber anymore, his last little hanger on, that literally one literal day later, this, even though he knew since last summer, it was a reality. I've gotten to see my friend win Grammys. Demi show, I've seen J Balvin live out his dreams of breaking boundaries. Demi show the kindness and grace that few megastars have. Moved as the Zac Brown Band, Martin Garrix, Steve Angelo, Call Me Maybe, Gangnam Style, Gateway. And I've served as Kanye's gateway to business as we had amazing years of success when I was once able to call him my friend. Well, it's probably you can't call him your friend no more because y'all had him against his will and incarcerated, and y'all are all trying to maybe perhaps with Lou Taylor orchestrate some type of hostile takeover. I mean, that's just speculation, innocent until proven guilty, but we all gonna find out real soon. Australia, Dan and Shay, artists, good 23 years, stories from the first part. Okay, who cares? But it was this past Christmas Day when Ariana and Justin became the biggest male and female in history of the Spotify Billions Club that I just smiled and thought, what a ride. Justin and Ariana were both young teenagers when I began with them. Began what with them, Justin, a 13-year-old kid busking in Canada, and Ariana, a young actress on Nickelodeon. To see them both come up to be the legends they are today will forever be one of my greatest honors. Maybe y'all, it took him till now, since last summer, because that's how long it took him to write this long ass blustery ass bullshit ass thing here. As we change our working relationships now, I will continue to root for them with the same passion that I did at. Sir, you have been fired. This is what this is. In my opinion, this is just so that he doesn't have to take it on the chin that all these little kids that were just little 13-year-old little idiots when he met them don't want anything to do with him. That is what this is about, in my opinion. He is doing what is called saving face. look how he's wording this. To see them both come up to be the legends they are today will forever be one of my greatest honors as we change our working relationships now. Now, he's implying that his relationship with Ariana Grande, his working relationship with her is changing now because he's retiring, because he's quitting, because he's not a manager anymore. No, he is not the one changing their working relationship. He is trying to take the power back from her. She changed it already. And if I had to guess, Justin Bieber fired him months ago as well. If I had to guess, Justin Bieber fired him months ago as well. But he gets to make this little PR statement because he don't want to take it on the chin because that ego got too big these last 23 years, buddy. I remember the pranks. No, we don't do that's jackass bullshit. That's how you traumatize people. And the water park shows with Justin, the first time that Ariana opened an arena tour in her excitement side stage. I remember as they both stepped up for others and I got to witness them each change the world and make history. There will never be a day where I don't take great pride and honor that we accomplished together. The same can be said for so many others that I have had the pleasure of once being called manager. There's been a lot said about what's happening in our company and my career. Listen, I'm trying to address the rumors. Addressing the rumors. He should have left this part out. He's stupid. He said, when we had success, I smiled. And when we were attacked, I tried to always take the high road. For the last 3 years, I've begun to feel that taking the high road has created confusion and ambiguity as to who we are. And I may have left my role in management and my business relationship with many clients will alter and change. But this does not mean we as a company are leaving. Allison Kay and Jennifer McDaniels are more than capable to lead as we combine new resources with the opportunities with their leadership. These two incredibly powerful women will now step in a role that I know will grow into the most impressive women-led management business our industry has ever seen. Oh, well, that was a shot at Lou Taylor. I know it will grow into the most impressive women-led management business our industry has ever seen. Isn't that Lou Taylor's whole thing? It's like 75% of people that work here are women. While my name may have been on the door all these years, the truth is there's no one as brilliant as Allison Kay and few who can manage with the grace and poise of Jen McDaniels. We'll continue to grow at Hive. Our existing business at Big Machine will continue to add amazing executives and artists to the roster. I don't care. Juwan Park. Okay, who cares? So then he goes ahead and gets, this is effed up. Okay, hold on. I'm also looking forward to continuing to invest in a new generation of entrepreneurs and serve as a national board member of Make-A-Wish and help individuals and communities through our family's Braun Foundation. Y'all know Justin Bieber was meeting with a Make-A-Wish kid like literally every single night on tour when he was with Scooter Braun, famous people to the Make-A-Wish Foundation people. I mean, I don't know, girl. I don't know, but he's on the board of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So yes. Is his real name not Scooter? That's interesting. So yes, it's been 23 years and yes, this chapter has come to an end. Okay, this part is weird, y'all. Look at this. But the great Barry Gordy once told me, quote, young man, it never ends the way you wanted, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Y'all, this implies to me he doesn't want to leave. Look at this. Barry Gordy, the Motown founder, he once told Scooter Braun, it never ends the way you wanted, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. That wisdom has proven to be correct. I never saw how this chapter would end. Hell, I never even saw it happening, but it did. And I will cherish every moment of it. I made my plan, but it turns out I like God's plan better. He got pushed out. Why? What's coming down the pipe? What did Scooter Braun do? He's telling you this isn't what he wanted. It never ends the way you wanted, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It all started coming to a reality last year when somebody left him and wanted to spread their wings. People left him. Why'd they leave him? What's he doing? Who orchestrated that hypnosis deal? Who's this? Justin? I don't know. This dude freaks me out. Look at this baby. Oh, so he been posting his little pictures through the years, the 23 years. Here's them probably getting signed. This is the two that signed Justin. And what these little mudras are about. Is that Demi back in the day? Demi and Ariana. He got Sir Lucian Grange pinned. And honestly, we don't really know what these people's relationships are with Scooter Braun. I mean, I don't know if they've spoken out, but the fact that he's putting these people up whenever we don't know for sure Okay, so Ariana Grande, oh good. Oh good. Okay, good. Ariana Grande. What the hell? See, this is how they do things. He just did this whole thing about how he's going to be on the Hybe board now, right? He's the CEO of Hybe America. 5 days ago, Ariana Grande and Hybe, led by CEO Scooter Braun, look forward to continuing their long-standing business partnership and pursuing creative opportunities. Okay, so they're still working together. So she gets to sanitize her reputation. He gets to say that she left him last year. I mean, girl, I don't know. I had a whole nother segment that I wanted to talk about this hypnosis company, on how there are allegations that the entire thing was funded with fraud from the Swedish people. But this video is way, way, way longer than I wanted it to be already. So I gotta go. But stay tuned. I'll be following down this lead. Stay tuned. I will be following down this lead as we move along. I will be continuing to cover other aspects of the web, other little branches of the web, until and probably even after some accountability is actually had by anyone in this industry, which doesn't look like it's going to be today. So make sure your notification bell is turned on. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, meet it. Okay, bye.
He said, no, she has to go.
What's something that you always carry with you?
Specifically, I need to talk about the hot sauce.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Are you getting information right now?
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
No.
It has hot sauce in her bag. I have Heinz ketchup.
No, seriously, is it working? Just kidding. Yeah, she's pandering to black people.
We're not going to get into sophisticated politics.
Okay. Is it working?
Come on.
From working with him heavily to working with P. Diddy, because he seems quite scary. Well, I always worked with, I'm not scared.
Baby, shit getting weird. Come on, baby.
Cassie has sued music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, accusing him of
filming Cassie in ritualistic blank apps.
Back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes.
I'm going to leave them with somebody to watch them. Not a babysitter. I like to call it a den mother.
The scared look in her eyes, the red light, the turning the angle of the camera.
And the men would give gifts to each other and have with each other.
Puff and Tupac was like a couple.
If you think that she was just hiring those male for herself, nah.
There was a party at Clyde Davis's house, and that's where the story began.
Welcome to BJ Investigates, a show I just created and might never do again. So today we have the occasion to talk about yet another Lou Taylor client. That is going to be Sean Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, whatever other names he has, Combs. Also, I don't know if he still is Lou Taylor's client, but there is a plethora of information and evidence in the public record that he at least was at some time. Very powerful, very influential music mogul. Anyway, so you might have seen the news a few months ago whenever, we're just gonna call him Diddy for this video, whenever he was in the media for allegations that arose that he was not only involved with the blank plot to blank Tupac and Biggie, but also allegedly, at least according to this detective who was investigating into the case, he also orchestrated this plot.
The Los Angeles Police Department feels that they have solved the murders of Tupac and Biggie. What?
Yeah.
After working on the cases for 3 years, Greg claims that Diddy was behind it all.
Oh, Diddy. Yeah, right?
I don't know. There was a whole bunch of other videos and stuff going on around YouTube about it. I didn't really get into the story at that time. But then about a month after that happened, he was in the news yet again. And this time it was for a different type of set of allegations. This time it was allegations being brought forth by a singer named Cassie.
When I saw her and I met her and I saw this DVD on her, hopefully we can play that. That's what kind of made me like really fall in love with the project, because I saw something more than just records. I saw something that there was a personality.
In the lawsuit, they do refer to her as Miss Ventura.
I started modeling when I was 12. I didn't get signed until I was 14, but I actually started working when I was 12 years old. So now I'm 20 and almost half my life I've spent in the entertainment industry.
But yeah, so basically Diddy and Cassie had a relationship for like a decade.
Final question, is there anything that you may want to confess tonight before you go in?
keep everything right here.
There you go.
Or right here.
And I mean, I use the term relationship loosely. Because the way that she describes it in the lawsuit, and again, innocent until proven guilty and all of that, the way she describes it in the lawsuit is not particularly like a traditional relationship between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. It was a little bit more like a owner and
What you want? What you gotta say now? What you gotta say now?
person who has owned.
You ain't got shit to say when you put your girl on the snap. Baby, yo, babe. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach.
But we will get into a few of the specific lawsuit allegations in just a moment as we progress through the video. What I also wanted to point out in today's video is that this is not the first time that Diddy has been accused of these inappropriate types of behaviors. And I want to be very careful. Again, innocent until proven guilty. I am not making these allegations. I'm just collecting what's in the public record and reporting on it as of what I was able to find so far as of today. So I thought in today's video we could go a little bit into some of the research that I did find whenever I was looking up the similar allegations that have been made against him in the past. Now, for the purposes of the allegations made in the complaint by Cassie against Diddy, those have been, I guess, dismissed or withdrawn. They seem to have settled outside of court, so that lawsuit doesn't seem like it is going to move forward. So I hope everybody, is pleased with that outcome and all of that. I definitely can see why Cassie wouldn't want to go to court. In those allegations, we get a lot of information, and a lot of the information that she does say kind of adds up to allegations that other people, famous people, celebrities, child stars, things like that have made in the past, and they were called crazy or whatever, schizophrenic or whatever.
You still think the Obamas are ugly?
Yes. So I do want to just take a little bit of a look into the public record and show y'all some of the stuff that we were able to come up with concerning similarities in all these allegations. So in no particular order, there are allegations and assertions concerning a 10-year-old Usher sleeping in the same bed as a then approximately 40 or how old would he have been at the time? No, he was 9 years old.
That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, pause, but like, check this out. Back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the Frosted Flakes because he used to always get up early with me. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world. And
What the f*** did Puff just say?
They've said like different ages. Like Usher himself has said in an interview he was 10 years old when he started sleeping in the bed. And that's what I'm saying, like the math isn't particularly mathing on that. So I do just want to present all the sides of the story. Some places we see 10 years old.
I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
What like a life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old.
I think what we just calculated was closer to 15 or 16, which of course doesn't make it better in particular, but just wanted to be fair. Okay, so there was those allegations. Then recently-ish, like in the past few years, Orlando Brown, a former child star who was actually on a Disney show called That's So Raven.
That's so Raven.
Sing it again, do it again.
No.
No, do the song again.
No, I don't want to, Raven. I'm not gonna do that. Raven.
Most prominently in a few other, endeavors. He also is a musician. He's very talented, but he's made allegations that were vague, to say the least.
You know what I mean? I got in my Diddy mode. I'm sorry, I started licking my lip. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Question. Is there any-
Yo, Diddy, you gave me the ooshka smash. You gave me the ooshka smuaf. The smash. Diddy. Yeah, son. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You gave me the ooshka smuash. I love it, yo. I love it. You gave me the ooshka smuash.
You can fill in the blank as to what that meant.
That ooshka smuash. You know what I'm talking about, Diddy? Diddy. God.
Yeah, and now the whole time, all these allegations are kind of starting to swirl and twirl. We have Kevin Hart openly, very publicly making jokes about it.
Thank you for hosting the thing, man. It's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it, and you did it.
No, I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to. First and foremost, I'm not getting in the bed.
Shouts out to him and what he did. I'm just gonna, if we can, let's just put the camera a little this way, just so we're not. I don't want my shot to even I don't want it to come close to the bed.
Pointing it out, talking about it, laughing at it. And then, of course, we eventually stumbled upon these wild Hollywood parties that it's really impossible to escape learning about at this point. Like, it's kind of everywhere you turn and look are these parties. It's like, I don't know why it's such a topic and why it keeps coming up.
Y'all, this is on some Eyes Wide Shut. This is on some Taken. This is on some mess that I have never seen. Diddy would use his phone, laptop, and tablet, all devices that are streaming. He didn't use a regular camera to film Cassie having blank with the hired blank workers. He treated the forced encounter as a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. The candles, y'all, if that don't sound ritualistic, I don't know what is.
Maybe they just have had so many at this point. I really do not know.
It describes some ritualistic eyes wide shut mess. The first time Diddy hired a man and brought the man to his home in Los Angeles, the man, Diddy, and Cassie wore masquerade masks and ingested illicit substances. Diddy directed Cassie to perform blank acts on this man while Diddy watched them. That don't sound like an Eyes Wide Shut weird ritual that is being live streamed.
But we got people involved, allegedly, according to public reporting. I was not there, I do not know, but allegedly we have Jamie Foxx involved.
I would hang out and watch him throw parties. He said, yo, Playboy, this party costs $1.5 million. Puff at that time had a room. Missy Elliott had a room. Dun, 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 you know what I'm saying? Dun, 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 dun. And standing on the wall, nobody knew who he was. Guess who it was? It was Jay-Z. Standing on, they didn't know who he was yet. And I saw, what's up, man? He said, it's a nice party, man. Appreciate it.
We should give just a few clips here, just as a complete side tangent, little comical relief, little something. Like 50 Cent does not seem in any way to be a fan of P. Diddy.
I don't call him gay. I said,
Let me read it, Fifth.
Oh my God.
Sorry I can no longer help you guys. Soon you will all be gay and happy. You are all now left under leadership of Puffy Daddy. Report to the nearest rainbow. Dinner Thieves in theaters January.
Oh, that's why
I get invited to Puff Party.
I'll just ding, ding, ding. Here y'all go.
Stop. Then he was like, yo, so when we gonna get the chance to, to kick it, like we could just hang out. We gotta kick it.
This is
Puff.
Okay.
He telling me we gotta kick it and shit. And he was like, yo, why don't we like go shopping or some shit? I mean, like I pay for it. And I was like, what the fuck this nigga just say?
But
I got the fuck away from him because I was like, this nigga like the fuck. Wait, this nigga just tell me he take me shopping.
Cute, funny.
Well, there's a little fruit, Puff's a fruit pile.
Little beef, little funny, like.
Trust me. You see these little weird ass pictures and shit.
Like, he's just letting them know, and he'll tell you too. He's like, "Don't tell me anything because I'm gonna go and tell everyone. Don't tell me a secret. I'm telling." So good for him. Me too. Okay, yeah. So there's all these secret parties going on, and then there's allegations that Will Smith and Diddy are actually like co-hosting these parties.
Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, you told me before that you was at a party before that they attended, and you said the party was weird. Tell me about that.
Okay, it was just seemed like Puff and Tupac was like a couple, seemed like to me. It was just a lot of weird shit going on, you know what I'm saying? The vibes ain't there. I guess that's what Tupac was talking about, the Illuminati and shit. It ain't right. It's like Vivica Fox was with this big gay man. He was 6'9". Yeah, weird dude. Yeah.
And what was Tupac doing at the party, yo?
Him and Puff was there together. They was there, you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't know how they fell out or nothing like that. They was road dogs, you know what I'm saying? They even got pictures of him. He got on that blue sweater with the turtleneck. Him and him hugged up like this with the black hat. Have you ever seen that picture? Yeah, bunch of, it ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no gay basher or nothing. I mean, none of that shit, but that shit ain't right, you know what I'm saying?
And then, oh man, other people have come out and kind of discussed just, there was just so much crazy stuff going on in that house. And apparently, I didn't know this. I don't know if this is true. I did not fact check this, but I did come across in the research today that Jaden Smith emancipated himself when he was 16 and he refused to go back to Will and Jada Smith's house, even for like family photos and family, interviews and things. I don't know if that's true.
I vaguely remember some shit like that.
Jaden Smith wants to be emancipated from his famous parents, Will and Jada Smith, so he can buy his own house and live alone.
Comment below if you want a video on that. So we have the Will Smith allegations that he's also kind of like doing exactly what P. Diddy is doing. And it's interesting because a lot of people do go and openly talk about these parties and stuff. It's like it's in the public knowledge. They're all talking about it, but it's almost like people still don't believe it somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just because there's this mythology and this sort of fear culture built up around it. Like you're going to somehow get in trouble for talking about it, which I think is an intentional buildup, but I digress. So in addition to these weird parties and all that, there was also this kind of like flavor camp component to the whole situation.
Now that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to something
City.
called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
Camp.
was called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and Gene like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey,
So
it was
nobody
crazy.
tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't
and-
say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
And what flavor, it's like silly. Like the name is silly. What Flavor Camp is, if you've watched this channel for a while, you remember the Dan Schneider pool parties that he used to have. Dan would host these recruiting parties for children.
He would have pool parties and invite all the kids over and be like, oh, we'll just take care of the kids. No adults need to come over. So he was having pool parties with these kids that were on the show without any kind of adult supervision going on. One of my friends that used to work on a couple of the shows they did, I mean, this goes back to the early 90s, and he would spend extremely large amounts of time alone with the kids in their dressing rooms without any adult supervision in there either. He was just...
Well, this was like a different flavor, pun intended, of that. Essentially it was like a boot camp where you learn how to be a star, and in Diddy's case it was like rap and R&B and hip hop and stuff like that. That's actually how Usher had the occasion to be in the blank sleeping situation with Diddy in the first place, is that he was at the Flavor Camp. He was like in his like star training boot camp when he was sleeping in the bed with Diddy for a year. He said he slept in the bed with him.
You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
So Usher was not the only person to ever attend and go through the Flavor Camp situation training or whatever. Justin Bieber seems to have been at least doing a little bit of an abbreviated Flavor Camp.
Where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose, but
We've played this clip before on the channel when we did the Justin Bieber conservatorship video, but it's just kind of like generally tense and strange, just the whole interaction, the whole concept, even in and of itself. I don't know. I'm
16.
Slow down. Let's slow down, Jess.
Okay.
Let's slow down, okay?
One step at a time.
Who knows? Maybe I'm the one that's strange. Who knows? But another interesting thing about these Flavor Camp and these different camps and stuff is that P. Diddy was not the only person doing it. There were other people who were doing this type of thing. For example, Lou Pearlman. Now, if you're not familiar with who Lou Pearlman is, he's a very, very prolific boy band creator and manager.
What he does is take teenage boys who might otherwise lead unremarkable lives and turn them into rich, famous pop music stars.
And now, fast forward, he has pled guilty to a host of crimes, including money laundering and, I don't know, like misuse of wire, something or another. He did pass away in 2016, but before all of that, he created a very popular show called Making the Band.
Baby, I don't understand. I wish for you on a fucking star.
What's up?
How you doing, Jackie?
From Boston.
Boston, huh?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Just here? So we'd like you to do just a little bit of acapella for us.
And the Rockets. That's high.
A rock star named Ashley Angel. How perfect is that?
It's tearing up my heart when I'm with you. But when we're apart, I feel it too. And I wonder
Now, Lou Pearlman was the manager for like Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, LFO, O-Town, a bunch of other ones. He was very, very famous. And so a lot of people, boys at the time, wanted to be famous. And so they thought they would, it's like American Idol kind of for boy bands. And Lou Pearlman, the guy who created the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, was creating the show. So he does one season on the show. And then, I don't know, we couldn't really exactly find why he quit being on the show or whatever, but he only does one season. And he does that with O-Town. Like I said, he eventually would end up pleading guilty and going to prison for some stuff and dying. So season 2, the show Making the Band is handed over to Diddy, and he takes over. You might have seen episodes of the show with specifically the band Danity Kane.
As y'all know, I'm not doing this alone. I have Johnny Wright. He's helped shape the careers of NSYNC, Justin Timberlake, Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, myself. Lorianne Gibson, she has choreographed anybody and everybody, including myself. Doc Holliday, vocal coach to some of the best vocalists in the game. This is going to be a team effort of us molding and shaping this group.
I need everyone to find a treadmill or a Stairmaster and do 20 minutes at 5.0 right now. You guys are playing with the wrong gal.
But there were many, many seasons.
These girls are standing out for all the wrong reasons.
Michelle.
And in total, altogether, there were like 142 episodes of the show, including that first season one that Lou Pearlman was on. But anyway, so I just thought that was a very interesting connection there because Lou Pearlman ended up getting accused of some of the very same type of situation, type of behaviors that now Diddy is being accused of by Cassie. And I'm not talking about the financial crimes type of accusations either. You know what I mean? So I did think we should discuss just a few points of the lawsuit that hopefully I'm staying within all the guidelines here. Unfortunately, I'm really not going to be able to get into all the specifics of all the allegations because quite frankly is really heinous, but it is a publicly available document. If y'all want to read through it and look at some of Cassie's allegations, it is publicly available. I just typed in Cassie versus Diddy PDF. You'll be able to find it, at least as of today. So what I really want to focus on is stuff that maybe wasn't as heavily focused on in the media or stuff that I just didn't see. It could be the case that this stuff was very heavily focused on. Maybe I just didn't see it. So first of all, I think it's very important to note that she's suing him for blank trafficking, right? That was one of the things. Again, this lawsuit has settled, but the complaint is still available to see because it's a public record. And in the lawsuit, she actually does use the term, to the extent I'm able to say it here, blank slavery. She referred to her experience with him over that 10 years as slavery. Okay, so one thing that I found extremely interesting, and it kind of reminded me of Britney and Bam and other celebrities who have come out and made these types of allegations, where she did say, I think it's on page 3, that she actually did try to get away. Because that's what a lot of people ask, like, 10 years, if this is going on, why did it go on for 10 years? Like, get away from him, obviously. You know, that's what people are saying. And she's saying, I tried. But every time she would escape, it says, quote, vast networks of entities would come after her and basically, gang stalk her. She basically described that if she would ever run away, either assistants or people who worked for Diddy in some way, even lawyers would call her and say, you need to call him back. It's in your best interest. She described being threatened, her career, right? Because at the time, Diddy was the owner of Cassie's record label. So really, he kind of owned her in a business sense. And then also, they had this additional type of dynamic situation going on as well. Other allegations in the lawsuit include Diddy being ferocious and cruel. And we did come across this clip of, I'll put it in here. It's an interview, someone talking about the story where Cassie did shave the side of her head one time.
Everybody thought I had lost my mind. And I remember saying in the interview,
she was telling him, like, whatever Daddy or Diddy or whatever she was calling him wants, that's what I'm gonna do.
He saw this white woman. It was bottles on bottles on bottles around her. It was lit. Puff jumped out. Me and Cassie sitting next to each other. My wife right here, Cassie right here. The nigga jumped off the bar, came on and said, yo, Cassie, tomorrow, I want you to shave the side of your head. And I was like, what kind of request is that? So when I'm like, what the fuck? So when I look up there, this white woman's side of her head was shaved, man. And the bitch looked good with it. So I was looking at Cass, I was like, I was like, you're not about to do that, are you? She said, well, whatever Sean wants, I'm gonna do.
So she shaved her head, even though she didn't want to. I'm not gonna read them all out here. This is where she kind of tells us why she's suing. Like, what's the point? Why are you doing this? She says she doesn't want to live in silence about what she endured. Mr. Combs remains immensely powerful and immensely dangerous. Cassie therefore seeks justice for the decade of her life that Mr. Combs took away from her with threats of violence, excessive use of blank, and physical and psychological abuse, and slavery. So that's where she actually refers to it as a slavery type of situation. Paragraph 45. I thought this part was interesting too. This section of the video is called Stuff I Found Interesting. In early fall 2007, Mr. Combs, that's Diddy, flexed his power and influence when he paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party hosted by Cassie. It's like when you realize that people are just kind of faking and they're lying because someone told them to. It's very scary when those people are in charge of your captivity or whatever. So she also says in the lawsuit, all aspects of her life were controlled by either Mr. Combs or his management companies. And what came to my mind immediately was Lou Taylor tactics, because I don't think P. Diddy is like using Lou Taylor's management companies. I think he probably learned his methods either from her or from the same person, but
I said there was a party at Clive Davis's house, and that's where the story began.
It was reported place to place for a while that P. Diddy is or was one of Lou's clients. And so it's like this complaint says all aspects of her life were controlled by either Mr. Combs or his management companies. Who was giving Britney Spears those pills? TriStar, according to these lawsuits. I don't know, innocent until proven guilty or whatever. But the allegation is it was the security company, the management company, and people they would hire to effectuate the larger scheme or the larger plan. But it looks like this is the same thing happening here. She said her life is controlled by Mr. Combs or his management companies. Every event she attended, from the travel to the makeup and the clothing, was paid for directly by P. Diddy and his affiliated companies. Again, I'm not saying that Lou Taylor was involved in this in any way. I have no evidence of that, so I'm not saying that. Okay, paragraph 60. She talks about Diddy exerting ownership over her. Another example of the ways in which he manipulated her and ensured obedience early on in the relationship is that, oh, this is sick. He asked her what she called her grandfather, like what was her name for her grandfather, and she said Pop Pop. The lawsuit's words, not mine. When Cassie said that she referred to her grandfather as Pop Pop, Mr. Combs perversely insisted that Cassie refer to him with that nickname. Something wrong with him. All right, what else? Something wrong with him.
It ain't right.
Okay, so one time he particularly aggressively abused her, even for him, and she was forced to stay in a hotel for a week. She could not leave. And that's when she started to really realize, started to dawn on her, page 14, what was really going on in this tremendous network that he had that would, bring her to a hotel, lock her in a hotel, not let her leave, not let her parents come, not let her go to her parents and stuff like that. So one thing that was covered very extensively in reporting on this was these alleged freak-offs.
Diddy was using Cassie as a honeypot to lure other men.
People were hired to come in and perform certain types of work with Cassie, and Diddy would record the work, and he would do so on several devices, including iPads, computers, phones, etc. He used these videos allegedly, according to the lawsuit, to kind of blackmail her and say, I'm gonna always have the videos, or whatever, right? Well, one thing I didn't see highlighted, and again, could have been, I just didn't see it, is paragraph 79. Well, let's start at 78. The first time these freak-offs happened, these FOs happened, Diddy had hired the man and brought him to his home in LA. They wore masquerade masks and ingested blank. Diddy directed Cassie to perform certain things with the man, and Diddy watched them as he blank in the corner and kind of directed the scene, telling him what to do. But then the next sentence, the entire encounter lasted multiple days. I didn't see that reported on anywhere. Could have been, but
on the third day, they would drink, party, be merry, and the men would have sex with each other.
I just wanted to point it out here. Like, it wasn't just one night or whatever. And she also went on to say later in the lawsuit that it was very often that she would end up having to get IV fluids or whatever after these apparently marathon FOs, because she would be so dehydrated from the activities and the substances, etc. But I guess so, if it lasted multiple days. And then she goes on in the lawsuit to describe that she would start to get extreme and intense anxiety before these FOs. At one point, it was happening weekly. If she would say no, according to her allegations in the complaint, She would be beaten. Again, innocent until proven guilty. None of this stuff has been proven, and that's just the way it is. I personally am inclined to believe it's probably true, but I don't know. I was not there, so who knows? So as you might have heard, and as I've mentioned already in this video, it has settled. The parties have reached some type of agreement that is going to keep the case out of court. I used to say, that's not right because we should all get to know what happened, but really, it's really a lot to put on somebody that if she really did go through that, I could totally understand why she wouldn't want to go to court over it. So I hope she's happy with her settlement and all of that. Just gave me other things to think about, other things to ponder about. I guess the best part of this whole story is that I got down the rabbit hole a little bit and it opened my eyes to a lot of other stuff that was going on that I didn't realize the connections before, but I hope it's not true. It's really tragic, but like I said, I feel like it probably is true, and I understand why you would want to settle something like this instead of going to court with it. But that's all I really have for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye. So I thought we could take this opportunity to kind of recap and talk about what's going on based on the public record with the P. Diddy situation. And then I thought, as a little treat, we could go over that lawsuit that was filed by Lil Rod, I think is his stage name, Jones. So let's go over what we can find in the public record as far as what's going on. This isn't new. I'm not the first person to talk about this, just doing it as a part of this video today. So I do want to turn to that lawsuit. And all the worlds are overlapping, intertwining. It's Dan Schneider, it's P. Diddy, it's Dan Schneider and P. Diddy. And now we have references to Robin Greenhill. This lawsuit was filed a month ago exactly today. I'm a little nervous to do this live because, like I said, they do have some images in here that are partially grotesque and detestable. Again, this public information, public knowledge, public filing. It was free, didn't have to buy it. It's available. It's like actual pictures. It's not just descriptions. It's like actual pictures of stuff. But I'm not going to show them here. So the plaintiff is Rodney Jones, aka Lil Rod, and then names all the defendants. The defendants are Diddy, his son Justin Dior Combs, defendant Lucian Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Christina Karam, Chalice Recording Studios, Love Records, Motown Records listed as a defendant in this lawsuit. So they are getting sued by this Lil Rod Jones person. Allegedly, according to this new lawsuit, it's like lawsuit number 5, 6. Can't keep up. In this lawsuit, filed a month ago, this is saying that Diddy detailed how he was going to use his relationship and proximity to Reverend T.D. Jakes in order to rehabilitate his reputation. And T.D. Jakes serves on a board, or did, with Lou Taylor, who's Britney Spears' business manager. She's not only Britney Spears' business manager, but she's also Diddy's business manager. So we're starting to see all of these dots connecting, and it's all right up there at the top. You see what I mean? Robin Greenhill, she's going to come up. She's in the thumbnail. First cause of action is basically organized crime, luring and deceiving producers. The criminal ring shares a common purpose, which is to enrich themselves at the expense of these artists and S workers. The enterprise has continued for years. Diddy has a pattern of false representation, made like basically lying to people. Omissions were designed to induce people into providing goods, services, and sex for free. Defendants profited financially and otherwise from the enterprise. Now look at this. Robin Greenhill, the accountant, would ensure the wiring, funds transfer, or cash payments to S workers. Frankie Santella, Moy Bond, Brendan Paul, and KK would also be responsible for paying the S workers in cash. Young Miami, Jade, and Daphne Joy were paid a monthly fee they were paid monthly to work as the S workers. And they received payment via wire transfer from none other than Robin Greenhill, which outlined defendants' ongoing criminal operation. And again, it's sorting to kind of all just point back to the same people, because Robin Greenhill was also one of the accountants on Britney Spears' conservatorship. And now that it's all in court, like they were stealing money, again, has not been decided. They've been skipping out on depositions. But this woman works for Lou Taylor at TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Robin Greenhill is being literally accused of criminal activity in a sex trafficking operation. This is very serious. Britney Spears said The only thing in the state of California that I can compare my situation to in the state of California is sex trafficking.
I packed my bags and went to that place. I worked 7 days a week, no days off, which in California, the only similar thing to this is called sex trafficking, making anyone work against their will, taking all their possessions away, credit card, cash, phone, passport card, and placing them in a home where they work with the people who live with them. They all lived in the house with me, the nurses, the 24/7 security.
She said that. Defendants illegally acquired wire transfers, money transfers, credit cards, and bank cards via search engines and other online platforms to further their What does this mean? How do you illegally acquire a wire transfer or a credit card via search engine? What does that mean? And other online platforms to further their collective goal of the RICO I don't understand that. P. Diddy and Lou Taylor go back to her Florida days before she even moved to Tennessee. That's news. That's news to me. I know y'all know everything already. They all made numerous cash withdrawals from these defendants through the accountant, Robin Greenhill. And just makes me wonder, what was Britney Spears' money funding for those 13 years when she didn't have a say in it? You know what I mean? The circumstances gave defendants notice that Diddy's trafficking enterprise was being funded. Then I'm sure y'all saw it in the news today. This is the part in the lawsuit about the Prince Harry, sorry, not Henry. Among the financial benefits that the CEO defendants of Motown and UMG were also the affiliation and access to Diddy's popularity. Diddy was known for throwing the best parties. Affiliation with or sponsorship of his parties garnered legitimacy and access to celebrities such as famous athletes, political figures, artists, musicians, and international dignitaries like the British royal Prince Harry. Diddy and his entities profited from their affiliation with each other at these trafficking parties. Something about they didn't even pay all their taxes, something. Or failure to report them on their taxes, not pay them, sorry. This, again, is a free, open, public document that you can go and find yourself. That is pretty much, I've been on here for like almost 2 hours, so I'm gonna probably head out soon. I may clip this up into shorter clips and post them, but I really don't know. I find it all to be interesting. I'm sure some stuff has happened since I've been live. It's kind of a developing story. It's about Diddy's member. Hold on. But that's pretty much all I had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
And it's Janoris Jenkins. 39th pick in the 2012 NFL Draft. The St. Louis Rams select Janoris Jenkins.
Every time I move, I'm trying to make a play. Ask the lead by me, I was smoking every day.
Jenkins, a host of questions about his character.
Janoris Jenkins on the pick.
I had did some stuff.
The best piece of advice I ever got from a mentor was to just do you. I know that sounds cliche.
I can't really blame him for not wanting a narc snitch in charge of his fortune.
Talent, yes. Consistency and character, I'm not sure.
Down the sideline goes Janoris Jenkins.
Janoris Jenkins is known for his solid defense and speed as a quarterback.
Hashtag Bondu Janoris Jenkins. Just disgraceful.
The talent that I have and, the things that I did in my past. Man, I play football to play football. If they trade me, bro, they trade me. Like, I don't care. Like,
helmets are on the field.
This team's too talented. I'm not going to settle for that.
And there comes Jackrabbit.
A body was found at Janoris Jenkins' house.
It's shocking, but I still got to come and play football.
I know what's going on, what I'm doing. People gonna feel how they want to feel. Everybody have their own opinion.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to BJ Investigates News, Sports, and Entertainment. It's a show I just created and might never do again, where we only have 2 stars, if you know what I mean. Not try stars. Not try. In recent episodes, we've taken a look into Britney Spears' former business manager, Lou M. Taylor. We also discussed that Lou had more conflicts of interest than sense or oversight. In today's episode, we're going to keep looking into the public record on Lou Taylor and discuss one professional athlete's allegation that his coach tried to force him to use Lou Taylor's business, TriStar Sports and Entertainment, as his financial advisor as a condition for him signing a contract to play for the team. This story involves more conflicts of interest, potentially in my opinion, the NFL's collective bargaining agreement rules, but not too much on that, and Lou M. Taylor hanging up the phone in investigators' faces twice and threatening them with text messages that she was going to call and tell on them, a tattletale or whatever. Lou Taylor is a total snitch, in my opinion, from what's being reported in these articles, but let's get right into it. Speaking of conflicts of interest, I was on the internet in 2021, definitely not minding my own business, researching into Lou Taylor through the public record. And I kept seeing this same guy's name pop up, Jeff Fisher. For one, I saw it on LexisNexis where Lou's name was associated with some type of trust or something relating to a Jeff Fisher. I also saw it just kind of randomly popping up on Google searches. I saw it on one of those true people search background checks. I just kept seeing this guy's name, Jeff Fisher. Well, come to find out, Jeff Fisher is a huge football coach, and he has been the head coach for some of the biggest, most successful football franchises in the United States. So I keep seeing this guy's name, Jeff Fisher, pop up in connection to my public record searches relating to Lou Taylor. And that's what led me to this article. And basically this whole video today centers around me stumbling upon this article that said this football player, his name was Janoris Jenkins, was making allegations about 10 years ago that, like I said, his coach, Jeff Fisher, was trying to force Janoris to use Lou Taylor as his financial advisor as a condition of his signing to play football for the team. Let's talk a little bit about Janoris, and then let's circle back to this Lou Taylor, Jeff Fisher potential entanglement. Janoris Jenkins is a professional American football player who has played for major teams in the NFL, including the St. Louis Rams, the New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, and most importantly for my purposes, the New Orleans Saints. Who dat?
Listen, get a stack. Best team in the league. What you know about that?
New Orleans was like the best organization you've been with so far. Hands down.
Janoris was a very talented player in college, and he showed a lot of promise to be successful in the NFL. Based on his on-field talent alone, he should have been a first-round draft pick easily. Unfortunately, there were a few, quote, off-field issues that some of the coaches had issues with, and those off-field issues would ultimately force Janoris' path to cross with Lucifer M. Taylor herself. Janoris Jenkins was born in Pahokee, Florida on October 29, 1988. By the time Janoris made it to high school, he was a total superstar on the field. His senior year, he played a monumental role in his high school team, the Pahokee Blue Devils, going undefeated for the season and making it to the prestigious Florida Citrus Bowl for the FHSAA Class 2B High School State Championship. So that's a fancy way to say they went completely undefeated his entire senior football season and undefeated at the state championships.
This game sure had some great plays and excitement, and dived to the end zone for a 19-yard Blue Devil touchdown,
which they won.
What a fantastic game.
Janoris was also recognized as a first-team Class 2B All-State selection, and Parade magazine also selected him as an All-American. He was rated a 4-star recruit by Rivals.com, and he was listed as the 6th best high school cornerback in the nation. At the end of Janoris' high school football career, he accepted a football scholarship to the University of Florida, which was and still is one of the most prestigious and competitive football schools in the United States. So Janoris starts playing for Florida, the Gators football team, in 2008. That's actually the same year I started college, so ting. And kind of like in high school, Janoris was a superstar athlete in college too. He was the second true freshman in the school's entire history to open the season as the starting cornerback. After the world saw what Janoris could do as a freshman, the awards started pouring in. He was named to the freshman All-American teams by College Football News and Sporting News publications. After his freshman year, he went on to play 2 more successful seasons with the Gators, showing everyone that he was a major force to be reckoned with in the field. Everything seemed to be going great for Janoris. He was well on his way to NFL fame and fortune. That is, until things started to veer a little off course.
Touchdown by Janoris Jenkins.
According to Janoris, in May 2009, at the very end of his freshman year, somebody tried to rob him by by ripping his gold chain right off his neck. A physical altercation then took place as a result of this thief, and Janoris attempted to keep his own property from the unnamed thief's stealing hands. It's really not explained well in the articles, but for some vague reason, police did respond to the altercation, and when they showed up, they ended up trying to arrest Janoris, which he allegedly resisted without violence. One thing led to another, and the cops ended up using a stun gun on Janoris, arresting him and charging him with disturbance of the peace and resisting arrest without violence. Janoris did go on to do community service and remained on probation for a while, but eventually his record was wiped clean from this 2009 incident. He kept playing college football, and a couple years later, while he was still playing on Florida's team, in January 2011, Janoris was charged with a different infraction when police officers apparently caught him rolling a cigarette in the bathroom of a nightclub one Saturday night in January. He wasn't arrested, but he did have to appear before a judge, and the team's new coach was not happy with Janoris. The coach had a point to prove, and he was ready to make an example of any troublemakers.
Well, it's great to be here. I am certainly honored and proud to be the head football coach at the University of Florida. And you know, I'm not a guy, I'm more worried about perception than I am reality, all right? And I've got no ego. My agenda is the players and the University of Florida, and it's about winning. And the first thing we need to do recruiting is take care of our backyard. But we're gonna take the right players. We have an evaluation process. I learned an awful lot when I went to the Miami Dolphins about taking the right players. But along with that is character and different evaluations off the field that determine a great player.
Janoris did stay on the team, but he was on thin ice. That ice would finally break just 2 months later, in April 2011, when Janoris was charged yet again with misdemeanor possession of marijuana. He was summoned to appear in court on May 12, 2011. That court date didn't even arrive yet before Janoris was kicked straight off of the team. He wouldn't be deterred from his dream though. He made the best of his situation by continuing his education at a different, not as well-known college in Alabama called North Alabama to finish his final college football season. By the time his college football career approached its conclusion, Janoris had firmly established himself as one of the best cornerbacks in the nation. His on-field talent was indisputable. It was completely undeniable. But those pesky little charges would hang over his head, following him for basically the rest of his career. 1 year after Janoris was kicked off of the Florida team, the 2012 NFL draft was in full swing. Janoris had actually declined to go into the draft his junior year of college. Like in football, you can do that where you don't have to go to your last year of college. You can just do the draft from your junior year. Well, he declined to do that. And like a month later, that's when he got kicked out of Florida. So wasn't good. But he gets kicked out of Florida, he plays for another Division II team, and he still is going to participate in the draft, and now it's time to do it like 1 year after he got kicked off the Florida football team. And during this whole process, it's like there's like a recruiting process that you have to do, and a big part of it is media. And I don't know, when I was researching for this video, it just kind of made me like sad, because used to be, you know, in my younger years, I would look at these guys and think they were so old and so successful and stuff, and it's like, now I'm like 33. I look back on these interviews, like I know that he was in his very early 20s when he was doing these interviews, and it's like they had him answering these questions. It felt like Britney Spears, like legitimately. Remember when people used to ask her about like her divorce and her breast implants and how many people she, whatever, her virginity, whatever it was. It kind of felt like that. It was like people were asking him like, have you learned from your mistakes? And it's like, come on. Like, I don't know. I could see why they were asking the questions. It's not like I don't see where they're coming from, but it definitely makes me feel like sad, like bad for him or something, because it's, you know, everybody else on that football team is doing the same things, you know, kind of thing, you know, anyway.
It was just a year ago that Janoris Jenkins was a star cornerback for the University of Florida and a surefire first-round pick had he chosen to enter the NFL draft. Instead, he decided to return to Gainesville for his senior season with the Gators, but that's not the way things worked out. Just days before the draft that he chose not to enter, Jenkins was dismissed from the Florida team following his second marijuana-related arrest in a 4-month span.
On talent alone, Janoris was, as I already said, undeniably first-round draft pick material. But his off-field reputation wasn't great. The media had really leaned into and played up those charges, framing them as drug-related offenses and off-field antics.
Like I said, I had some issues, and I feel like, you know, most people just characterize me as a bad guy and a bad person, and I'm not a bad person.
If Janoris Jenkins can convince the NFL of that, he should expect to hear his name called fairly early on day one of the draft. because the league already knows he is a great player.
Just come out and show the coaches, I'm not a bad player, and because I went to Division II, I still can play with Division I talent. Just having fun. What I learned about myself is I'm gonna face adversity, and it's how I respond and how I react to it. And so far, I feel like I reacted good because I know I'm not a problem child. I just made a few mistakes. I'm looking past that now, and I'm moving forward. And I just thank UNA for giving me a second opportunity.
Which does sound pretty bad and scary, especially when the competition for those limited spots on the NFL team rosters is so high. As a result of this reputation, pushed in part by the media, Janoris was not drafted in the first round of the NFL draft, but he did get selected in the second round. The St. Louis Rams, led at the time by a guy named Jeff Fisher, took a chance on Janoris and selected him as the Rams' second round draft pick.
Jenkins, a host of questions about his character. Trumaine Johnson, same kind of thing, an entitled attitude. So all these guys, I don't know if Jeff Fisher's trying to save the world. Talent, yes. Consistency and character, I'm not sure.
He would play cornerback, the same position he played since high school. The Rams offered Janoris a 4-year contract worth several $1 million. That amount included like a $2 or $3 million guarantee and like a $2 or $3 million signing bonus. And just for information purposes, normally this signing bonus is paid to athletes in a lump sum all at one time. And it seemed like Janoris was perfectly happy with the offer. The very next day, after Coach Fisher had drafted Janoris to the Rams, on April 28, 2012, Janoris appeared alongside Coach Fisher in a press conference with the other players that had been drafted to the Rams the day before.
I feel real great, and when he called me yesterday, I just had the biggest smile in the world, and I just felt comfortable. My past is my past. I put it behind me, and I'm gonna come out week in and week out and compete to the best of my ability.
So Janoris does go on to say that his children are actually his biggest motivator to keep him in line off the field.
Just one of my biggest motivations to keep me playing, keep me doing the right things off the field.
And he's very happy to be able to provide for them financially in the future. So it would seem like everything was going great for Janoris despite the off-field legal challenges that he had dealt with in the past few years. But as we already know, sometimes things just aren't what they seem. The only thing left to do for Janoris before he could suit up and hit the field was work out the fine print details of his contract and sign on the dotted line. And this is where Lucifer enters the chat. Yahoo Sports would publish a groundbreaking article in July 2012, just 3 months after Janoris had been drafted to the Rams. And this article would point to some trouble in paradise. And Lou M. Taylor was all up in the mix. According to this report published by Yahoo Sports in July 2012, the Rams head coach, Jeff Fisher, was trying to force Janoris to hand over his millions of dollars fortune to Lou Taylor and her firm TriStar. And according to this report, Janoris did not want to do that. See, Jenkins and the Rams still had not come to this final, in-writing, sign-on-the-dotted-line agreement with a formal written contract. They'd only really been in verbal negotiations by that point. According to apparently 4 different sources who were familiar with the situation at the time, that coach, Jeff Fisher, wanted Lou Taylor of TriStar Sports and Entertainment to advise Jenkins on his finances. Apparently, Janoris even went so far as to actually sign at least one set of papers, establishing a relationship with Lou and TriStar. And he was doing this apparently to appease Jeff, the new coach, who had taken a chance on him. Yahoo Sports claims that they even got a copy of these TriStar documents that were apparently allegedly signed by Jenkins. Now, just to be clear, I did not see those documents, but they claim that they saw them. So Janoris had said that he had signed that first round of papers to kind of get the coach off his back. He says he never really had any real intention of letting Lou take over his money. Yahoo Sports did call Lou to confirm or get some type of verification on whether she was working with Janoris. And like I said, they already seen that first set of papers that were signed between Janoris and Lou, so they kind of did know that some relationship to some degree had been established. Well, when Yahoo Sports did call Lou to confirm whether she was working with him, they say she screamed in their faces and says that she does not work for Janoris Jenkins, and she hung the phone up in their face. According to the author of that article, Lou then threatened them, sending them follow-up text message threatening to inform the NFL Players Association that she was questioned about Jenkins. It seems like Lou Taylor is a demon who has trouble controlling her emotions, in my opinion, but what do I really know? Anyway, during these verbal pre-contract negotiations, the coach, Jeff Fisher, apparently made Janoris' agent at the time promise that agent was going to find someone to look after Janoris' finances, a role referred to in these talks as a, quote, financial advisor. The story goes that Janoris had already fathered 4 children with 3 different women, and Coach Fisher was allegedly concerned that Janoris wasn't going to be able to adequately provide for his children once he got his paycheck. Even though he said, again, publicly 3 months ago, that providing for his children financially was his biggest motivator to stay in line. Come to find out, that might not have been the full explanation, but more on that in a minute. So Jeff Fisher wanted Lou Taylor at TriStar Sports and Entertainment to take charge of Jenkins' finances and manage everything in his life, from administering child support payments on Janoris' behalf, all the way up to giving him an allowance to live on as like a living stipend. According to the report by Yahoo Sports, Coach Fisher himself was a client of Lou, so he was simply going with someone he trusted for his players. Seems innocent enough, but again, this might not have been the whole story, and we'll get more into that in just a minute. Now, this stipend allowance and child support functions and all that would be handled by Lou Taylor at TriStar, and she and Coach Fisher were well on their way to setting this plan in motion. Unfortunately for Fisher and Lou, there were 2 major problems with this agreement. First and foremost, Janoris himself did not want Lou Taylor's talents and his money, and neither did Janoris' agent. The agent had already chosen a different company as the financial advisor, and they wanted to use their services instead of Lou. A big reason that Janoris and the agent wanted to go with the guys that they had already picked out was because of finances. According to that Yahoo Sports report, Lou Taylor was planning on charging Janoris $120,000 over the course of a 4-year contract. Remember, 4 years, that's the same exact amount of time as Janoris' contract to play for the Rams. So the coach wanted Lou to handle his money the entire time of his contract on the team. $120,000 for 4 years divided by 4, that's $30,000 per year that Lou Taylor didn't even have to negotiate to earn. Sound familiar? One of Janoris' chosen financial advisors, named Sandy Cornelio, had apparently also known Janoris since he was in high school and was prepared to do the financial advising services for free. Another reason that Janoris had his doubts about letting Lou run his finances was he wondered whether Lou would relay his personal information to his coach, which Janoris of course did not want. He wanted boundaries and autonomy to live his own damn life and spend his own damn money however he wanted to. And he was concerned that Lucifer was going to be a snitch about how Janoris was spending his money. And honestly, I can't really blame him for not wanting a narc snitch in charge of his fortune, millions of dollars. Like, obviously, I don't want Lou Taylor telling my boss or my coach or anybody what I'm doing with my money either. You should be able to do that in the private. That's a fundamental right. That's a fundamental right. That's just my opinion. The second major problem with Coach Fisher's Lou Taylor provision was the requirement that a player use a specific financial advisor is apparently a violation of the NFL's collective bargaining agreement rules. It's known as an impermissible precondition. In other words, it's against the NFL rules for any coach to put in a precondition like this one as a condition for joining the team before the official contract is signed. The NFL Players Association itself even did make a statement that a financial condition like this one was absolutely, quote, unheard of. In true Lou Taylor and Associates fashion, she didn't really seem to care about the rules or regulations because she clearly, in my opinion, don't think those apply to her. Coach Fisher apparently remained insistent that Lou's firm TriStar manage Janoris' money. In a subsequent report by another publication, Janoris denied that he was in any kind of dispute with the coach, and his agent assured sources that the contract negotiations were going just fine. But can you blame him for taking this approach? They already spent like the entire last year on pins and needles, trying to make sure Janoris was even picked to play on any team. They didn't really have the most leverage in the situation because of the reputation that Janoris had gained in the media or whatever. So I can't really blame them for trying to downplay the severity of the contract negotiation snag issue. I can't help but wonder what the true story was at the time, and whether Janoris did feel pressured to play along with Lou and Jeff to keep these off-field antics accusations at bay. And look, even at that time, they were in fact doing exactly that in the media. Then, the Rams tried to play around with Janoris Jenkins' $3 million signing bonus. According to reports at the time, Coach Fisher was trying to split Janoris' multiple million-dollar bonus into 4 separate payments instead of a lump sum signing bonus. This would be unusual because typically, like I said earlier, an NFL signing bonus is paid in one lump sum all at once. As the reasoning for this departure from normal, The Rams and Jeff Fisher stated they wanted to, quote, protect the Rams from Janoris' off-field behavior. And I mean, like, honestly, seriously, y'all, when you really think about it, what was so bad about his off-field behavior that it made anyone think they needed to protect themselves from it? It's 2 joints and a street brawl over a gold chain over the course of several years. I don't know. If someone's trying to rip something off my neck, I might bite them back too. It just seems like people are full of shit, in my opinion. They wanted to just use any stupid old excuse to play with the man's money after he tried to stand up for himself and expose their little scheme. But that's just my opinion. Nevertheless, Janoris did go on to sign a contract with the Rams in July 2012. But it wasn't clear whether he went with Lou as the financial advisor or not. There is vague mention in one article that the coach, quote, backed off that plan because it was, in fact, impermissible under the NFL rules. As far as Janoris goes, he went on to have a very successful NFL career and now appears on podcasts and other public appearances talking about his time in the NFL. Over the past few years, he's spoken positively about his former coach, Jeff Fisher, and he doesn't seem to harbor any ill will over the financial advisor issue. I did reach out to Janoris for comment on this situation, but as of the time of recording this video, he has not responded to the message. Now, that might seem like the end of the story, but there's one loose end I want to tie up, and that's Jeff Fisher's potential conflict of interest with Lou Taylor. Remember earlier when I told y'all that Jeff's stated reason for recommending Lou was that Jeff trusted Lou as his own personal financial advisor? Well, I looked into the public record for proof of this connection, and I found it. Not only that, but Lou and Jeff seem to go way back, maybe all the way back to like 1998, possibly even before. Lou is listed as registered agent on Jeff Fisher Enterprises, LLC. She uses her Brentwood, Tennessee address here, so she hadn't even moved to Hollywood offices yet at this time. The business went inactive on August 9th, 2005, which indicates to me that Lou and Jeff had been working together at least since 2005. And remember, Jeff tried to force Janoris to use Lou all the way forward in 2012, which would have been 6 years later. But Jeff Fisher Enterprises was actually established in 1998, so I'm not exactly sure how early on Lou and Jeff began working together. In any event, it does seem like they were working together at least as early as 2005. But there's more info I came across in the public record over the course of my research that, while it's not conclusive, it does make me a little uneasy. So I came across a reference to Jeff Fisher as a TriStar employee. The place I saw the reference made is not a court filing or an official government record. So definitely take this with a grain of salt. But I would be remiss not to mention it at all, in case it's important information in the future. It came from one of those free internet crawler people search websites, and it appears to indicate that not only did Lou Taylor represent Coach Jeff Fisher as a client, but he might have had some stronger ties to TriStar than just a simple client. As you can see from the screenshot I took a couple years ago, this publicly available people search page purported to list Louise Taylor co-workers at TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group. We see 2 familiar names here, Mitchell Stanley Martin and Robin Greenhill. Mitchell worked with Lou for several years at various investment advising firms, including the one they founded together in 2002 called Stonebridge Investment Counsel. As you can see here, he's also listed as president of TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Stonebridge and TriStar also shared a business address for years, that same Brentwood, Tennessee one that we saw earlier. There's another familiar name we see on here, Robin Greenhill, and we do know that Robin did actually, in fact, and still to this day to my knowledge, still does work at TriStar, so there's at least some accurate information on this list. There was another similar example from a different people search style website, also in the public record, that included the same list of people as, quote, contacts associated with TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group. Now, just to be very extremely clear, out of an abundance of caution, I have not found conclusive evidence that Jeff Fisher definitely worked for or owned TriStar or anything like that. The only things I have to go on are these 2 random people search things that could really just not be an accurate reflection of the real reality. But these findings were enough to simply make me wonder a few things. How and why did Jeff end up on these apparent employee rosters at all? And what if Jeff Fisher was more than a simple run-of-the-mill TriStar client? What if he was deriving more benefits from his players signing with Lou than initially meets the eye? What if Jeff was procuring some type of additional financial benefit from forcing his players into contracts with Lou Taylor as a condition of signing their contracts with the Rams? And again, this part is all just speculation. So let's talk about what we know for sure. We know for sure Lou Taylor makes money from clients. We know it was reported she was going to charge Janoris Jenkins $120,000 for the 4-year contract. totaling $30,000 per year. We know that she would have received those payments without negotiating with the actual owner of that money himself, but rather his coach. And what kind of dynamic would that be? I totally see why it is against the rules. Can you imagine if the coaches could just say where the players had to put their money and what they had to do with it? It's very weird. We also know Janoris and his manager accused Jeff Fisher and the Rams of attempting to force Janoris to use Lou as the financial advisor. We also know that the condition was not permitted by the NFL's rules, and we know that Janoris did not want to use Lou as his advisor. We also know that this specific provision was holding up the contract negotiations, publicly putting Janoris' career in jeopardy yet again. We know that Janoris was on thin ice at the time because of his reputation in the media. So, I don't really know how far back Lou and Jeff really go. And I also don't know if their relationship is just simply a financial advisor and a client. But I do have some questions, and it does reveal some alarming facts, in my opinion. Just to wrap it up, maybe it's time to stop assuming that athletes and celebrities and musical recording artists and things are not at risk of being taken advantage of or pushed around simply because they make a lot of money. Because that assumption is frankly inaccurate. And whether we see it or believe it or not, at least some people have taken full advantage of this fact and in turn take full advantage of these athletes. If we ourselves don't see athletes and celebrities and artists and musicians as regular human beings with the same vulnerabilities and concerns as our own, who sometimes make bad decisions, who sometimes commit misdemeanor offenses, if we don't give them the benefit of the doubt and treat them as what they are, human beings, then how are we really any different than the monsters we claim to oppose? That's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it, okay, bye. Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine Wednesday? I wanted to speak briefly about this Lou Taylor lawsuit, which has been completely making the rounds. I do not know exactly why some of y'all think this is like a brand new lawsuit or a just filed lawsuit. I actually have a memory of maybe even talking about this lawsuit already. I don't know why people think it's new. It's not new. It was filed last year. The most recent filing in the case actually was like 2 months ago in February. That being said, I have been getting tagged. I've been getting hashtagged. I've been getting bat signals. I've been getting smoke signals. I think one of y'all even tried to infiltrate inside my dream last night to ask me to talk about this lawsuit. Don't do that no more. That was weird. But let's just talk about it. Let's just discuss it. Yes, I do have the legal filings. I'm thinking one of the reasons why y'all might have thought this was like a new lawsuit has to do with the fact that Brittany the Stan put a tweet up. I'll put it here. And she did say that this was like a breaking lawsuit. Anyway, okay, so let me show you the court docket. Here's the page on the Los Angeles Superior Court. It was filed all the way back in June of last year, so it's almost a year old. June, she filed the complaint. It was 22 pages long. And then the most recent filing is the answer to the complaint. Okay, essentially what's going on in this lawsuit is as follows. I don't want to get into, word for word verbatim or anything, but let me pull it up and I will tell y'all what's kind of going on here. So the first substantive document filed in the case is called, as y'all probably know by now, the complaint. And it is where the plaintiff, the person suing, does put in all of their allegations against the person or the people or the entities that they are suing. So the person bringing forth this action is a woman by the name of Jessica Class Diamond. Jessica Diamond. This is the case number 23, S as in Sam, M like for Stanley Mosk, C as in cat, V as in Valentine, 02704. Once again, that's 23 SMCV 02704. So as you can see, the defendants, the people getting sued in this case, are Haley Hubbard, TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group, Meaningful LLC, and Meaningful Mark LLC in the Superior Court of California. Now, Haley Hubbard I didn't know this until I was reading this lawsuit, is actually the wife of one of the singers in the band Florida Georgia Line. So this is her right here. This is Haley with her husband, the guy from Florida Georgia Line. His name's Tyler Hubbard, I think. I don't really know them by name or anything like that, but yeah, that's basically what's going on with that. So this is the lead defendant, the one that's getting sued alongside with Lou Taylor. All right, so back to this complaint. The plaintiff, which means person that is suing, her name is, like I said, Jessica Class Diamond. And she is suing Haley Hubbard. She's suing TriStar Sports and Entertainment, which is Lou Taylor's company. And she's suing this Meaningful Entertainment company. So Meaningful Living was a female-run enterprise providing practical, candid, and simplified parenting advice through its social media platforms and a top-rated podcast with Dear Media Studio. Okay, so what had happened in this case was this woman, the one who's suing, her name is Jessica. Jessica is a very accomplished individual. She is very educated. She has a master's degree. She is like a dietitian, and basically she was running this kind of like business where she was helping people with their diet and stuff like that. But she was also doing some sort of parenting advice and things like that. One thing led to another, and she ended up meeting and sort of getting linked up with this Haley Hubbard lady, the Florida Georgia Line wife. The Haley Hubbard lady was very impressed with Jessica's dietary advice and dietary knowledge and all that. And so Haley Hubbard, the celebrity's wife, she brought it up to Jessica that they should start like a joint venture, like a joint company. And what they would do is like write a book or maybe have a podcast or something like that. And so it kind of took a while for that idea to really grow into something, but finally it did. And it turns out that it was actually a pretty successful podcast. Another important issue here is the following paragraph. In January 2020, the plaintiff, Jessica Diamond, was diagnosed with advanced cancer. And when she was diagnosed with cancer, it was the height of like the whole COVID thing or whatever. And this lady's doctors had advised her that she didn't need to be going out too much if it wasn't necessary and things like that. So she had some immune system situation. We didn't really know what was going on with the virus and all that at that time. So she was basically not going to every event, not going in person to some of the recordings and things like that, which started to contribute to a little bit of a conflict between these two women, which would end up being the plaintiff and the defendant. What this complaint says is that Haley Hubbard, which is the Florida Georgia Line wife lady, she, quote, took personal offense to Jessica Diamond's medical choices and used her celebrity status to exclude Diamond, the plaintiff, from the business by obstructing her access to the company's platforms and finances, by torpedoing the company's Dear Media podcast, and interfering with the company's interested investors. She also is alleging that this woman, Haley Hubbard, slandered her and defamed her. Now, these two women did own 50% of the company each. They started two companies for their podcast, for their, new venture. Each one of them owned 50%. So this is where we get our first mention of TriStar. Defendant TriStar Sports and Entertainment is a Tennessee corporation with principal places of business in LA, California, and Nashville, Tennessee. Then they get into the meaningful, they started these companies for their podcast. So then we get a little bit more on TriStar yet again. At all relevant times, defendant TriStar provided management services to plaintiff. Also, she provided the management services to Meaningful LLC and Meaningful Mark LLC, which are California corporations. This is important to note, I think, because TriStar was providing management services to the actual plaintiff, the person suing. She's saying TriStar was providing me management services, not only my business partner who owned 50% of the company, but also me. So this is where they get into her credentials a little bit more. She holds a master's degree in public health and has been a registered dietitian nutritionist for over a decade. She had a robust private practice consulting on dietetic issues and teaching parents how to raise mindful children and intuitive eaters. She herself is a wife, a mother to a young son, and she is successful and experienced. She spent more than 10 years supervising and training future dietitians at the VA of Greater Los Angeles. So that's her bio. Defendant Haley Hubbard is the mother of 3 children, the wife of country music singer Tyler Hubbard, who is a member of Florida Georgia Line, which is a country band, and he's also a successful solo artist. Then they kind of get into like how they met. Back in February 2019, Tyler Hubbard's wife, Haley Hubbard, needed help with nutritional issues. She was referred to the plaintiff, Diamond. Diamond is Jessica. So Jessica and Haley meet up, and then Jessica helped Haley with her diet issues. But Haley was so impressed with this help that she mentioned wanting to work with the plaintiff and write a book together one day. It says Haley thought that Jessica's knowledge, together with her demeanor and her unique ability to simplify complicated nutritional concepts, was remarkable. Jessica says she was flattered, but doubted anything would actually come of it. You can read this, you can pause and read this if you want, but they kind of have a couple more meetings, and eventually they do decide to work together, and they actually start making the steps to do so. But in the meantime of all of that, Jessica did unfortunately get diagnosed with a very severe type of cancer. She had to have 2 heart surgeries. She had a bunch of health issues come up, according to this complaint. And she also had some complications with long COVID, it seems like. And because long COVID could have been associated with blood clotting, and blood clotting was what she actually had issues with, so she was advised by her doctors at the time to kind of stay indoors and not really go out of her house, at least for the duration of while she was fighting off this cancer or whatever. So in March 2020, while she was in the hospital, she got a phone call from Haley Hubbard. Hubbard shared some words of encouragement and repeated that she still wanted to work with Jessica. And specifically, she wanted to write this book and create a company that they had talked about earlier. And they did go ahead and set it up. It says over the next few months, they worked on a business concept and they focused on areas where Diamond, which is the plaintiff, had areas of expertise. So about 3 months later, in June, they finally named the company and they get their Instagram account going. They hired a branding consultant to help them with getting the brand off the ground, the Instagram, the YouTube, and all of that, making sure they had the consistent branding, messaging, all of that. And look, it says right here that they retained a management group, and who they retained to be their manager was TriStar Sports and Entertainment. It doesn't come as a surprise to me that they would retain Lou Taylor's firm, where Robin Greenhill works, who's just mentioned in the P. Diddy case, because Florida Georgia Line is already managed by Lou Taylor, and the Hubbards are managed by Lou Taylor individually. So it's professional and individual management was already going on. And so probably what happened was, if I had to speculate, and it's pretty obvious, what happened was Haley was like, oh, we already know Lou. She already has all our business. Let's go with TriStar. The complaint goes on to say TriStar created the accounting books and records. They set up a company bank account. And they introduced the women, the plaintiff and the defendant, to a trademark attorney to file trademark applications for the marks Meaningful Life and Decomplicated. And TriStar also introduced them to a separate corporate counsel, which means like a lawyer that would be their, general counsel. TriStar facilitated much of the communications. So it's saying TriStar, the firm, facilitated a lot of the communications between the 2 owners of the business. So instead of the 2 owners going to talk to each other about stuff, Lou put her company in the middle and kind of started to triangulate these 2 50% owners of this company, at least according to the complaint. I do not know, I was not there. TriStar was paid for its services, and by late summer 2020, everything was kind of in place. There was clear vision and all of that. They registered the company in Delaware, and things were off to the races. So also in August 2020, Diamond, that's the plaintiff, reached out to a contact at Dear Media Studio, which is apparently a large podcast network with a mission to amplify women's voices. And the reason that, now this is Diamond, this is the plaintiff. The reason that the plaintiff had reached out to the Dear Media Studio was specifically because she wanted to have a podcast with her and her new business partner, Haley Hubbard. So that was in August. By November, the company had signed a contract with the women to have a podcast. The Dear Media contract required 52 episodes a year, average of 1 a week. And this was an exclusive contract. So they couldn't do podcasts with anybody else. They could only do the Dear Media contract podcast. The first Meaningful Living podcast episode debuted March 2021, introducing Haley and Jess. So they get a podcast deal. They agreed to do 52 episodes in 1 year, which is 1 per week. They actually did end up recording 89 episodes. Now, in September 2020, Jessica had reached out to another personal contact at another place, another business called Digital Brand Architects. Now, this is an influencer management firm and something about marketing. They managed and launched successful businesses like The Home Edit. I've never heard of that. Not only were they interested in working with the plaintiff and the defendant, but they thought so highly of the content that they actually wanted to buy a portion of the company. They wanted equity in the company. Now, it was around that time that Haley Hubbard, having been introduced to this company by the plaintiff, moved her personal management over to DBA. Okay, so she moved personal management from Lou Taylor, from TriStar. She went and decided to be managed as a social media person by someone else who was not Lou Taylor. Now, I don't know if this caused some political conflicts or not, because remember, this is the wife of the Florida Georgia Line guy, who is one of Lou Taylor's bread and butter, gold standard, top tier clients. And so this lady, the Florida Georgia Line wife, she went and decided to be managed by somebody else besides Lou Taylor's firm, which I found to be pretty interesting. So fast forward like 2 years, it's January 2022, and the company's podcast listenership had doubled. Dear Media was very excited about the company's growth, and the company was growing so much that by the next month, in February 2022, the company hired its first and only employee, a woman by the name of Hannah Young. Now, Hannah was hired to improve the company's SEO, the search engine optimization, increase the social media following, provide administrative support to the plaintiff who was running the day-to-day operations. The plaintiff is the dietitian, right? There's like a dietitian with a master's degree in public health, and then there's the celebrity wife, right? So the dietitian with the master's degree is the one who's claiming she was running the day-to-day operations of this business. She also throws a little bit of shade here. She says that the celebrity's wife was basically not as available anymore. Like, she was all gung-ho about this idea during COVID, but then once the restrictions were lifted, this lady was kind of not really trying to focus on the podcast anymore. But the plaintiff is like, who cares? I was fine with it. The plaintiff says in March 2022, she came up with an idea to collaborate with the podcast guests and experts to help them create their own online courses and sell their courses. The company would take a cut of the revenues, and the third-party contributors would take advantage of the company's growing followership. Okay, so basically, this is a stupid idea. I don't think this is stupid. It's just a money grab. But these two women decided, oh, look, here's a money grab idea. Let's help our guests who come on our podcast make an online course. We'll help them promote it, but we'll also take a cut of it. Stupid idea. It's very stupid. I would not do that. But they decided to move forward with it. And so it says, with the advice and assistance of TriStar, they finalized the agreements for the third-party contributors who enthusiastically agreed to work with the women. The podcast numbers keep growing, and basically looks like the celebrity wife, she didn't really put up as much effort, as much energy, as much time and resources and all of that and allocate into this business. The woman suing is saying she was basically left holding the bag. She was doing the whole website. She was doing literally everything. But I can't help but remember, like, that kind of was the deal. Even according to this woman's own words, she says, you know, Haley Hubbard was going to contribute her celebrity status. She was going to contribute her brand, her name. And this woman was going to do everything that she had already had expertise in doing, which seems to be, I mean, she knew all these industry connections. It does seem like she does know how to do this. So not that I'm trying to like rush Lou Taylor's defense or anything, but it doesn't seem like, I don't understand what the big problem is as of yet, because this does seem to be like what they kind of agreed to. So they hire a new PR firm. Some other stuff goes around, but basically what ends up happening is this lady, the plaintiff, she don't want to leave her house. And she also don't want her kids leaving the house or you know, her one kid leaving the house or anything like that. They get into a couple heated debates. Here's one such alleged quote from the celebrity wife. She says to this woman, "You will not leave your house to meet in person for a podcast, nor will you allow your son to see anybody outside of your quarantined family. For you to be giving parenting advice connected with my name, but quarantining your 4-year-old for nearly 3 years is not okay with me." So I don't really want to get into my opinions on staying home, quarantining and all that. Also, I mean, this lady was acting on advice of her doctor, and I'm not a doctor, so I really can't speak to it. But what I can say is I do see the issue. If they have some fundamental disagreements on how to respond to a global pandemic, if they have parenting differences of opinion and it's irreconcilable with what they want to say on their podcast, I do see how it could be a problem if they are disagreeing. So basically it ends up breaking down like that. At one point, apparently, allegedly, the celebrity's wife is like, contracts are just pieces of paper. Everybody knows that. Like, I don't have to do anything with you. They start to kind of like break down. They're basically not productively creating anything anymore. They're basically just fighting. So it says by mid-September 2022, Hubbard, that's the celebrity wife, was no longer speaking to Jessica, the plaintiff. And Jessica thinks that Hubbard, the celebrity wife, told their little employee, Hannah, not to work with her anymore. She also believes that TriStar was instructed to stop communicating with her and ignore her requests for information, which they did. So again, thinking about the fiduciary relationship here, TriStar was technically the manager of Meaningful Brands, Meaningful whatever, and they had a fiduciary duty to the owners of the company and to the company itself. At least according to this complaint. I don't know, I wasn't there. But TriStar basically just stopped communicating with this lady. They were not answering her emails. They were not sending her the books and records. The lady, the celebrity wife, had changed all the passwords on the Instagrams and changed the accounts and stuff and wasn't letting this lady log in. And the allegations in this lawsuit are basically Lou Taylor also did that stuff. She wouldn't give me the passwords either. She wouldn't give me the logins. She wouldn't give me my own business records for my own business. That's the allegation in the lawsuit. When Diamond asked TriStar, when the plaintiff asked TriStar to share whatever access it had with her, TriStar responded that it had the requested information, but would safeguard it. Under the circumstances, it did not feel any changes should be made to who had the passwords. So it says, in other words, TriStar took direction from Hubbard and assisted her and their employee in continuing to deprive the plaintiff access to her own company's assets and information. Then they get into more fights. Again, this is from Hubbard allegedly to the plaintiff. I cannot trust you or work together any longer in any capacity or have a parenting podcast or brand with someone who will not let their child see other kids in person. Then the famous celebrity wife kind of tried to go back around. And this is a Lou Taylor tactic, which I've seen Kylie do with the Puma deal. And I've seen happen in the Britney perfume brands with Elizabeth Arden, a bunch of things like that. I mean, it does seem to be, in my opinion, to be a Lou Taylor tactic where you kind of like use somebody to get a deal and then you make direct communications with the company with the deal and cut out that first original partner. Which is what happened with the Kylie Puma deal with, I think, what was it, Adidas or whatever? Like she circumvented Yeezy because Kanye wanted to use Kylie for the Yeezy stuff, but then I don't know. Anyway, so one thing leads to another, and they're basically causing a bunch of drama, which ends up resulting in their podcast contract getting canceled by the company, which of course affected the finances of this woman they had said that this thing was going to be worth $10 million or something. I mean, they were really banking on it being worth a lot of money. And then the allegation in the complaint is that these actions were done with deliberate intent and with the advice and counsel of TriStar resulted in financial harm. In the meantime, the plaintiff asked TriStar several times to get a copy of the company's operating agreements. This is like the foundational company documents, like the ones that you have to file with the Secretary of State or whatever. So the plaintiff is like trying to get those from TriStar. And TriStar wouldn't give it to her. They were given excuses. They were promising they would, but they didn't. They assured her that they had the agreements and they would send her copies. And then they said they already sent her copies. But then come to find out, no operating agreement of the sort had existed. So basically it was lies. And we've seen this behavior as well before in Britney's case, where we don't really know where the management agreement even is between Britney Spears, Jamie and Lou, conservators. Like we don't have the management agreement there. And it does seem to be a pattern of practice where Lou Taylor's firm, TriStar Sports and Entertainment, loses some extremely, extraordinarily important business records. It's kind of their only main job. But here we are. So the allegation is TriStar negligently failed to follow through on the full execution of the operating agreement, causing serious financial damage. TriStar knew that an executed operating agreement did not exist, but in allegiance to Haley Hubbard, they intentionally stalled. Interestingly, TriStar recommended and Diamond and Hubbard agreed. So basically this lady's trying to say, oh, and in that thing that Lou Taylor never bothered to get signed by all the parties, there was a mediation provision. And I wish I could rely on that right now because now I'm having to go to court and sue these people that have way more money than me whenever we should be going to mediation. That's kind of her point. And then she says TriStar never intended to facilitate the signing of an operating agreement. So she's saying it wasn't an accident. It wasn't an oopsie, we never signed it. No, she's saying they never intended to have it signed. because without the operating agreement signed, it was more favorable to the famous celebrity wife. On multiple occasions, the plaintiff spoke to Lou Taylor, TriStar's owner, and they talked about whether Diamond was willing to withdraw. So Lou Taylor asked the plaintiff on the phone on, quote, multiple occasions, whether the plaintiff would just withdraw from the company. She requested multiple times that Lou Taylor or TriStar send the financial statements, the balance sheets, other information, regardless of whether she was willing to withdraw. The information later actually sent to her was false and misleading. And this is also not the first type of allegation of the sort that has been made against Lou Taylor. If you will remember, Kylie Jenner was accused by Forbes of falsifying tax returns in order to prove to Forbes that Kylie was actually worth $1 billion. And so in this lawsuit right here under penalty of perjury sworn statement, information sent by TriStar is false and misleading as to the financial well-being of the company. Also, TriStar failed to maintain accurate books and records, which Matt Rosengart has accused Lou Taylor and TriStar of in the past. Also, she does point out that she has not been compensated for her contribution to the company. She doesn't have access to any of the bank accounts, the planning files, email accounts, any of it. And then she gets into the cause of action. I think there's 4 or 5 of them. First cause of action is breach of fiduciary duty against the defendant, Haley Hubbard, but also against TriStar. I mean, this is a defendant named in the case. So first she gets into Hubbard. You know, she had all these duties as a business partner to a business and to her partner, and she, you know, depriving her of access to stuff, circumventing Diamond, the plaintiff, breach of contract, threats, slander. The company's management company, TriStar, also owed both a fiduciary duty and an undivided duty of loyalty to the company and Diamond. They had a duty to use its management abilities to manage the company in a fair, just, and equitable manner, and not just to use its management powers to control the company's activities to benefit Hubbard alone or in a manner detrimental to Diamond. And then it says, TriStar breached its fiduciary duties to Diamond by the acts described herein, including knowing that Hubbard, Haley Hubbard, was taking actions in connection to the business that were not disclosed or known by the plaintiff. TriStar further breached its duties by failing to provide accurate and honest information to Diamond. She doesn't exactly know how much she's suing for yet, but she believes it to be between $250,000 and $500,000, which is estimated to be the value of her 50% interest. The second cause of action is for aiding and abetting the breach of fiduciary duty, and this is additionally against TriStar. So they aided and abetted, that's the allegation. They aided and abetted Haley Hubbard to breach her fiduciary duty. Not only did they have actual knowledge that Haley Hubbard was in breach of her obligations, but they also provided substantial assistance and encouragement in such breaches. And then, you know, she just reiterates the documents she finally did receive from Lou Taylor and TriStar were false or misleading or inaccurate. So that's basically what the lawsuit is about. And Lou Taylor has her own lawyer representing her in this case. And Lou Taylor has filed an answer, but the answer that Lou Taylor filed is literally, you could copy and paste it like from a template. It's not specific to this case in any way. It's just kind of like first affirmative defense, second affirmative defense, third affirmative defense. It's really not anything that's like particularly, here, I just pulled it up just so y'all could see it. But look, it's like defendant TriStar denies each and every allegation contained in the complaint, but she doesn't actually like specifically say any of them. The last time I saw something like this was from Robin Anton, the Pussycat Dolls founder. This is like not really an answer. Who's representing her? Wolf and Wyman, David Shute. Each and every allegation contained in the complaint, Lou Taylor says she denies. So affirmative defense, failed to state a claim. This is just like boilerplate. She's not like, she wasn't a manager. She met so-and-so at this time. Like, it's just fifth affirmative defense. Damages caused by negligence of plaintiff. Plaintiff failed to exercise ordinary and reasonable care on her own behalf. But how? And in such negligence was the proximate cause. But how? Like, I don't know. This is all Lou Taylor seems to have filed so far in this case. It doesn't tell us anything. Now, Haley, she did try to get some stuff removed out of the lawsuit based on, you know, technicality, reason, this, that, and the other. And recently the judge did say, like a couple months ago, no, the complaint is going to stand as it is. Back in February, Haley did answer finally, as a defendant, she did answer the complaint. I'm not going to read that today because it really doesn't have anything to do with Lou Taylor. It's just a contract dispute between these two women. But yeah, that's pretty much what's going on with the Lou Taylor situation with that lawsuit. Again, I don't really know why it's being reported like as if it's like a brand new lawsuit, but I do think it is important because Lou Taylor is showing in these lawsuits, at least in these allegations, a pattern or practice of a bunch of alarming breaches of fiduciary duty, breaches of professional responsibility, breaches of regular common decency. I mean, y'all know the woman came to my law firm where I was working and hired the law firm and immediately tried to make me stop making videos about her. So there's really nothing that I think is beneath her. But that's all I really had for today. Make sure that you go and check out the live stream where I'm reading the Christian Combs lawsuit. And that's pretty much all I really had for today. So in the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it, Kip.
Imagine you're a 25-year-old young woman who has been forced to perform since as long as she could walk.
She would love for new eyes to see her situation, but if she brings it up, she's constantly threatened that the conservators will take her kids away.
This little conspiracy going around that Britney Spears is being held against her will.
Maybe she is needing a conservatorship, and maybe her dad is helping, and these conspiracy theories are getting out of control.
That idea that Britney is a puppet who just gets moved around and told what to do is incredibly inaccurate.
It seems obvious that both Jamie and Lynn want her to get better. The conservatorship is in place to keep her healthy.
Raising children, doing all these tours, doing all these concerts. Someone who needs conservatorship is mentally incapacitated, and she is proven to do the opposite.
People manipulate young women, they manipulate kids. It's dark and demonic energy that this industry was built on.
Making anyone work against their will, taking all their possessions away, credit card, cash, phone, passport. The only similar thing to this is called sex trafficking.
I had certain people into my life that were just bad people, and I was very guarded at first, but then I went to a point where I ended up letting them in because I was lonely or whatever the fact, and I really paid the consequences for that.
Hello, thank you for coming today. I'm a little bit nervous, but also so very excited. I don't even know where to really start, but I did want to just bring you on my channel and let you have a chance to introduce yourself to my subscribers and talk a little bit about the documentary that you and your team have been working on and just ask you a few questions. So thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited.
Yay.
Do you want to just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, like a short line or two, and kind of talk about, what your perspective is and where you're coming from as a journalist?
Sure. So I worked in the mainstream media for 2 decades. I started at the age of 17. I got my first news job working at Fox News Chicago. When I was still in high school, before I graduated college, I was interning in the White House for the White House correspondent for the State Department. And over the course of 2 decades, I worked for multiple newspapers and entertainment magazines covering all kinds of topics, starting with hard news to politics to entertainment, and including Britney Spears.
I did want to, I guess, just jump right in. You do have a documentary coming out. We're going to talk about the specifics, the details in just a minute, but it does pertain in large part to the Free Britney movement. So I did want to just ask you what it was that interested you in the movement aspect of reporting on Britney as a journalist.
There's 2 things. Number one, I decided to do this documentary the day that Britney testified for the first time on June 23rd. The moment I decided that I needed to tell her story was when I heard her compare her situation to sex trafficking. I have been exposing sex trafficking for several years now, and I'm also an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse. So when I heard her compare her situation to sex trafficking, that's when I knew that I needed to cover this story and give my expertise and my input and everything that I've learned through the years about trafficking to this story. So there's that. And then number two, I quickly learned in covering not just Britney's story, but covering the actual Free Britney movement, that her fans and you and people like you, the advocates of this movement, were actually the ones that were doing the job the media should have done for Britney Spears. And that enraged me, the way that the media has treated you guys, the way that the media has treated Britney, the way that the media has been in bed with Jamie Spears, Lou Taylor, and Team Khan, the way that they have gaslit Britney, mocked her, gaslit you guys, mocked you guys, called you names, called you maniacs, called you crazy.
Britney Spears' father, Jamie, speaking out against the viral campaign, #FreeBritney, calling it a joke and a conspiracy.
That made me sick because we would not know what was really going on with Britney Spears and the truth about her situation if it wasn't for you guys. So I felt like not only did I need to give Britney Spears and her story a voice, I felt I needed to give you guys a voice because I have seen how you guys have been treated and I have seen how the media has treated you, and it's sickening and it's wrong and it's not fair.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I agree with you completely. It's very validating as a member of the movement, especially someone who's been targeted so directly, to hear someone who used to work in mainstream media, who does have journalism credentials, who is a journalist, kind of validate those things, because that is certainly how I have felt throughout the movement. I have felt as though we were being gaslit by the media, and instead of them investigating what we were actually saying, they just like kept trying to spin this Team Con narrative and like get us to agree with them on camera that they weren't on Jamie Spears' payroll.
Yeah.
Liz, it never crossed my mind that she could be on Jamie's payroll. That never even crossed my mind at the time. And I know like a lot of people who watch this might be like, you're naive, we've been knowing. Okay, listen, y'all been knowing, I didn't. It didn't even cross my mind. But then when I'm on the interview, she's like,
can we all agree? Not on Jamie's.
What in the what on earth was that? And so
yes, she said it a lot, didn't she? It was very strange that she kept repeating herself on that.
And at the time, I had never even heard of the idea that a journalist could be on someone's payroll. Like, it was such a weird, I mean, a lot happens in a few months. I definitely learned that that is something that can happen since that interview, you know, in May. But yeah, I mean, that was just one example of us attempting, you know, trying with all of our might to relay some of these issues to mainstream media, and some of it makes it on air.
You guys raised so much hell and your voices got so loud that it got to the point where they had to start talking about certain topics surrounding Britney's corrupt conservatorship to appease you guys. You know, for a very long time, you never heard Lou Taylor's name, and we know that she's been involved since before she was even placed on a 5150, before she was even put in a conservatorship. Why haven't we heard her name? You know, she has her hands everywhere. But it got to the point that you guys caused such a stir in a good way that they had no choice but to start mentioning her name. Did they go deep on her? No, but they had no choice but to start talking about her only because of you guys, which is really sad, because if they had done their job, they would have been looking into her years ago, and Britney would probably be free by now. Not only is it wrong what they did, you could argue that they are accomplices against Britney Spears, especially if we find out down the road that some of these people were on their payroll.
I mean, would you be surprised to find that out?
No, and I can tell you as a journalist who worked for multiple publications over the time span of 2 decades that I know journalists that got paid off. In terms of the entertainment business, that was very common. And if it wasn't exchanging cash, it was exchanging favors, products. I mean, in terms of working for the tabloids, working for magazines such as In Touch Weekly, Us Weekly and stuff, and And there were a lot of reporters that took money on the side or took trips or got concert tickets or whatever in exchange for putting out a story or pushing a narrative. And I'm not saying that the people at the top necessarily knew about this and or endorsed it, but there also were some cases where the people at the top were the ones that were doing it. So I've seen it. So I know it's possible because I worked with people that were actually getting paid off.
I know for a lot of people, this is something, you know, they or y'all have been knowing for so many years. But I mean, for so many of us, myself included, had you told me this a couple years ago, I would have probably not fully been able to like believe that. It just, you don't want to believe.
Right.
You don't want to believe that you've been being literally lied to by the one source that's supposed to be reputable, you know, the news, the mainstream media, I was taught, is the most, I mean, your little 8th grader writing your paper, it's like, oh, you can't cite Wikipedia, you gotta cite only reputable news sources. And it's like, what, was that ever real? Or, you know, I feel like so betrayed.
Well,
it's believing that, you know,
it's gotten worse over the years. To explain in a very simplistic way, the mainstream media has been consolidated under an umbrella of 5 different companies. A few decades ago, back in the 90s and in the 80s, you had TV stations, local TV stations and small town newspapers, all the way up to large newspapers like the New York Times and whatnot, under the umbrella of over 100 or maybe hundreds of companies. Now they're all consolidated under the umbrella of 5 corporations. So they technically all have the same puppet masters controlling them. So there's still good people in journalism and there's still good reporters out there. I know some, but they don't get to decide what's reported. They don't write the headlines. And I know from my experience that there were certain stories that I was told I was not allowed to cover under any circumstance, no matter how big of a story it was or how important it was. I was not allowed to cover certain stories because it didn't fit the narrative, the agenda that these corporations wanted to push. That's when I decided to leave the mainstream media, because I did not become a journalist to become someone's puppet. I became a journalist to expose the truth wherever that led me. I did not become a journalist to push a narrative, to deceive people, to put out propaganda, to lie, to gaslight, to manipulate. And when my bosses were trying to get me to do that, that's when I walked away from making a lot of money and had no choice but to go independent if I wanted to continue to do the honest journalism.
I gotta tell you, that sounds very familiar.
Yes.
Liz, that story you just told. That was actually leads into the very next question I was gonna ask you, which is, do you have any personal experience? Like, I just had this video air where Lou Taylor, through her company TriStar, approached my law firm that I was working at as my first lawyer job ever. As you know, it's in the documentary as well. And she tried to silence me using her money, resources, power, and the way she tried to do that was through my employer. So you had just mentioned some of your bosses, you know, telling you could and couldn't report certain things. How did that experience go for you? And obviously we know the conclusion was you left. But
I did a lot of stories in 2016 for a major publication, and they did amazing. They went viral. Collectively, they got millions and millions of hits, and many of them were highlighted on the front page of the Judge Report. There was one story in particular that did very well, and it exposed some major corruption with a very powerful person, and powerful people shared my story. And shortly after that, I started having problems in my life. And one of the most traumatizing thing that happened after the story went huge and went viral was my dog got poisoned and almost died. And actually the same thing just happened to Rose McGowan's dog. And the way that she describes what happened with her dog is actually almost the exact scenario and what happened with my dog. And Rose McGowan has been exposing a lot of corruption in Hollywood for many years. She was a victim of Harvey Weinstein, and she's been exposing people on both sides of the fences in terms of politics. So when you go too deep and expose too much corruption, bad things start happening to you, and you get threatened, you get harassed, stalked physically. I've been physically assaulted. Like I said, my dog's been poisoned. I've had to move multiple times for safety reasons. I had to leave the country at one point. this stuff is very real. And when people expose too much corruption, this is par for the course. And anyone that has been a whistleblower understands this. Back in 2016, when the story went viral and I dealt with the situation with my dog, that was the first major thing that happened that was very disturbing to me. And at that point, my editor who put out that story, that's when he kind of started telling me that I shouldn't cover certain stories. And mind you, there was never an issue with my reporting. I never got one legal letter in my entire career. I never had an issue retraction. There was never a discrepancy in my reporting. Problem was that I was exposing too much with people that were too powerful. So after that story came out, my boss started limiting what I could cover. I will say that the company got a new owner at the time, so that could have played into that. It was that one story that kind of changed everything. And then there were a couple other publications that I was freelancing for, and I was doing a lot of stories exposing sex trafficking and did a few stories on sex trafficking. I think after my second or third story that did very well, went viral, I was basically let go with no explanation. Then the same thing happened with another publication I was working for, and it was the same thing. And for this publication, I was actually covering the murder of Seth Rich, who was a worker for the DNC and also a whistleblower. And I did some stories on him that went viral. And again, no problem with my story, no legal letters, like no retractions. Everything in my reporting was accurate. The stories I did went viral. And the next thing I know, one editor called me up and said, "Hey, sorry, we have to let you go. We're not allowed to tell you why," and never contact us again.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's validating to hear that this is a playbook. This is what these bullies do. This is what people who don't want to be exposed or found out do. And so it is very unfortunate that that happened. But it sounds to me like you had kind of realized like you weren't going to be able to completely tell the full truth and follow the truth wherever that may lead you, like you said earlier, while still kind of being beholden to like these mainstream media type of entities. Is that accurate? Yeah.
Yes. I could put out some stories that were honest, but they were not exposing the kind of corruption that I felt led to expose, especially in terms of the sex trafficking, because I'm very passionate for victims of sex crimes. And so I really wanted to expose predators, and being told that I wasn't allowed to do that, that was a big problem for me. So I could have stayed working in the mainstream media and put out more fluffy type, articles, but that's not what I'm good at. And that's not what I wanted to do. I'm good at investigative journalism. And so I left.
Yeah, that sounds really familiar. I mean, I could still be in big law and kind of like doing this integrity up for a bid to the highest corporate bidder act. But like you said, that resonates with me so much because it's not what I want to do. It's not what I'm good at. And it also didn't allow me to be true to myself and to my own truth. You know what I mean? It
Exactly.
didn't allow me to follow, to investigate, like what I'm doing on the clock should not have to do with what I'm doing in my spare time. And now you're able to make documentaries and report on more stories and through documentaries than you have been able to previously while you were in the mainstream media, perhaps. So for this upcoming documentary, what can viewers in particular, my audience, expect to see when they watch this? Can you give us any teasers, any spoilers?
Yes. Well, my hope is that we cover all the topics that the people in Free Britney have been begging journalists to cover for years. I've been following the group very, very closely every day, all day long, and I've been reading all the social media comments and tweets and whatnot. And a lot of people have been crying out, begging for a journalist to expose Lou Taylor. So I did. The main focus of the first half of the documentary is on her and her involvement with Britney's conservatorship that I believe is...
What was compelling to you whenever you started looking into Lou Taylor after, you heard our cries and pleas for reporting on the issue? What did you notice about her and what kind of did you find?
I think the most interesting part about Lou is that she has managed to stay under the radar for so long, for so many years. And to me, what that tells me from my experience, that goes to show you she's a very powerful woman, and she has very powerful connections to other very powerful people. Because the fact that she's been able to slide under the radar for so many years, and that the media has barely scratched the surface in terms of the corruption that she's involved in, not just with Britney Spears' conservatorship, but with other people and other estates, which, by the way, we get into that too in this documentary. It doesn't just cover Britney and her story. It does cover some other celebrities who have been victimized and preyed on by predators like Lou Taylor.
I am very heartened to hear that.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't totally surprised, but I was surprised at how she has been able to stay under the radar and silence people, or attempt to silence people. It didn't work with you, and intimidate people, and the tactics that she used, you know, and she was very strategic in the way that she used her intimidation tactics. I noticed it seemed that she didn't go after the mainstream media too hard, but she did go after fans hard. Some fans, and she went after some fans that are younger and maybe didn't have the money to fight a lawsuit, or they maybe just didn't have the understanding that her legal threats were totally unfounded and would not win in a civil trial with any judge that's remotely fair. So I just picked up on the fact that she seems to have been protected for many years, and that she's used a lot of different tactics and Britney's money to stay off the radar and to control the narrative and to harass, threaten, and intimidate fans and people like you that are advocating for Britney's freedom. And it's pretty horrifying. And it's about time that she gets exposed. And not only exposed, there should be a criminal investigation into her, and she should face justice for any crime that she may have committed in regards to Britney and her situation, and possibly situations with other celebrities as well.
I've looked into a few different connections of Lou's, and it's quite frankly terrifying. I mean, I don't know if you're going to cover who you're covering in the documentary. Like, I haven't seen it yet. I know that there's like people out there that can do this type of thing, but it does still kind of baffle me. We're talking about Britney Spears.
It's Britney, bitch.
We're talking about people who the entire world knows on a first name basis.
Britney Spears.
You know, Prince, Kylie, Britney. It's like, it is mind blowing to me. Like you said, how has she been able? She just hasn't been discovered yet. And I am hoping that between my video that just came out and your documentary, that we are able to light a fire under a couple other people who perhaps have been victimized or treated poorly by her. And I want people to come out. I want two things. One, I want people to know what's going on in corporate America. When I came into this movement, there was almost no lawyers, no doctors, and it's kind of like a lot of people were saying, look, there's courts involved. There's judges, there's lawyers, there's doctors, her family's involved. So we were really gaslit, like, you know, there's all these people involved, you little people don't know anything. And then I came in and I was like, no, I'm a lawyer, this looks bad to me. And we were all kind of sort of gaslit in the beginning part of the movement. And now it's kind of like people were asking, if this is so bad, why hasn't anyone spoken out? Why hasn't anyone said anything? Why haven't any lawyers, judges, doctors, family? If it's so bad, why hasn't anyone spoken out? This is why. I just hope that people are empowered and sort of validated that maybe their run-in with her was what they thought. You know what I mean? Maybe people will be empowered, and I'm really hoping that. But in any event,
well, just look at what happened to John Eardley. He is probably the only lawyer that truly was trying to help Britney and inform her in terms of the criminality that was going on behind this conservatorship and trying to get her free of it.
And he lost his bar license.
They destroyed his life. They ransacked his office. His assistant died in a death that I find highly suspect. These are the kinds of things that these powerful do to people that are trying to expose truth, to whistleblowers, to people that are trying to expose big, powerful people. These kinds of things, unfortunately, are normal. But the good news is that if enough people like us stand up and shine a light on topics like this and corruption like this, then we can defeat them, we can expose them, we can demand justice, we can take these people down. We all rise up against these people, then we can get justice. But it can't just be one person, it has to be a lot of people. And that's why the Free Britney movement is so amazing and it's so powerful, because there's so many people involved and there's so many people that have been screaming at the top of their lungs for a very long time about the injustice that's happening to Britney Spears. And the Free Britney movement is actually a perfect example of how much power we the people have. We need to be reminded of that because we forget.
That is right.
And these gatekeepers that are controlling us and people like Britney Spears, they want us divided. They want us infighting, because when that's happening, we're not exposing them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so obvious to me whenever there are bad actors coming into the movement to try and just cause chaos and rile us up. And listen, some of these people are just chaotic. Like, they just want to cause chaos wherever and doing whatever. But I've made all kinds of friends. I've made all kinds of relationships and connections with people that I probably otherwise wouldn't have. And it has made me realize our power. It is so easy to control us whenever we are divided. But whenever people like you and me, and that was going to be my next question, but when people like you and me, who do come from some ways we come from very similar backgrounds. I don't want to minimize, we come from similar places, but we also have different ideas about politics and whatever, who should be the president and things like that. But we both see this corruption, and the corruption is also bipartisan. So why can't the solution be? When we first, became acquainted, you and I, we talked about the Lou Taylor story and how she had come to my work, and you had offered to help me to tell that story, which I really appreciate. Why it is you would want to help someone who doesn't, agree with you politically, or perhaps, I don't know, we haven't talked about politics that much. What was it that made you want to help me to tell my story despite that?
Well, number one, I see myself in you. The journey that you've been going down, exposing this corruption, is very similar to my journey. When I started really focusing on exposing elite pedophile rings, initially I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe that some of these people are big celebrities and big names and big powerful politicians that we know. And, I couldn't believe that this stuff was real. And so I said to myself, all right, I'm going to put on my journalist cap and look into this and prove that it's not real. And all I learned is that, oh no, not only is it real, it's way worse than I ever could have imagined in my worst nightmare. And so I kind of have seen you go down a similar journey, because I know that you got into this movement because you were gonna prove that these quote unquote conspiracy theories on TikTok about Britney were just that. And it actually led you to the truth. So my journey was very similar. And so when I found you, I could relate to you, I could see myself in you. And I also found that you were exposing information and connecting dots that I didn't see anyone else in the movement doing. And I was really impressed by your work. And I also saw, like I talked earlier, about how you and others in the movement were treated by the media, and it's been horrible, and it made me sick. And so I wanted to tell your side of the story, because you stand for truth, and that's what I stand for. And yeah, we may have some political differences and different political ideologies, but who cares? I remember as a teenager, I could hang out with my friends that had political differences than I did, and would have good, informative, intelligent debate. And now it's like the media is pushing this divide. They want us all to be hating on each other and at each other's throats to the point where we can't even sit down and have a rational conversation with people that have different viewpoints. And it's so sad. And I hope that this documentary and the Free Britney movement helps to bridge some of that divide, because I think everyone, regardless of what party you affiliate with or what your politics are, your religion, whatever, regardless of all of that, I think that we can all unite against, whether it's Britney Spears or someone else, being trafficked and stripped of all their constitutional rights. I think that we can all join hands and get together and stand in unison on this issue, and there's no reason why we shouldn't. So I do hope that this documentary helps to bring people together, because this is a human rights issue and it's bipartisan and it's not political. And I also want people to understand that a lot of the fighting and the bickering about politics and whatever, that's all driven and fueled by the media, the same corrupt media that has lied to you about Britney Spears, that has lied about you guys, that has lied about the movement, that has called the movement a quote-unquote conspiracy theory. They want us divided, because if we are divided and fighting amongst ourselves, we're not spending our time exposing people like Lou Taylor. We cannot fall into that trap.
They see that Britney doesn't need to be in this conservatorship and that she's being violated. I'm kind of on a like self-discovery journey myself, like at the time, so my opinions on these things are constantly evolving, but I am actually optimistic that more people can come together and say, listen, we may not agree on a 98 thing, but let's get together on these 2 things, because we can all agree that we don't want to be, we can all agree that the people that we're paying to not lie to us should not be lying to. That is bipartisan, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So I really do, I really do appreciate that you are the only journalist that I have spoken to who is willing to tell this story, at least right now. I've talked to a couple other ones. I'm willing to talk to all y'all about this story, but right now I want to just thank you for being the one who has enough courage and bravery to step out and say, you know what, I don't care what anybody else is thinking or saying, I'm seeing the truth and I'm going to tell it. And that's just like me. So obviously I'm going to like that, but
thank you.
Is there anything else that you think that we missed here that you really want people to know about the documentary? Oh, also I want you to let everyone know when and where they can view the Slave Princess, right?
Slave Princess, yeah.
Sorry, I'll edit it to say the right way. Let the people know where and when they can actually see Slave Princess.
Yeah.
It's going to be on slaveprincess.com, I think you said. But anything else that you think we need to really discuss too during this time that you would like people to know or think about?
Yeah, and I want people to understand that this documentary is not just about Britney. We cover a lot of different topics in this documentary, and we cover other celebrities who have been victims of similar situations that Britney has been a victim of. So I want people to understand that the situation with Britney Spears is not uncommon in Hollywood. And I'm not talking specifically about the conservatorship. I'm talking about the way that she is controlled, manipulated, and abused. This is very common in Hollywood. Physical abuse, verbal abuse, sexual abuse, and trafficking is the norm in Hollywood. So I want people to understand there are many celebrities in Hollywood that are victims of abuse and that are being controlled, and God forbid that they say something that doesn't fit a certain narrative, it's the end of the world from their handlers. So I want people to understand there's many victims of people like Lou Taylor in Hollywood, and I also want people to understand how big the corruption goes and how deep it goes, because there were many bad actors that played a role and a hand in this to make this enslavement of hers that lasted 13 years happen. And the people involved with her trafficking for 13 years, some of them are lower level people, okay? We're talking about maybe lower level lawyers and court clerks and stuff like that, law enforcement, and the corruption and the ties to Britney's corrupt conservatorship goes all the way up to Washington, D.C. There are a lot of people that were involved in this, and there are a lot of people that were in very powerful positions that were involved in this, and that they were either directly involved or they knew about it and they were totally complicit and took advantage of the situation. So I just hope that people understand how deep this goes, and it's much bigger than most people realize. It's a very deep rabbit hole, and that there are a lot of people that are victims of very similar circumstances that Britney's been a victim of, whether they're in a conservatorship or not. So I hope people kind of walk away understanding the bigger picture. And then the other thing I want people to think about is the mainstream media has lied about what was really happening with Britney Spears for years and years and years. And not only have they lied about the truth about Britney Spears, they lied about you guys. They lied about the movement. You guys were gaslit. You guys were slandered by them. And you guys were all called crazy and you were called conspiracy theorists. So, and so I want people to think a little bigger here and contemplate if the media is lying about Britney and free Britney, what else are they lying about?
I mean, it's a question that I've been asking myself since probably July. It's not like, oh, it's misleading or it's a little bit of a reach or it's which is just lies. Not every single article has a lie in it, but like Chloe Maylos, right? Like CNN, like who actually just literally just lie.
But let me point out to you a few things about Jamie Spears, her dad. He has not only been the conservator for over a decade, he has taken her from being in debt to owing millions of dollars.
I know.
There are journalists that have won Pulitzer Prizes off of journalism that was a flat out lie. I mean, that's how backwards the world has become.
Yeah, you get rewarded for not having integrity. I feel relieved and very happy and thankful and grateful that you are taking a stab at this story. I mean, I know you did a lot of work with your team and I am very appreciative of all of your research and your questions, and I really looking forward to screening the documentary. Did you say like the day it's going to be released yet, or?
Yeah, as of now, we plan on releasing it on November 3rd. If all goes well, November 3rd is the big day.
After it airs, I can re-update this video too and just put the link below too for that.
Oh, that's a good idea.
People. Yeah.
So people will be able to view it on slaveprincess.com, and then we're going to upload it to different social media platforms. So people will be able to watch it on slaveprincess.com. We worked very hard on it, night and day, many long days and long nights. I can't tell you how many all-nighters I pulled. I dedicated my whole summer to this, and I worked with someone who served as the director and did a lot of the video editing and the writing as well. And his name's Jules Vincent, and his work is just amazing. It's brilliant, and it was an honor to work with him. And I think that people are going to be really impressed to see the journalism in it, but just the quality of the documentary, how well it was put together, and just how well done it was. I hope everyone's really going to like it. Britney Spears herself, Free Britney movement, who we give all the credit to for exposing the truth about what was going on with her. I hope that we did you guys good. That's my hope, and I hope it opens many new eyes to what's been going on with Britney Spears.
Tell me why I have 2 missed calls from TriStar Sports from 2 days ago. No, there's not a voicemail. Wish I could report that there was, but I just wanted to come by here and tell y'all this information. This ain't going to be a long video. I ain't going to keep you long, but I was minding my business, not really, 2 days ago. What's today? Today's May 30th. So I'm sitting on my couch after a long, hard day of work. Tuesday, 6:22 p.m. Eastern time. And just to remind you, I will throw in right here, I'll edit in the video that I had made that morning. Just in right now. Somebody sent me this picture of the TriStar Sports and Entertainment headquarters in Los Angeles. This is Lou Taylor's office. This is the woman that had the employee Robin Greenhill working for her that was named in the Diddy suit for paying the S workers. This is the outside of her building. There are 3 cop cars there right now. 11:45 a.m. Eastern. That means it's 8:45 in the morning Pacific time over there on the West Coast. I don't know what these cop cars are doing there. I don't know if they actually are there for Lou Taylor's offices. I don't know if they're there for what, but I'm hoping they're there to raid that office in connection with the connections with Diddy and with the trafficking of Britney Spears, alleged, so-called, that's what Britney said. Again, I am not certain why these cop cars are there, if they're at TriStar specifically, but there are 3 cop cars right now outside of Lou Taylor's offices. If you're the person that sent this to me, let me know below if it's okay if I say who you are and I'll pin your message. But earlier that morning, 2 days ago, somebody who lives in LA, a friend from the Free Britney movement, sent me a couple pictures, video, something, and it depicted 3 cop cars in front of TriStar's buildings on the public sidewalk out there in public. Now, I don't live in LA. I did take this person's word for it, and I do believe this person. So I'll put it in there, or maybe I already did, but y'all saw, as you see on this, little thing I just made, I did post that morning. And I had kind of said, maybe this is some type of investigation. Maybe they're going over there to collect some files. Maybe it's going to be a raid or something. And some of y'all did comment on that and said, it's not a raid, because if it was a raid, there would be way more cars there. It wouldn't be some little local cops. But even in that TikTok, as y'all saw, I did say these people might not even be at the TriStar offices. The cops might have been at the building next door, might have been in the same building, but somewhere else, might have not had anything to do with TriStar. Maybe they were actually responding to a call that TriStar made. I really don't know. But I didn't make a whole video about it or anything. It was just a little short. But the same day that I posted that video is the same day I got these 2 missed calls. Now, I'm not going to show y'all the number because I think it could possibly be some type of bait for me to do exactly that. But I will show y'all the screenshot here of the 2 missed calls. Both of them came in at 6:22 p.m. And I did not answer it because, literally on the caller ID, it says TriStar Sports. And it's like, girl, I'm about done with that harassment. Those of y'all that don't know this, I will just put in this little piece real quick. This is not my first run-in with TriStar Sports because I am trained as a lawyer. I went to Ivy League Law School. Yes, I did. And I graduated in 2020 and I started working at a huge law firm, a very, very prestigious and successful law firm whenever I was in 2021. I wasn't at that law firm for about 3 months, maybe 2 months before I started in February. And by April, Lou Taylor from TriStar Sports and Entertainment had hired this law firm. And by May, the next month, she was all the way talking to the tippy top bosses of the company, trying to get me to stop making videos about her. She literally interfered with my employment and my livelihood at the very, very, very beginning of my career, a career that I had worked pretty much 30 years to get into. And I told them no. I'm not going to stop making videos about Lou Taylor. Also, importantly, I had told them that I make these videos before Lou Taylor hired the law firm, so they had already given me permission. So they were in a little bit of a tough spot. Anyway, so this is this woman's tactics. This is the same woman who also used, according to lawsuit filings, according to evidence that was filed in these conservatorship lawsuits, this woman also used Britney Spears' money to sue a Free Britney fan, somebody that was allegedly looking into and researching into Lou Taylor. She sued that person for like defamation or copyright infringement or something. And when she sued him, she used Britney's money. That's what's alleged in lawsuit filings. Now, this is the same woman who owns the company that Robin Greenhill works at or for. Robin Greenhill is the one who was working with P. Diddy, allegedly, according to the Little Rod lawsuit, to pay the S workers and to orchestrate the payment of the S-Traf stuff. Now, interestingly, I did not know this whenever I started working at this law firm, but now I know. This law firm also represented the Church of Scientology. Okay. So now I'm just wondering, is this all linked up, together? Because the web is webbing in my mind. I'll tell y'all about the web webbing later. But anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to put it out there. I do have 2 missed calls on my phone from TriStar Sports. Now, I do just want to say it is possible somebody's using some type of ghost dupe app or something and TriStar did not call me. It is possible that that is what is going on because I can't imagine, after all Lou Taylor's been through to try and silence me through all these different channels, that she would just pick up the phone and call me. Now, alternatively, maybe somebody called me from TriStar that wasn't Lou Taylor. Maybe somebody's trying to whistle blow. And if you are, girl, don't call from that phone because I ain't going to answer it. Send me an email or, a text from some other number. Yeah, I just wanted to keep a record of it here. I want to let y'all know this did happen. I want to let y'all know I don't know. I didn't answer the phone. Nobody left a voicemail. This is not the first time something like this has happened to me, though. I did receive a call a couple of years, I think it was about 2 years ago now, from a number that didn't have a caller ID. It just had the number. And when I looked the number up, the only 2 people associated with this number were Britney Spears and Jamie Spears. So I called the number back and Jamie Spears didn't answer. And I was like, I had a missed call from this number. And he was like, oh, so I don't know who was calling me from that number then. Never reported on that, but I figured I should do so now since now I'm getting 2 calls randomly from TriStar. Again, same day that I had reported that the cops were there, maybe that they were there to investigate TriStar, probably that they weren't because some people were saying, there would be more people there if that was the case. I don't really know. I did just want to come by here and give y'all that quick update though. So stay tuned. That's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, Minika. Bye. Welcome into my world. You're playing my game. Thought that you could come up and they're fitting off of my knee. Talking out the side of your neck like you're insane. Cortisol levels to the roof. Inflame. Kids these days so shameless. Selling out real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them no home training. Wanna be me so bad, but they failing. Step to the plate though. I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I ain't no Colleen ukulele ballager. Shots been fired. Run and tell that. Say it to my face though. Now behind my back. Won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Ask Vigo how it all turned out when he tried to use my name.